We want to ensure that cricket is a welcoming, inclusive and diverse game for anyone that plays, attends and follows. If you're aware of or witness discrimination at any level of cricket in Nottinghamshire, including matches at Trent Bridge, please report it to us so that we can investigate and take appropriate action. You can do so by sending a text to 88440, starting your message with the word NOTS.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge for a clash of the pace setters in the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup. It is second travelling to first, Hampshire visiting Blaze. Blaze with 6 wins from 7 so far. Hampshire with 5 wins and no result and a defeat. Hampshire with a bonus point victory could go above their opponents today. Hampshire have won the toss. The coin came down in the favour of Georgia Adams. She's decided to have a bat, and alongside me is someone who's always a bit of a pace setter. Very good morning to Georgie Heath.
Good morning. I don't know about pace setting out in the field. It'd be very rusty if I was trying to put any pace on anything at the moment. But the sun is shining and we can't complain then. And I like to think I'm a bit of a, I'm like a solar panel with more complex emotions these days. So if the sun is shining, I'm shining.
Yeah, and I guess having just come back from Australia, maybe you've brought the weather with you.
Oh, I don't know. When I got up and it was 4 degrees to walk the dog on Sunday morning, I was thinking,
the reality was biting hard.
What have I done here? It was Baltic, but not Baltic out there today. A beautiful day for a bit of cricket.
It's about as beautiful as mid-May can get. It's sunny, it's 13, 14 degrees, there's a bit of cloud cover, but we're not talking about, as we had for Hampshire's win by 16 runs against Yorkshire at York on Wednesday, one of these horrible on-off DLS, looking constantly at the clouds sort of days. The forecast suggests that we're getting nothing of that sort. Grace Ballinger's got the ball in her hand to get us going with her whippy, better than whippy left arm seam. She seems to get quicker and quicker every season that I commentate on her. And she will be bowling to Ella McCacken, who until that awful injury last season was playing away into England contention. She's in good nick. She made a tidy 51, steadying the top of the order as wickets fell around her against Yorkshire at York on Wednesday. The first ball of this table-topping clash. Ballinger to McCacken, who's respectful in her defence. We had a Southby at the non-striker's end, and pretty conventional starting field for Ballinger. Has got Beaumont loitering at slip in a 5-4. Only 2 allowed out in the power play, and they're at deep third and deep fine leg.
Yeah, nice start that from Grace Ballinger, just finding a really good length, not giving McCacken any kind of width or anything, and as you say, plays it respectfully. Got plenty of time, 50 overs.
McCacken once more resolute in her defence. Has a high score of 90 this season against Essex, but has been relatively consistent in contributions. 11, 44, 30, 13, and then that aforementioned 51 in victory a couple of days ago, bringing her 239 runs at an average of just a tickle below 40, which you take every day of the week. And Ballinger Just inducing a slightly, wouldn't quite say false shot, but you could see McCacken check the drive. She realised it wasn't quite as full as she thought it was.
Yeah, I think she's just giving herself, pardon me, a bit of time to just play herself in here. Ballinger is a great competitor up the top. She's the kind of bowler you'd love to just be able to have to open the bowling for you. She keeps it pretty tidy, and as you say, you've got that really whippy left arm action.
Just straying a little too wide, Ballinger, that time. He just threaded through the covers. Slightly circumspect drive brings the first run to the day. Comfortable trotted 2 for McCacken.
Yeah, that's the longer boundary out that side, isn't it? The pitch is far down to our left as we look at it in the commentary box.
Yeah, we're up here at the Radcliffe Road end, opposite us. No shortage of building work going on. Does feel like early season you often get this sort of work overhanging from the winter. As McCacken is forced again into resolute defence.
I always wonder if you were as a builder, if I were a builder, I'd be very aware of what was going on. So I'd always have to stop every ball and they'd be like, what are you doing? Why are you not doing anything? It'd probably take double the time of anyone else doing it.
McCacken 23 years old, Ballinger 24. These are 2 players that, given their career trajectory and the way they've been improving in the last couple of years, you wouldn't be surprised if they were England teammates in a few years. McCacken straight back to Ballinger, who fields well enough in her follow-through to ensure there's no further score. End of the first over, 2 without loss.
I think what's really exciting actually is, obviously no one wants anyone to retire, but if you look at that England side, how it is at the moment, you know, you've got a few that potentially in a few years' time might move on, might retire, and you've got a few youngsters coming through, making their debuts. Obviously we saw the likes of Tilly Courtine-Coleman the other day. Someone like Sophie Eccleston is still so young, but these young players coming through, given that opportunity, and then you can look ahead perhaps beyond World Cups, perhaps this summer even. You know, you've got some of the players who are slightly longer in the tooth who won't be there forevermore. So the idea of those players that have come through, you know, they've developed through the 100 and they've played in front of big crowds, and then the way the county system has now been developed as well, it really gives that opportunity for them to start pushing for those places that could potentially come up.
Absolutely. You do sense that maybe even after this World Cup there could be some further evolution in that England squad. Charlie Phillips to bowl the first over from our end, the Radcliffe Road end. Having a very good season so far. And starts very, very nicely, and starts absolutely perfectly, in fact. The finger raised by umpire Wasim, and it is a wicket with the first ball of the second over. And Rhiannon Southby, who's had a very tough season with the bat so far, it gets even worse for her. A golden duck. Phillips right on the button. It's her 15th wicket of the campaign already. 2 for 1.
Yeah, beautiful start that, isn't it? You were just saying she's been having a great season so far, found a really good line, a really good length, and then Southby just sort of caught back in her crease slightly, caught in 2 minds, and in the end she's done. The finger goes up and she has to trudge off without troubling the scorers. So 2 for 1, and a dream start this for the home side, the Blaze, here in the beautiful sunshine of Nottingham.
Well, I know this is a phrase that some of the cooler young people like to use a lot for deliveries like that, but that is what she does, Phillips. She deceives you with length. Because she's skiddy, you're playing for a little bit more extra bounce than she tends to offer, and that's also what gets her the LBW. It's just that slight round arm. And it is near the top of the pad, but for my money, that's cannoning in towards the top of leg and middle. Mentioned umpire Mohammed Wasim. Sam Hollingshead is at square leg right now. Dean Koski, your match referee. Abby Norgrove facing up. Having a look at one early from Phillips, who was about to mention her bowling stats, but have immediately got to readjust with that wicket from the first ball, because she's dropped her bowling average a little further. She now has 15 wickets at an average of just under 14 for the season. And she is the joint top wicket taker in the competition. And it's deliveries like that that are why.
Yeah, Abby Norgrove, another batter who's been having a pretty good season as well. The unbeaten 81 against Surrey at the back end of April as well. So been seeing it nicely too. So it's a nice little contest. Two youngsters in the game. I keep talking about everyone being young. Maybe we're just old. But an exciting prospect. These players coming through. And I like seeing a little battle like this.
Phillips has got another. That is absolutely fantastic. Hooping in, and Norgrove, who's averaging more than 50 with the bat so far this season, well, she isn't now. It's 2 wickets in 4 balls, and Charlie Phillips' season gets even better and better. 2 for 2 in the second.
Blimey, hell of a start this from Phillips, isn't it? At first, I didn't see it even ricochet onto the stumps. I thought she was going for the LB. I was thinking, oh, it's going to slide down. And just turns around, and there's the death rattle, and an absolute dream start gets even better as Abby Norgrove also has to trudge off without making a run. So it'll bring the captain, Georgia Adams, out to the middle with her team in a little bit of strife here. She comes to join Ella McCacken, but if there's someone you're going to call on in a crisis, it is someone like Georgia Adams. Cool, calm, collected captain, been there, done that, won everything, and knows how to rebuild after a little bit of trouble.
Absolutely. Although this is a Georgia Adams that is not in form and not in the runs, not necessarily through her own fault, because she's just had a month out with a quadricep injury. She's only played 2 games this season. She didn't bat against Warwickshire due to rain before that injury. And in her comeback against Yorkshire at York a couple of days ago, made 1 off 8. So she's coming out at a difficult time when, by her own high standards, she's not actually been in the runs and has been unavailable to Hampshire's loss. They've done very well to cope so well without her. Her leadership and all-round skills. Adams facing up to a fired up Phillips, who's just got Norgrove. It was that shape-in that beat the bat that ultimately hit the pad of Norgrove that caused it to cannon onto the stump. So it was still Phillips' good work despite the luck. Phillips to Adams. That's a confidence-building, nice solid defensive to see out what is a double wicket maiden. 2 for 2 after 2. Oh, beg your pardon. George is reminding me that I can't count.
It's humbling, isn't it, sometimes when you can't count to 6?
Look, it
happens more often than I care to admit, actually.
Luckily, we're not the umpires, so that's okay. Now, can Phillips make it 3 wickets in the over? I tell you what, it was drifting down leg, but it was always no bad thing to be giving umpire Nazim a decision to make. And now it is the end of the second over. Thanks to that leg bye, it is 3 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, hell of a first over, that one. Picking up 2 wickets and 2 big wickets. 2 of the top order batters, in-form batters as well. So the Blades will be very pleased with this start, especially after Hampshire won the toss and decided they were going to have a bat first. Gets a round of applause from the fans that rolled in today. There's a few in. Don't know why you've decided to sit in the shade at the far end when the sun is beaming down nicely.
Ballinger to continue. Had 11 wickets at an average of 20 this season. And that's been around where she's tracked for recent campaigns. She's been consistently excellent. Easy for me to say in domestic cricket. Ballinger to Adams. Right where she'd want to be.
Now we get a lot of talk. The 100 gets all its talk, doesn't it? And gets all its criticism for one thing and another. But in the women's game, you can't deny the effect it's had. And Grace Ballinger is one of those who really stands out for me as a player who's really shone in the 100. She's been part of a winning side as well. And she really sort of came to the fore a couple of seasons ago in purple.
Appeals against Adams. And nothing doing. It's always the nature of being left arm over and being predominantly, as Ballinger is, an in-swinging bowler, that always likely with shouts like this to be going down.
And she does also just seem to be picking up pace every season, doesn't she?
Yeah, and it's no coincidence. She's the kind of player that's benefited enormously from the professionalisation of domestic cricket. So that's straight at point. That's enabled better full-time support, coaching, facilities. You think of what this team were as Loughborough Lightning in the KSL and early in the regional era, and then the big inflection point was Blaze moving to Trent Bridge in 2023. They went from being one of the weakest regional sides to almost overnight being one of the strongest. Eventually got silverware in 2024 as well with Charlotte Edwards Cup. Lovely looking straight drive from Adams. In terms of pure timing, it's the best shot of the day we've seen from anyone, and she probably should have got 2 for it, Adams. She was there almost halfway down the pitch begging, imploring McCacken to come back, but McCacken decides I'll have the strike and settle for 1.
Yeah, Adams has actually run the second one herself by running 2 halves, and she's back again. But at this point, the last thing they need, and we always say that, the last thing you need is run out, but they can't be throwing away wasted wickets as they're on a rebuild here at Hampshire.
Lovely guide. Well fielded by Beaumont away to her right-hand side. Good cricket all round.
Yeah, played it with really soft hands there, McCacken. Hands are any less soft, that was going to fly straight to Tammy Beaumont in the slips. Just the one slip in. Standing next to Sarah Bryce there. Obviously, you've got the 2 Bryce sisters in action. It's quite a Scotland-dominated side, the Blaze, aren't they?
Particularly now Gordon's Scottish again. Ballinger once more. Was just trying to nudge it in front of that gap at square leg for 1, McCacken, but no real possibility there. So just a single off the over. And Hampshire are 4 for 2 off 3.
Well, unsurprisingly, Phillips is going to come back and start her second over. In her books, it will go down as a double wicket maiden. There was the leg bye at the end of the over, but that doesn't go down against her name. So just the 2 wickets and the leg bye from her first over. A dream start for the young pacer. And Adams and McCacken just trying to rebuild things early here for Hampshire. Got plenty of time. Only 3 overs into this 50 over a side game.
Will be feeling pumped up, and why not? She's got something a little bit different with that raw pace, that slingy action. It's not quite as slingy as, say, Grace Hall at Yorkshire, but it's definitely the kind of action you can't really prepare for too much in some ways. And Phillips again forcing nothing more than a block available there.
Got no other choice really at the moment. She's bowling right on the money. Really good line. Adams just playing it respectfully. She's got all the experience as well. We say she's been out with injury, yes, but coming back into the side when she knows there's a job to be done.
Straight at extra cover, but good signs technically there from Adams in terms of the timing. That nice high elbow and working in the V, just like once upon a time she was doing that with her dad in the back garden. It's quite a generational thing as well, because her younger sister Molly is one of the most exciting prospects in Hampshire's academy. We'll have to re-bowl that one, Phillips. It's always a bit of a nature of having a round arm action like she does, that just occasionally liable to sling one down the leg side.
I think we'll forgive her, just for today.
It's the nature of an action like that. When you go wrong, it tends to end up being short outside off stump or full down leg. Better from Phillips, back on the kind of line we're more used to seeing from her. Product of the Hertfordshire pathway. Started at the Sunrisers back in the regional setup, so I'm sure there's a few watching You might be Essex fans as she progresses, thinking that they might have let one get away a bit there. She went on loan to Blaze for the last part of the 2024 season before signing permanently for Blaze last season. Just a little onto the pads, and that gives the chance for Adams to clip this away. Will be pretty easily hauled in though. It was a bit of a prod rather than a really fiercely timed strike, but some good hard running gets them through for 3.
Yeah, and again, it's that longer boundary, isn't it? Out to that side. Catherine Bryce giving chase, working in tandem with Kirsty Gordon. Of course, they'll be doing a lot of that over the summer, playing over at Scotland in the T20 World Cup. As you say, Kirsty Gordon is now Scottish again.
Better from Phillips, just readjusting. Scotland starting against Ireland on the 13th of June at Old Trafford, the day after England play against Sri Lanka on the 12th, which is just under a month away now. That England game against Sri Lanka at Edgbaston. Phillips just nibbled down to fine leg by McCacken for 1. So Hampshire's most profitable over so far. They take 5 from it, which moves them to 9 for 2 off 4.
Yeah, exciting summer ahead though, isn't it? Women's cricket, there's plenty going on. Obviously the ODI series in action at the moment. I went down to Northants the other day. I got absolutely drenched and I think I've only just about warmed up, so that was fun. But yeah, really exciting summer. Obviously T20 World Cup is the big one in there, but India are coming over, that test match at Lord's. So a lot going on in the world of women's cricket.
Yeah, and these players in competitions like this just trying to gently start staking their futures and building their claims for international recognition one day. And already highlighted the two who are about to renew their duel of Ballinger and McCacken as two you put right in that bracket. And the other thing, of course, that Ballinger has in her favour is the very nature of just being a left-arm bowler as well.
Everything
gold dust.
Everything being left-handed. When you see a left-handed batter play a cover drive, it could be identical to the way a right-hander does it, but something about it, isn't it? I think when I pop out a kid, I'm just going to make it do everything left-handed.
Well, so it's funny you say that. I'll tell you after this, but so that's a more confident cover drive from McCacken, but neatly fielded in the covers by the experienced campaigner's experienced campaigner of Georgia Elwes. So a lot of the great left-handers you see in both men's and women's cricket are not meant to be left-handers, basically. They've essentially been swapped from when they were little so that you're to basically favour the way the top hand works. And I'm trying off the top of my head to think of someone who this applies to in women's cricket, and my brain has gone to mush. And normally I wouldn't mention men's cricket, but for the purpose of the example, I know, for example, Ben Stokes is in this regard. So that's how he ends up bowling right-handed but batting left-handed, because a coach saw him at a young age and said, well, we want your top hand, your dominant hand, to be your top hand. So actually your top hand will be your right hand, which means you're going to bat left-handed.
There you go.
Ballinger again in all the right testing spots with the new ball, building the dots.
Where I was going completely left field, and I was thinking Rafael Nadal.
Yeah, exactly. That kind of thing. So basically it's like you've had coach interference at a relatively young age to change what the default would be.
Well, you know, back in the old days,
back in there,
when people weren't allowed to be left-handed.
Yeah.
So I wonder how many better sports people there could have been if they were allowed to use the hand they wanted to use.
Ballinger testing, relentless here. 17 balls, she's gone for 3 runs.
And actually, isn't that such a weird concept, to just not be allowed to be left-handed?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you picked up a pen in your wrong hand. No, sorry, use the other one. Why is your handwriting rubbish? Well, you're literally making me use the wrong hand.
might be the problem. Ballinger finishes off an excellent over that has been asking all the right questions of McCacken. It's a maiden from Grace Ballinger, who is more than backing up the excellence from Phillips at the other end. And after 5 overs, Hampshire, fresh off that win at Yorkshire, second in the table, are stuttering 9 for 2.
Yeah, they're struggling early on here. Hampshire winning the toss and deciding to have a bat first. Well, they were stunted a little by 2 quick wickets falling in the same over with Phillips' first over of the day. She's now picked up 2 wickets for just the 5 runs from her 2 overs so far. So little discussion out in the middle. 2 experienced campaigners though. Ellen McCacken, Georgia Adams obviously know each other very well, and they know they've got plenty of time just to try and rebuild here and get Hampshire, get the ball rolling. Because 9 for 2 after 5, yes, trouble stations, but still plenty of batting to come as Phillips starts her 3rd over. And a little width offered outside the off stumps. Georgia Adams straight onto it, and it'll just be the 1 run out to Ballinger at deep backward point.
Yeah, they've trusted her with a 6-3, Phillips, and she's bowled to that very nicely so far.
Yeah, just the overcorrection from Phillips. The previous delivery slightly wide outside the off stump. This time straying down the leg side wide, signalled, just losing her radar a little bit. As you say, that slingy action can cause you to sort of find that angle just a bit too much. This time, just targeting the pads of McCacken, and it could well be the first boundary of the day. Finally, Hampshire have something to celebrate. As Catherine Bryce cleans up from beyond the boundary, McCacken moves on to 7 from 17.
Yeah, just using that in-swinging angle against Phillips. Phillips just straying towards the pads, but very neatly put away with a minimum of fuss.
Slightly shorter on length this time from Phillips. The previous delivery slightly too full on the pads and was easily worked away by McCacken. This time just dragging her length back a little.
Blaisley McCacken to play a similar type of innings to what she played against Yorkshire a couple of days ago. Just the steadying hand at the top, having lost a couple of partners around her.
Just a slight delay at the top of a mark this time from Phillips, who's in again. This time again, that little bit of width outside the off stump. McCacken mistimes bottom edge to Lucy Hyam at point.
Yeah, she's someone who, I had to double check her age the other day, McCacken. It feels like she's been around forever. Someone who's 23. An ever-present Viper in that 5 seasons. The winning runs in the Charlotte Edwards Cup back in 2022.
There's a lot of Vipers who've hit winning runs, aren't there?
That's true.
Emily Windsor back in the day. Beautiful looking shot, but again, straight to Kirsty Gordon all along the carpet at mid-on.
Well, Emily Windsor did it so many times they nicknamed her winning runs Windsor. And it's interesting actually chatting to a few people in the Hampshire hierarchy. I know one thing they take great pride in is that Vipers Academy churned out so many players that actually they're sort of scattered across the women's cricket landscape now. When you think of the likes of Monaghan, Schofield, Dean, Elwes, of course.
This time again, straying down that leg side, clipped away nicely down to deep backwards square leg. Jones patrolling the boundary there. Brings a 6 over to a close, 16 for 2 after winning the toss and deciding to have a bat first here in the sunshine of Trent Bridge.
And you wouldn't necessarily say there's any particular demons in the pitch. Charlie Phillips has just bowled very well, and everybody's vulnerable, particularly to the first ball that they face. That was the story for Southby and Norgrove. To take you through the teams: Ellen McCacken, Abby Norgrove, Rihanna Southby, Georgia Adams, Naomi Datani, Francesca Sweet, Amanda Jade Wellington, Bex Tyson, Poppy Tulloch, Daisy Gibb and Lindsay Smith back from England duty. That's the big news for Hampshire. She comes in for Megan Sturge. It's an unchanged 11 for Blaze from last time out.
Again, just clipped away down to the boundary at square leg as a diving effort on the rope, but in vain. And Orla Prendergast can't cut off the boundary, so Ellen McGacken just starting to push through the gears slightly here. Now, you talk about Lindsay Smith being released. I really like that from the England side. It's not just, oh, we're going to drag around. We didn't get to play the other day. And so go and get some cricket. Why not?
Absolutely.
Has a push at this one. Just beats the outside edge of McGacken. Despair from Ballinger. Thought she might have just found a tickle.
Of course, Hampshire still shorn of their England trio of Freya Kemp, Lauren Bell and Maya Bouchier, but they were all too grateful to get 25% back in the form of Smith.
Again, straighter this time from Ballinger, and there's a misfield from Jones, but they won't capitalise. So just through for a single.
Blaze are unchanged from the side that won by 6 wickets at the beautiful outground of Exmouth against Somerset a couple of days ago. Marie Kelly, Tammy Beaumont, who hit 99 not out in that game. Catherine Bryce, Georgia Elwis, Orla Prendergast, Sarah Bryce, Emma Jones, pretty handy number 7. Christy Gordon, who's having a heck of a season with the bat. Lucy Hyam, Grace Ballinger and Charlie Phillips.
Late onto this is Adams, but again, just driven straight up to mid-off, where Marie Kelly does the fielding.
This pair starting to just lower the heartbeat of the Hampshire dressing room.
That's exactly what they needed. They've got plenty of time. Just the 2 wickets to go down early. But if these two can just start to build that partnership, don't have to go about things too quickly. It's just getting themselves in, getting a feel of it, let the ball get a little bit older, see out the opening bowlers, and get into business. Waits nicely onto this Adams, but again can't get it through the ring. The rolling stop from Tammy Beaumont, coming off the back of an unbeaten 99.
Yeah, she was so close to getting the ton. Sarah Bryce took it off her, if you want to be harsh, but she kind of had to, because they needed to get the runs in that over to get the bonus point. So Sarah starts it on strike. Wasn't really the chance to quite manipulate it.
Final delivery from Ballinger. Adams just manages to keep this one out, so we a dot to end the over. 5 runs coming from it, 7 gone, 21 for 2.
Last 2 overs have brought 12 from 9 for 2 after 5. You're not exactly chuffed with 21 for 2, but it's more than doubling the score, which is something. On the note of Beaumont, that 40th over started with 3 to win. So in theory, Sarah Bryce could have nudged a single, but I think in the professional era, you just get the runs and get off. And as it was, Sarah boshed it for 4, and that was the end of that. Beaumont 99 not out. But given that she only scored 27 runs in her first 5 completed innings, very low for a player of her extremely high standards, I think she'd have still been pretty content with 99 not out. It's a very first world problem to have.
You can be not out if you're not on strike as well. You never know. She might have gone on strike, might have been out for 99.
Absolutely.
Cricket is a cruel mistress, as Phillips starts her 4th. She's 2 for 12 from her first 3. Short, bit of aggression. And flying through to Sarah Bryce behind the stumps. And obviously Tammy Beaumont, this is a ground she's got some history with. Test match double ton. Wouldn't complain too much about that one.
And I'm sure she's the kind of player, she'd be inhuman if she hasn't thought about whether she might have played her last game for England with that World Cup squad selection. In the T20s, of course.
Sits up and just rocks off the back foot. And again, can't get it through the ring. Well, it's interesting, that one, because that was a lot of the talk, wasn't it? Tammy Beaumont not being in the squad, but she hasn't played in the last 2 T20 World Cups. So it did sort of surprise me that was such a big talking point.
Well, I guess it was partially in the context of the fact that Edwards stuck with a lot of other experienced campaigners.
Just that little bit of swing and well stopped in the follow through of Phillips. Made a lovely crunch off the bat of McCacken, but to no avail.
And it's interesting you mention the double ton, though, because I think this is a fascinating subplot, which is test matches are so rare in women's cricket. People talk about Beaumont's international career potentially being over, but as and when England next play a test match, surely in theory, Tammy Beaumont would have to be there, regardless of whatever's going on in white ball cricket.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Well, there obviously is that test match coming up later in the summer. And again, nicely driven and well stopped, the half stop. And the teamwork in the field to cut it off.
Yeah, shy at the stumps, but even from up here in our firmly not at all in line position, you can see that it was very much easily through for the single McCacken.
So Phillips again, a really tidy over from her so far, just the one run from it. This one just sits up and waits on it. Does Adams, rides the bounce. A tall batter just rehearses the shot.
Yeah, that was more of almost, I don't know whether she meant it, but that was a bit more of a slower ball bouncer. That bouncer early on in the over was better. It had a bit more behind it, it was a little bit more threatening up at the body rather than out wide. Adams might feel like she's missed out on scoring there.
Final ball of Phillips' fourth over. And just kept out again by Adams. It's just not quite timing that drive. So just the one run from the over. 8 gone. Hampshire 22 for 2.
Well, Adams 5 off 16, and even for a player of her class, she's not inhuman to time in the middle when you've had a month out injured, when you've got a low score in your first game back. And so I guess if you want to try and spin it in a positive way for Hampshire, coming out in the situation she does means that she's got probably a bit more of a licence than if she walked out at 120 for 2 to take her time and lead a bit of a rebuild. Intrigued to see when we get a bowling change the direction that we go in for Blaze.
Yeah, it looks like Ballinger's going to get a 5th, isn't she? 5 on the trot. Gone for just the 8 runs from her first 4 overs, so very tidy start for the opening left arm quick. And just clips this into the leg side. Jones cuts it off, and again there's no run.
Yeah, we're just getting to that point where you're starting to keep an eye on Kirsty Gordon, whether she decides I'm going to take the ball in my hand. Got plenty of other candidates as well. Emma Jones with that fiery pace, Catherine Bryce with her in-swing, Georgia Elwis with dependable mediums.
Nicely played, soft hands, good touch behind point, and it'll be cut off by Roland Phillips on the boundary. And the score rumbles on to 24 for 2. Good running by these two. It's so typical, isn't it, when you're a pace bowler and then the ball comes to you the next ball and you think, I'm just getting my breath back and I've got to sort of sprint round the boundary rope.
Has a tendency to follow you at the worst moments. Again, just played straight back to Ballinger in her follow through. Reminds me of commentating on Hampshire's game a couple of days ago against Yorkshire at York. So Amy Campbell's got a dislocated finger, and unsurprisingly, that's pretty awful to field with, even with a splint. And she must have easily touched the ball more than any other Yorkshire fielder. Lovely skying catch, just what you want. One that smashed at you as well. Fantastic.
Here comes Ballinger again. And that a little bit of in-swing, just landing at the toes of McCacken, who can't get it through.
And the other reason I mentioned Campbell is because McCacken absolutely rocketed one at her at mid-wicket that Campbell, it was pretty much a sort of catch this or you're going to be in hospital with another injury kind of thing. And she caught it, and it was hit that hard that she pretty much went over backwards.
I have seen this. I've seen.
Sensational catch. Yeah, it was that one. But I know from speaking to sources in the Hampshire camp there was a little lesson in game management for that with McCacken. Come back to it after this ball.
Again, just plays this respectfully off the back foot. A little extra bounce to McCacken, who remains on 16 from 33.
So this was a day at York where the weather was constantly intervening. And
A day at York with intervening
I know,
weather?
exactly. Couldn't picture it, could you? And it had actually started to rain pretty heavily before that ball.
Final ball of Ballinger's 5th over. And just a little bit of width on offer, and again can only pick out Beaumont. So just the 2 from the over, 9 gone, 24 for 2.
Now where I'm going with that is that now obviously the umpires have to take you off when it's raining. But, and I know there was a brief internal discussion about it, there's a little bit of game management as a batter when it starts raining quite heavily and you look up at the sky and it literally looks apocalyptic, thinking, hang on a minute, should I face this ball or should I do my little routine to square leg for 10, 15
my shoelaces are undone.
Exactly, right? It's just like 5 minutes before the lunch break of, in a test match. And that's where had McCacken gone and taken a little stroll to square leg for 15 seconds, and instead the ball was bowled in quite heavy rain. By the time the catch was taken, it was very clear that nobody was celebrating. Everyone was basically running off, and poor old McCacken was gone for a very well-constructed 51. We've got our first bowling change.
We do, and it wasn't anyone that we thought it might be. So Phillips is done for the day. She's picked up 2 early wickets, and in comes the Ireland international, Orla Prendergast.
3 wickets at an average of 41 this season.
She scampers in now and just strays down the leg side for her first delivery. So going to have to go back and do that one again. Adams tempted down that leg side, doesn't get anything on it.
9 wickets at 26 last season. She's back for her third stint with the Blaze. She's sort of doing that thing where she keeps doing this any longer, she'll become an honorary. What would the local expression be? Well, an honorary Blaze, but an honorary Nottingham.
This time a little bit too much width outside the off stump, and she just rides onto it, Georgia Adams, for her first boundary of the day. She moves on to 9 from 17.
Yeah, this is possibly the best shot we've seen in terms of technical execution in Adams' innings so far, apart from that straight drive she played early on that she only got 1 for and maybe should have come back for a second. What would the local phrase be around here? Let us know in the YouTube comments. I feel like it's an honorary. An honorary Yorkie, an
honorary Blazer. I don't know.
Exactly.
This one's slightly shorter, slightly straighter, and just pushed forward of point by Adams. What are you if you're from Nottingham?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
You know, like sort of Staircase, sort of an honorary Yorkie, spent so long up there. Kind of Prendergast with the
You can tell
Irish.
in her accent.
Yes, exactly. Some of the certain sayings you'll get. Prendergast might be starting to work on little bits of that. Still only 23. It feels like she's been around for a long old while.
Here she is now over the wicket, and that's much better. She lost her radar that first delivery of the over, and then the second one just pushing it too wide outside off stump, but just finding it now.
Can't be too many people of her age who've already played comfortably more than 100 games for their country. 124 to be precise.
Right, so Google is telling me that if you're from Nottingham, they're sometimes referred to as boggers, which I've never heard in my life,
No, not
or
right.
simply Notts folk, as Prendergast is in again, and that's much better. Full straight, and Adams can't get it through the ring.
Yeah, it's not quite as catchy as, say, sort of Yorkie or something like that, you know? Nice little 2 syllables, rolls off the tongue.
You know, I'm actually so here for being called a bogger.
But you get the point if you're watching at home. Ireland international, but she's becoming part of the furniture here.
She's in now to Adams. And again, full straight. Much better back end of the over this.
It's interesting, we didn't mention her in the list of bowling options, but it's partly because this Blaze team reminds me a bit of the old South East Stars team, and a lot of the teams that tend to be right towards the top of women's domestic cricket, where you can almost throw the ball to most of the 11. There's an embarrassment of bowling riches.
Final ball of Prendergast over, and it's a much tidier end to the over than it was start. 5 runs coming from it, 10 overs gone. Hampshire, after winning the toss, deciding to have a bat first, 29 for 2.
Yeah, and from being all the 2s, 2 for 2 in the second, this feels like sweet safety and security. This 3rd wicket partnership worth 27 and counting. It's going to be a double change. Catherine Bryce to come on from Stuart Broadend with her in-swingers, and as is so classically the case, Sister Sarah will come up to the stumps, and that's a big part of what Catherine Bryce does, having such a highly competent keeper in Sarah who can confidently deal with a batter moving around, some swinging down leg as well. It traps McCacken in her crease.
You know, I actually love the idea of playing with your sister. Like, if I ever played with my brother in the garden, him and his mates used to tell me that fielding was the best part of cricket, so I never got to battle bowl. I just was told to field. And they're like, oh, you're so lucky you get to field. The amount of times I went to my neighbour's garden being like, oh, I'm doing the best job ever.
Catherine Bryce, Scotland's captain. Starts with exactly the type of delivery I described, where Sarah shows all of her value up to the stumps because she has to get her dancing shoes on to get down leg and make sure there's no byes. If Sarah's back, McCacken's batting a yard out of her crease, and this all feels completely different in terms of the lines and lengths that Bryce would target. He's nibbled into the onside.
It's such a skill to have, isn't it, to just be able to be up to the stumps. I know we don't want to talk men's cricket, but you think about Alex Carey back in the men's Ashes, which also we try not to talk about too much at the moment, but up to the stumps and then just forcing those England batters to really check themselves.
And another sign as well, I was going to say if you're a Martian who's come down from space, you need to be a Martian that's got some awareness of cricket fields.
Yeah.
That actually Blaze are in a good position here, if the scoreboard didn't already tell you, is that they haven't opted to use all of their available sweepers. It's not something you see too often. It's that straight at extra cover. Better sounding off the bat drive from McCacken. They have now put deep cover out to the long boundary away to our right-hand side. They've only got 3 out. They had 2 out briefly.
That's what I really like. You don't have to. You know, you're out of the power play.
That's well fielded off her own bowling by Catherine. Bit of tag team fielding, and then Marie Kelly does the rest. Nice and sharp.
Yeah, you're out of the power play. It's like when you talk about speed limits. It's not a target. You don't have to go at that speed. I mean, do whatever you fancy, but you don't have to have that many players out just because you've got the option. Why not squeeze while you're on top?
Came off the stumps, in fact, wasn't fielded by Catherine. And again, Kelly's right in the game. Marie Kelly, who will be crucial with the bat in hand later on, is one of Blaze's most dependable fielders, which is why you tend to see her at mid-off or mid-on a lot. Maiden over from Catherine Bryce, typically excellent from her. 29 for 2 after 11.
Yeah, it is just typical Catherine Bryce, isn't it? She's one of those bowlers you can just turn to just keep things quiet. Provides a little bit of movement in the air, but she's just a dependable bowler in the middle. She's been playing down at Tassie. So been over in the Aussie summer, winter, whatever you want to call it.
Well, we're talking about we're talking about sort of those two, of course, will be facing off Prendergast and Gordon in a World Cup game in just under a month, with Gordon going back to Scotland. But if Prendergast is on her way to being an honorary Blazer, I think Catherine Bryce has taken that honour many moons ago for her, despite her Scottish roots. Her and Sarah, when it comes to English women's domestic cricket, firmly established in this part of the world. Prendergast second over. Starts with a really nice bouncer. That's fantastic. She's rightly getting plenty of encouragement. That is exactly where you want to be, up around the shoulder, giving Georgia Adams something to think about.
Yeah, contrasting start to the beginning of her previous over, went straight down the leg side, just missing her radar early on. But this one just reminding Georgia Adams she has got that extra bit of zip and bounce when she needs it.
She's pushed her back now. Can she bring her forward? Goes back of a length. Straight at point. Good flying shot from Adams. Prendergast, one of Island women's cricket's biggest stars, product of Pembroke CC in Dublin, and has already been overseas with the Adelaide Strikers and the Trinbago Knight Riders as well a couple of years back. Nibbled away into the onside, well-timed quick single. And of course that provides such an inspiration for young girls coming through in that Irish system, to see someone like Orla Prendergast establishing herself as an overseas player, a franchise cricketer, in terms of what you can go on and achieve.
Yeah, obviously we've got the likes of Captain Gabby Lewis as well, who does a lot of that too.
Another good-looking straight drive, but for none, easily fielded by Kelly. Well, of course, Gabby Lewis will forever be associated with this competition no matter what else she does, because she is the reason that Lancashire, despite Hampshire being so excellent throughout so much of last season, have got their name on the trophy. Hampshire, the table toppers, won their home semi-final, but then pipped to the post. Another bumper, not quite as effective as the one before, not quite getting up to that shoulder height. It's an easy belly button height sort of pull for McCacken, who just escorts it, guides it away for 4. Top shot.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie as well. There was just a wide gap down on that leg side as well for McCacken, and she's seen out 42 deliveries now, so she's got her eye well set. And a delivery like that, you just say, yep, I'll have that all day long, thank you very much.
She's very strong against seam, Ella McCacken. And you might think, yes, Michael, she's an opening bat. But I've got more for you on that. It's that time she won't get anything. End of the 12th. 5 from it, just to tick Hampshire along. Since the start of 2024 in English women's domestic cricket, Ella McCacken averages comfortably in excess of 50 against all seam or pace bowling, which, when you factor in a reasonable sample size, she is in about the top 3% in terms of her average against seam bowling. She's not quite as strong against spin, but if you're looking for an opener that can play against pace on, you won't find many better.
Well, Kirsty Gordon just going through her warm-up there. You just wonder when she's going to bring herself on.
Bryce to continue from Stuart Broadend in typically Brycean spots.
You'd know that run-up, wouldn't you? Catherine Bryce got such a bustling run-up. And Grace Ballinger's is quite easy to see as well. She's got that sort of gallop in the middle.
Well, this is a really flowing square drive from Adams. And there's a slight hand on it, but it won't be enough to stop it going to the rope, despite a desperate dive on top from, I think it's Elwes out there. So 4 more for Adams.
Yeah, runs are just starting to flow. Now, this partnership building after those 2 early wickets falling. It was 2 for 2 when these two came together. And Tammy Beaumont, no matter how fast she might be, just not able to get there.
Yeah, beg your pardon, Beaumont, not Elwes. As Adams hits Kelly at mid-off. The description of the gallop for Ballinger is absolutely perfect, because it's the way she sort of jumps from foot to foot almost. Like other players run, she seems to kind of jump from side to side. Again, Kelly in the game has been a bit of a ball magnet there at mid-off today.
I think a lot of bowlers have a certain something, don't they? Some have a sort of stutter at the beginning, others have a gallop or a leap or whatever it might be.
Tries a change up, doesn't quite get it right. It's trying some form of cutter there. I wouldn't be able to pick it beyond that. Forgive us, we are up on tier 3 of the pavilion commentary box on the other side of the ground. And jabbed into the ground by Adams.
Yeah, she might feel like she's missed out there. That was there to be hit. Just found the bottom edge, almost got too overexcited by Adams. A little bit of width offered by Bryce.
Veteran of this competition, Adams. I know Hampshire were chuffed to have her back fit. For context, as that's the end of another over, second in a row that goes for 5. We're right on 3 and over in terms of the run rate, 39 for 2 off 13. For those maybe new to women's cricket, this is someone who consistently was lifting and playing a huge all-round part, as well as captain trophies for Vipers in the regional era that ended in 2024, and last season in this competition 525 runs at an average of 65, and she saved her best till last, Georgia Adams. 107 not out in the light rain off 101 in the home semi-final against Surrey, and 77 off 98 at home against Lancashire in the final, which but for Gabby Lewis might have been the knock that won them the trophy. Prendergast back for more. Starts in a good spot, easily fielded by Catherine Bryce.
Well, Adams also spends her summers, winters, whatever you call it, down.
Whatever it is.
Whatever time of year
Cricket.
it is, depends where you've been, playing over at the New South Wales Breakers. So she's almost to the Breakers what Bryce is to Nottingham and Prendergast, I guess. I don't know what you are if you're a honorary New South Welsh woman.
Swipe and a miss outside off stump off Prendergast. I've seen as well that YouTube comments are turned off, so unfortunately our audience can't interact with us to let us know what these boggers are.
I'm sticking with a bogger.
That's what Google has given us. I know she's captain there as well in the WNCL.
She has done previously, yeah.
Heck of she's captain New South Wales to victory back in 24-25 Aussie season, Georgia Adams. Another bouncer, but not quite as good as the one we saw against Adams in the previous over, and it's a comfortable pull round the corner for McCacken for one, which ultimately, if you go over to Australia as a POM and they make you captain and you win the WNCL, that is in and of itself, the compliments don't get much higher, to be honest. Normally there's the old joke that you go over there as a POM, as an overseas, and they go, we'll start you in the 2s, even if you're a current professional cricketer. So that's straight to point. There's of course plenty of both men's and women's English cricketers who've gone over there, gone on to have very successful careers, and people have almost been surprised to look back and realise that when they went over there they barely scored a run because the standard's that high.
Yeah, it's a different kettle of fish. It's also very hot at times, which can also impact if you're English.
Good looking drive from Adams, who is looking solid here. Well, it's everything, isn't it? You're not just playing, you're playing the conditions, you're playing the wickets, you're playing the expectations as an overseas, you're playing moving abroad for possibly the first time in your entire life. It's the whole experience that is so challenging. Flowing square drive has picked out point though, and had she managed to get up a little quicker, there may have even been a direct hit run out chance, but was actually slightly sconned and hurt by the ball. So as it is, I think you put that down for Blaze as a very good stop to keep it to just 1. 2 off the over, 41 for 2 off 14.
Yeah, this partnership now moves on to 39. They came together with a score 2 for 2. It was sort of looked like it all could be over very quickly if it carried on in the same vein. Start of today, Phillips picking up those 2 wickets in the same over. But the seasoned partnership, seasoned campaigners, despite the somewhat quite young age of Ella McCacken, a lot of experience under her belt. They've come together and they're just building nicely. 39 from 74.
Catherine Bryce to continue. Has Adams just prodding into the onside. McCacken, of course, a big part of that Vipers team. Often was a little bit in and out with one of those players, kind of like Emily Windsor, that sometimes when the England internationals came back lost her spot, but ultimately can look back on quite a few years of trophy success, earning a professional contract, and now very much becoming a regular as Adams takes a quick single here. It was good backing up by McCacken to scurry through, particularly when you're trying to rebuild like this. Those little ones make all the difference over time. Resolute block from McCacken. Reminds me of a conversation I had with an unnamed DOC. Didn't want to be named, but didn't mind me quoting on this. He was saying that basically there's so much focus on your hard skills of your batting and bowling, and even to an extent fielding. So that's going to be 1, and a good bit of desperation for Phillips to get there and palm it on in the deep and make sure it would only be 1. But actually a hell of a lot of the time in games like this, across a 50 over game, if you look at running between the wickets and squeezing with your ground fielding, and you have 25 runs or so at least on offer with both in an innings, and if you do those right, it's a 50-run swing. And actually, for everything else is important. If you get those 2 aspects of the game right, it makes an enormous difference. And it was very noticeable that watching Hampshire on Wednesday, their ground fielding was immaculate, and Blaze tend to be very good in that regard as well. So Adams picks up 1 there.
It's one of those things, really, isn't it? You can fall in and out of form with the bat and with the ball, but there's no excuse, really. Exactly. As the 15th over comes to a close, 44 for 2. There's no excuse, really, for bad fielding.
And this was pretty much his point, particularly in the era of professionalism now. 44 for 2 off 15, and they're 2, he called them soft skills that, of course, the players are aware of it, but his point was even in the professional era, they're still a little bit undervalued at times, how much you can top up your scores with that little bit of extra hard running, or how much you can squeeze as well.
I think it's such a flex to be able to be known as someone who is one of the good fielders, one of the best fielders on, when you go, oh, Lindsay Smith, she's one of the best fielders around. I think that's a real flex to be able to have. Yeah, you can have great bowlers here, there and everywhere, but the fielding, that shows your dedication to that. You can be good at your craft, great batter, great bowler, yes, but you have to work to be a good fielder.
Kirsty Gordon on from the Radcliffe Road end.
Yeah, so changing bowler, finally seeing a bit of spin. The captain brings herself on round the wicket to Adams. Bit of a flighted delivery. Easy start this for Adams. She pushes it out to deep point for 1.
And by extension, you're spot on with what you say about the individual as a team. And Vipers had that reputation in the regional era. They were an intimidating team to play against in the field, never mind the quality of the bowling.
Slightly straighter this time, but again the same result, just pushed out to Jones on the boundary point, and 1 more to the total.
I'm not too surprised that Gordon's decided to bring herself on here. I know Prendergast only went for 12 off 3, but she wasn't quite offering that control.
Just beating that outside edge. Adams holds the pose, and she knows there's just a feather between bat and ball there. This time, just strays, able to free her arms, give herself room, bisects the 2 fielders just, and Adams picks up 4.
Yeah, it's a long old boundary there today. And that brings up Hampshire's 50. Great recovery from this pair. They've added 48 unbroken for the 3rd wicket. It's been steady rather than spectacular, but it's been exactly what they required.
Yeah, it's just been mature, hasn't it? A really nice partnership. They've worked together nicely. As this time it's again pushed out to deep point. They've worked together nicely and done exactly what was required of them in this situation. Obviously, it'd be a very different tale if this were a T20, the way they've had to go about the rebuild. But they've got plenty of time, and they know that they've got that, and they know that they've seen out the opening bowlers, got themselves in, and now they can start to think about pushing on as the over comes to a close. 16 gone, 51 for 2.
And that long hit that's needed to get to that boundary reminds me of something that I really enjoy about today as you go out towards that Fox Road stand, which is, I always think it adds a dynamic to a game when you don't have even boundaries right across the board. And speaking to a few people, you're looking at more 65 going out away to our right, pretty much exactly where that boundary in the last over was hit, and going away to the left-hand side, what is now the leg side boundary for this over as Adams faces up. It's more about 55.
Just pushes this one out into the offside, and again it's a sliding bit of work from Georgia Elwes in the field, and it brings up the 50 partnership. Much needed recovery this from McCacken and Adams. They've shared it pretty equally amongst them as well.
Yeah, 50 off 87. In your suspicion, spot on. McCacken 21, Adams 24.
Played straight this time by McCacken. Again, good running, just beats the diving right hand of Catherine Bryce in her follow through.
Just think when you've got those different boundary dimensions, it adds another tactical aspect to the game of what both teams have got to consider. You'd think Blaze should know their own ground best, so it should help them in theory. Also a short pocket of what is now Cow Corner.
Again, just chipped aerially down to deep square leg. And one more to the total. So happily ticking along now. Well, Adams and McCacken.
I'm loving this fielding position from Lucy High. Just to stop Adams running, if nothing else.
Crawl through her legs. This time just straying down the leg side, looks to work this behind square. And it's cut off by Prendergast for just one. Although actually, I think Adams crawling under Lucy Hyam's legs would be quite an achievement. I think maybe the other way round, it'd be okay.
Mind you, those absurd kind of weird races you used to do at school where you'd have to, you know, this kind of nonsense.
Honestly, give me an adult sports day any day.
You're backing yourself in an egg and spoon race.
Solid in defence. Yeah, I am. Don't put me in the sack race, though.
Are you gluing the?
No,
you're doing the old glue
I
the egg? No,
not about that. No.
No sandpaper going
but
on with
do
your
not
egg.
put me in a sack race, because we'll be off to hospital. Not the one for me, the sack race. Three-legged, maybe. Again, gets that big stride out and solid in defence. A dot to end the over. 17 gone, 56 for 2.
And there we go. That's why they needed Lucy Hime there to field that one. I don't mind that, actually. I think, you know, you've got to try and do things occasionally just to slightly mess with a batter's rhythm. And sometimes it sounds quite silly, but someone standing in a bright orange shirt right in your eye line at very straight mid-on can do that.
You not back yourself egg and spoon? What are you going? What about the one when you have to run with the beanbag on your head? Stay pretty still. No? Not do that one?
Dyspraxic. That doesn't sound good.
Well, not dyspraxic. Here comes Kirsty Gordon round the wicket and just straying down that leg side, but there is field set for that. And it's cut off and there is no run.
Very mal-coordinated. If without a torn shoulder ligament, I might back myself in a sprint.
Oh, yeah. This time slightly straighter and just gives herself a bit of room walking into that leg side and punches it straight back to Gordon. Again, no run.
Yeah, I'd been, before doing the shoulder, I'd been getting into trying to channel my best sort of Keely Hodgkinson era. I've been
Oh, yeah.
getting into my running, and then not long after the 10k PB, bang. That was the end of that for a bit. I tell you what, Kirsty Gordon would be great at after this ball.
Oh, somehow that's gone through everything.
Now, I'm not sure that you actually have this at school sports days. I must say I haven't been at one for quite a long while, someone 32 and childless. But darts. And I know that's not really a school sports day activity, but just as an off-shot, you'd have her in your darts team every day. That time it's driven straight to Kelly at mid-off. We've referenced this already, but Gordon has returned to being a Scottish. I think we should probably give some context for those who are unfamiliar to the backstory, because you might be thinking that sounds a little bit absurd, as if she's moved there in the transfer window.
And the final ball of her delivery, just aerial backwards of point, and that's going to race away. It's a short boundary down there. Phillips gives chase and gives up. And a man dressed for the winter helps out in the crowd, collecting the ball. 18 overs gone, 61 for 2.
Yeah, I think that jacket reflects the fact that we're still on a cold sun here. So Gordon initially played regularly for Scotland. She made her debut as a 14-year-old. She played 60 games between 2012 and 2017. Then she went to Loughborough Uni. She opted to pursue a full-time career in the English professional system. She stopped playing for Scotland so that she could play for Lightning in the regional setup as a non-overseas. She played for England at the 2018 T20 World Cup and in a one-off test against Australia in 2019. Fell out of favour with England, and now 6 years later has redeclared to be back available for Scotland.
Well. Scottish international Catherine Bryce continues, and it's just worked away leg side by Georgia Adams. At least it's not too far to travel. It's not like she's gone dual international to New Zealand or something.
England's loss is very much Scotland's gain.
Bryce again bustles in, and it's just worked backward of square nicely by McCacken. Great bit of timing, good touch, and she picks up 4 more and moves into the 30s.
Yeah, McCacken playing a lovely steadying hand here, similar to a couple of days ago. It's what she's done so often for Hampshire in both this season and last season since the restructure. It's a bit of a help yourself by Catherine Bryce's high standards.
She's in again now, and that's much straighter, much better from Bryce, and just defended by McCacken. There's again no run.
I'm reliably told that Gordon had plenty of encouragement to bring her back to the Scottish side, and she's talked about it a little bit publicly as well.
I'd join the Scottish side just to get to wear the kit. That's a nice looking drive, this by McCacken, and they'll come back easily for a second.
It's interesting, I said this to you off air, and it's fitting because she's bowling. I'd want to play for Scotland to be having Catherine Bryce as my captain, both as a human and a cricketer. Great person to lead a team. But it wasn't Bryce that did most of the convincing to get Gordon back.
Straighter again this time from Bryce, not giving McCacken any room to free her arms, and there's no run.
It's reportedly Scotland head coach Craig Wallace, who's been very regularly in her ear for quite a while now.
Just wake up to another voice note. Oh, God. Final delivery of the over from Bryce. She just fields it and ricochets in her follow-through. So 1 off the final ball. 19 gone, 69 for 2.
Yeah, in the exact words of Gordon, it's always been in the back of my mind in the last couple of years to return to Scotland, and it's helped having Craig Wallace in my ear in that time. He's been on the phone quite a few times, and I feel like I've really connected with him and his vision for the team. If you couple that with the chance to play again with 2 of my best mates in Catherine and Sarah, the Bryce sisters and teammates at Blaze, it feels like the right moment to come home. So a couple of years of hustle for Craig Wallace has paid off there in terms of getting Gordon back. She declared for Scotland back in December 2025 and in time for the upcoming World Cup.
The hustle pays off.
Gordon bringing herself off for now. None for 12 from her 2. On comes Lucy Hyam with her offies from our end, the Radcliffe Road end.
From one left armour to the right armour. So Lucy Hyam has moved out of that unconventional fielding position. 2 out in the deep on the leg side. 3 if you find long on as well. And just gets a big stride out to this one, does McGacken, getting right to the pitch of the ball. It can be somewhat difficult to see the field from our position right now. Just rocks off the back foot this time and just played up to Gordon at mid-off. And again, there is no run.
Yes, we're up on the 3rd floor, but we've got a rather big balcony that looms out in front of us.
Again, rocks this off the back foot and punches it into the offside, and the first run off the over brings Adams back on strike.
Means we've got long on and long off, often walking into our view from disappearing beneath us.
Straighter this time and just worked into that leg side. Going to bisect the 2 fielders, and it's 4 more to Adams.
Well, this is a shot we're seeing a lot more of against spin these days. It's a sort of hockey-style back foot slap through deep mid-wicket. Adams picks up the length really quickly. It's not necessarily that short by Hyam, but it's clever batting from Adams. Hyam with 6 wickets at an average of 35 this season. Decent economy rate. She's gone for only 4.7 and over, so she has tended to provide control.
Full toss. Too much flight given, and carbon copy of where it's going to go. If you looked at that on a wagon wheel, it would be exactly the same as the previous delivery. It was there, and it was easy to hit, and that was just gimme runs for Georgia Adams, who moves on to 35 now from 51.
Well, I'll take responsibility for that 4 on Hyam's figures, if you believe in the curse of the commentator. Just been talking about a nice tight economy rate this season and the control that she brings, and it's a very rare loosener.
This time Adams just walks at the pitch of the ball, and it'll be a dot to end the over. 9 runs coming from Hyam's first, 20 gone, 78 for 2.
And that, 20 overs into the contest, including 10 overs of a power play where you can have just 2 out in an era where we're so used to women's cricket seeing scores going through the roof, is finally the first over of the innings that's gone for double digits. It's gone for 10. That gives you a sense of how tough going it's been for this pair, rebuilding after Golden Ducks for Southby and Norgrove in this battle of the table toppers. 16 games each, double round robin, and after today, as somebody once sung, we're halfway there. This is round 8 for both these two, and by tomorrow we will be at the halfway stage of the competition overall when the other 3 games have been completed. I did think Gordon bringing herself off after just 2 overs was surprising, and it's because she wants a change of ends. So she's going to bowl from the Stuart Broad end now. Gordon settling into the kind of line and length that's made her such a scourge of opposition through the years. If you're wondering about that sound, don't worry. We haven't got a reptile up in the box. It might sound like we're about to get eaten by a snake that George has brought back from Australia. So that's played solidly back defensively.
Apologies, everyone. That was my ring on the microphone.
Just thought I'd let people know in case they thought we were about to get eaten.
Could well be my stomach, though.
Oh, that wasn't that short. It wasn't really short enough for McCacken there to do that. She was caught in 2 mind. It's well bowled by Gordon. This is a really intriguing duel because I mentioned before how strong McCacken is against seam, but she doesn't match up quite as strongly against spin. She'll get 1 there. And I don't mean that as any disrespect. She's quite a traditional opener in a sense of being particularly strong against pace on, but her balls per dismissal against balls against spin that drag her onto the front foot is 23, which is quite high. So Gordon will be wary of that, trying to drag McCacken onto the front pad. And Adams won't get a run there.
They'll be pretty pleased with the way this recovery has gone, Hampshire.
Full toss. Loose ball from Gordon. She's going to get away with that. She'd be pretty happy once she'd seen what she bowled there against a player of the quality of Adams to see that, in fact, it has only gone for 2. So 80 for 2 off 21.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with this as a recovery. These two came together at the score 2 for 2. So a great bit of work. 2 seasoned campaigners, both into their late 30s, now 37 and 36. And they do know that they have firepower down the back end of the order as well. So just pushing along nicely. That run rate, 3.81.
Well, they've got, for my money, the best young breakthrough player in Tier 1 this season in Francesca Sweet, and quite possibly the best finisher in the competition in Amanda Jade Wellington. As Higham continues. 9 off her first, but her second starts with a dot. Of course, before them, Naomi Datani to come in next. She again is one of these players. There's a few of them you can put in this bracket where it feels she's 32, but it feels like she truly has been around forever. She's seen about 5 different eras of women's cricket.
I think she's seen a few different shirts and different teams too.
Yeah, if you've stuck around for long enough, there's been, between the KSL regional era, the 100 and the county restructure, you've built up quite the shirt collection.
Get one of those chairs made.
Exactly. So that's pulled away out to deep square. Yeah, I think the chair idea is a much better one than what I've seen some people do, which is you create a custom shirt that's got a bit of all of it on.
Oh, all right.
Which I get it, but then where are you going to wear that? How often are you going to go out and wear that? And also, if you're trying to get so many teams onto it, by the time you're onto 10 teams, you can't really see what all the teams were in the first place.
It's just a shirt made of badges.
Exactly. Whereas the chair's bigger, so you've got much more room to get all the badges in. Just the tiniest bit short from Higham. Adams is a very good player of spin, though. Looks very comfortable. And I guess the longer this goes on and these two keep accumulating, that pressure changes. Moves on to Blaze, saying, how are you going to get us out? And they'll steadily feel that. So that's the end of another solid over accumulation, 85 for 2 off 22.
It's that frustration as well, isn't it, for Blaze? Because they started so well, especially after losing the toss and being asked to bowl first. They then responded with those 2 early wickets. Looked like they had really had their foot on the throat of this Hampshire side. Remember this top of the table clash as well, these two. So 2 teams riding high, and they would have been the team feeling on top as we were coming in the first 10 overs of the game, perhaps. But now the momentum just swinging in the direction of Hampshire. Adams 40, McCacken 36 from 64. So looking very comfortable out there in the middle now. We've seen out the opening bowlers and into the spin in the middle.
Gordon starts her 4th in all the right spots. A little bit messy from Kelly. Sarah Bryce had to come round and make sure there was no trouble from the throw that was a touch errant. Yeah, the score at this point is one that at the toss Gordon drops just a little bit short, trying to target that short boundary, Adams, but nicely done by Emma Jones out there. She's one of the best outfielders in the women's game. Hampshire, if they were offered this score, having won the toss and chosen to bat at this point, would have definitely turned you down if you're on deal or no deal. They are not accepting that. Slightly awkward swipe and a miss, and Bryce hasn't quite gathered it, but then had she thrown the stumps down, it might have been interesting. I think ultimately Adams would have made it home. So they come through for a bye. But as you rightly allude to, it's the way they've got there. It's the fact that they got those 2 early ones, Blaze, and then since then haven't struck for quite a long time now. Full toss, and Adams has missed out.
Yeah, she's thrown up a few of those today, Kirsty Gordon, just trying to find that fuller length and just missing it. And Adams is almost surprised by it, even though we've seen, 3 or 4 now from Kirsty Gordon.
That's another one as well. And this time it has managed to burst through Kelly, who couldn't quite manage to stop it. So the second full toss in a row does get the treatment it deserves. A shake of the head in frustration from the Scot. Adams this time accepts the gift.
Yeah, it felt like it was coming, didn't it? Been punished, got away with a few so far, and then this one, Adams just not quite timing it as she might have liked, and then straight through Marie Kelly. So Adams onto 45 from 62.
Better ball from Gordon, and just a tiny misfield from Phillips allows them to come through for one. That was great backing up by McCacken. This is textbook. Just watch McCacken here. Well, we're in fact going back to the full toss boundary, beg your pardon, but McCacken there did exactly what you should do in that kind of situation. She came about 4 or 5 yards down, which meant that the moment Phillips just slightly misfielded, didn't gather cleanly, she could charge through for that single. That's exactly what I was mentioning a few overs back about the way you can top your scores up. 92 for 2 off 23, 8 off it.
Yeah, and again, another misfield from the Blaze, and that's almost when the game just starts to really turn against you, doesn't it? The momentum has swung. The two batters out in the middle looking well set, and then that starts to creep in as well. And it's just sort of everything then starts to pile on as the game swings in the other direction. Adams on 46. Dances down the pitch.
Might get there in style, had that burst through, and it was actually a really neat stop away to her right from Gordon. She made it look effortless, but it wasn't. Oh, Hyam with a heck of a drag down, which actually kept quite low. And we have seen, it's a pitch that's played pretty well, but just being out there beforehand, there is a few lines and cracks in it that might get interesting as this game goes on. I think if I'm Amanda Jade Wellington, I fancy bowling second. And I can see why Hampshire chose to bat first. That's nurdled away for one.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been saying the same earlier, though, when it was 2 for 2.
This is true. This is true. Everyone's vulnerable, particularly against that new ball. Sensible from Adams, who's just steadily caught up after a bit of a slow start.
Well, it was the start that they needed, though, wasn't it? They got plenty of time in hand, so she needed to get herself in, get herself back in form, some time in the middle.
A little too short, and Adams has hit this hard. It won't quite take her to her 50. Solid outfielding from Orla Prendergast. So it's one for Adams. She keeps the strike. 95 for 2 off 24. Tidy over, just 3 off it.
Yeah, partnership now 93 between these two out of the middle. McCacken been overtaken by Adams. She's the one that set off faster. And Georgia Adams now 48 from 68.
Yeah, Adams of these two tends to be the highest strike rate player against spin, and it is Adams that's undoubtedly looked more comfortable against spin so far in this innings. But they're actually a good pair to have batting out there in terms of matchups, because Adams tends to be slightly stronger against spin, McCacken in the reverse, and so as an opposition captain gives you a dilemma. Gordon to continue, and it's another full toss from Gordon. And I say that more with shock than anything else, because she's normally absolutely metronomic. That's too short. She's over-adjusted the other direction. That's one out to deep mid-wicket. There is a reason why earlier on I said that you want her on your darts team, because normally she's so reliable in that regard when it comes to that length. It's a better delivery, taking the pace off, a bit of flight, tempting and teasing McCacken. Gordon will probably be aware of McCacken's difficulties on the front foot against spin at times. And again, that's a nice area and has McCacken a little bit stuck on the crease, a little bit uncertain.
Yeah, it's a good half stop as well. It looked like it could have well bisected those two fielders.
Kakan this time gets one down to long on.
It brings Adams back on strikes. He's 49 from 70, so one delivery still to come in this over. See if she can reach her half century.
Adams can only chop it straight to cover. It wasn't Gordon's best over. It wasn't Gordon's best delivery either. Adams might feel like she's missed out because she's now got to sit on 49 not out at the drinks break. 2 coming off that over. 97 for 2 off 25. Not what Hampshire would have dreamed of when they won the toss and chose to bat, but a good recovery from 2 for 2.
97 for 2 as the players take drinks.
Right, welcome back. Drinks break done in the sunshine here at Trent Bridge. McCacken faces up on 40. Halfway through this Hampshire innings, they won the toss, decided to have a bat first, lost 2 early wickets. They were 2 for 2 when these two came together. And now both into the 40s. Georgia Adams eyeing up a half century. McCacken 40 from 76. This rocks off the back foot through the legs of Adams from McCacken. And there'll be one more to the total. So it brings Georgia Adams back on strike. She's 49 from 71. It's been a really handy knock from the captain, coming back from injury, out of form. Little bit of width on offer, and that will be 50 for Georgia Adams. Out to Jones on the boundary. She adds one more to her tally. She moves to 50 from 72. Strike rate just under 70. 6 fours along the way. She raises her bat, and it's been a wonderful knock from the captain just when they needed it. They were in all sorts of trouble early on, and she's come to the party and brought cake. And this time just worked backward of square on the leg side by McCacken, and they'll settle for just one.
Well, I think now we're at the point where the question is, she's come to the party when the party was, if we're honest, going pretty south early doors. The vibe was not great.
There was no party.
Yeah, exactly.
She faces up now, and great use of the feet to get to the pitch of the ball, and looking very comfortable now.
She's brought the cake, but now what accessories is she adding? Are we getting DJ decks? Are we getting, a main? Are we getting some sides? What's going on?
As this is punched into the offside by McCacken, she's looking to try and bring the disco ball.
That's a 100-run partnership
As it brings 26 overs to a close. 102 for 2, and the 100 partnership up between McCacken and Adams. They came together with the score 2 for 2, and it's been pretty evenly shared between them as well.
Yeah, initially it was McCacken doing slightly more of the heavy lifting, but it is Adams that ends up contributing 41. McCacken adding 51, I should say, for Adams. 41 for McCacken and 8 from extras. George Elwes on from the Stuart Broad end. Blaze going through all of their bowling dance moves to try and break up the rhythm.
Yeah, Georgia Elwes, also someone Georgia Adams will know very well from her time down with the Vipers down south, but made the move up to Blaze.
Yeah, it was quite a logical move for her in the sense that although she was a long-time Viper, for a lot of that time she was living out of a suitcase because she's more based in this part of the world.
She's in now, tidy start, full straight, just worked into the offside, the onside even by Ella McCacken.
World Cup winner in 2017, Elwes, part of that first 18 to ever get an ECB central contract, what feels like many millions of years ago, back in 2014.
She's found a good line of length to start here. Elwes doesn't take any time for her to warm up, find her rhythm. She's just straight on it.
Very handy to have around the team as well as a nutritionist. She often ends up doing quite a lot of unpaid work in the various teams that she plays for in that regard.
Well, she's in now. And just straying slightly on that leg side and worked away down to Jones. That's the first run off Elwes's bowling today.
And when you look at the transfer moves that happened as a result of the change from the county to regional era, she was definitely the signing of last season for any team for Blaze to pick her up from Vipers.
Adams just works her former teammate into the leg side, scamper through for a single. Not picked up cleanly by Bryce. They thought about a second and wisely decided against it.
And just quietly, people like Georgia Elwes, Lauren Winfield-Hill, Tammy Beaumont are doing something very important for women's cricket. Might not be in some ways quite as flashy as, say, the T20 World Cup this summer.
Again, full and straight from Elwes. Just punched back by McCacken, who remains on 44 from 83.
You have Beaumont 35, Elwes at 34, Winfield Hill at 34, all of whom are on multi-year contracts and still playing just as well as they did, if not ever, at this domestic level. And that sends a statement as to how the game has changed.
Now Elwes for final ball of the over. Just punch back, fields it off her own bowling, and it'll be a dot to end the over. So just one coming from Elwes' first over. 27 gone, 104 for 2.
Because it's not actually that long ago, even though it feels like many moons ago, just over a decade ago in what was women's domestic cricket back then. By the time you were about 27, the perception was you're finished. That was often the way it was sort of considered. You were, as soon as you got in your mid to late 20s, it wasn't you've hit your peak. It was, oh, you're too old now. And actually, 10 years on with professionalism, and with professionalism at this domestic level, people like Elwes, Beaumont, Winfield Hill, there's others, I'm sure, Kate Cross now at Lancs, said goodbye to that England dream, but they're staying and adding so much to this competition as leaders, as teammates. They're raising the standard through the roof, and they're obviously prolonging their careers as well and showing people that you can play right on deep into your 30s.
Hyam in for her 5th, and Adams just squares herself up and plays this out to deep square leg and adds one more to her tally.
And of course, by them doing that, that strengthens your domestic pathway, which in turn strengthens that future international pathway as well.
A little bit of extra pace this time from Hyam, quicker arm through the air, and McCacken can't get it past Beaumont.
I mean, I was going to say you think of future England players in this Blaze batting lineup, but almost everyone around Beaumont or Bryce is Scottish or Irish.
Bit of extra flight this time, nicely played to point by McCacken, just gives herself a bit of room. She moves on to 45.
So at what point do these two decide that they've got
Foot
it
on the
in?
accelerator.
Yeah.
Again, nice use of the feet by Adams.
Your mind-reading skills remain supreme.
Aha.
What point do they think we're solidly in gear 3 in a bit here, picking up singles, but actually we've now got to go a bit more?
Again, just that extra bit of flight and the ricochet from Marie Kelly. Just has a little look at her hand.
I might be wrong. I thought that wasn't hit on the half volley. I thought that was a catching chance. I thought she's hit that on the half volley, and that was possibly catch the season if she'd have taken it. But a replay will tell us either way. I mean, she's hurt herself here, Marie Kelly, and I understand because it was hit like, one thing is certain, is it hit like a tracer bullet. Yeah, definitely a catching chance away to her right. I mean, you almost can't put that down as a drop, because if she takes it, we're watching that a million times over, and it's going viral.
McCacken just deep in her crease. And again, great bit of fielding. Tammy Beaumont gets the appreciation from the bowler. 28 gone, 107 for 2.
Just a nice little squeeze on from Blaze here, just on the quiet. The last 5 overs have only gone for 15 runs. They've only been scoring at 3 and over, at a point where logically you might think that this partnership, as I'd alluded to a few balls ago, might seek to instead be accelerating. And Elwes will try and continue that trend. I'm sure there'll be a few conversations about it. A runner ball from here gets them another 132. That gets them to 239. But historically, for Trent Bridge, even that is under par. So you would think that we'll start to see a bit more controlled aggression here from this pair.
Yeah, you wonder whether they're waiting for a McCacken 50 or what might be on the cards as Elwes bustles in again. That's just kept low. Adams down on one knee.
Well, that is the one thing you'd say. We have seen a few deliveries at both ends scuttle through some of those small cracks.
And just looks to turn this into the leg side as Adams and Sarah Bryce comes scampering round from behind the stumps.
fancy themselves for a chase, Blaze. They've been a very solid chasing team this season, on the whole. Bar one pretty exceptional slip-up against Yorkshire.
Again, just turned away by Adams. They set off quickly, but will just settle for a single. Jones coming in. She's got socks to match her kit. I rate that highly.
Bit of colour coordination.
So McGacken on 45. Feels like she's been on the 40s for a long time. Takes guard well across on leg stump. So just slowing things down again. That run rate 3.77. Not too much to worry about for Hampshire at the moment.
McCacken scored 6 off her last 14 balls faced.
Well, she faces up now. And again, can't get it back past Elwes. And she too ends up down on one knee.
Nine off her last 21. So she has considerably slowed down. She's got a little bit stuck against the spin and the medium pace.
Fielder just been brought up inside the ring at third. So just the 2 runs coming from the over. 29 gone. Hampshire winning the toss, deciding to have a bat first, 109 for 2.
So from the last 7 overs, there's been just 24. So great credit to Blaze. It's easy when a team gets on a roll and gets a partnership for the game to get away from you, but Gordon's gone through her bowlers and she's found a bit more control. She's stopped this partnership becoming a runaway train. It is building, but it is building at a rate that I don't think at the moment you mind too much if you're a Blaze supporter. Blaze, of course, the one overhang from the regional era of branding, but they'll be Nottinghamshire next season.
Just rocks off the back foot and punches this down to deep point, does McGacken. Adds 1 more to her tally.
What do you reckon to that? I think I can see both sides of it. I know the playing group really wanted to keep the Blaze name from the regional era, and they've kept it for a season, but they are now going to make the switch, as everyone had done already.
I like the idea of it being Nottinghamshire. I feel like if you're going to align and everyone else is,
Yeah.
you know, if all of the other women's sides had stuck with different names, fine. But I think to be that one anomaly. And this one, she goes aerial, does Adams. Again, not quite timed, adds 1 more to her tally. I feel like if you're going to align and you're going to make it, you know, one team, one dream, you've got to be one team, one dream.
Yeah, no, it was the playing group that led on wanting it to stay the same. I'm reliably told it wasn't just because of their winning anthem being Blazer on fire. Your bowlers are terrified.
It's also a nice kit too.
Yeah, true.
A little bit fuller this time from Hyam and pushed into the offside by McGacken, who adds another 1 to her tally, moves on to 48 from 92.
They could keep the kit, right? We've seen this a lot in women's football, where actually the women's team have gone, we're going to have our own kit. We don't have to have the men's kit.
Okay.
You know?
Hyam in again to Adams. And just dealing in singles.
I mean, I totally agree. I like the orange. It's a strong look. It's a distinguished look, right? They stand out, but you could have that with a Nottinghamshire badge on the chest.
You know, I just like any kit that's not navy blue and red.
Yeah.
Oh, God. So this one just tries to punch this into the leg side, and it'll be a dot to end the over. So McGacken still on 48, so 30 overs gone, 113 for 2.
Squeeze continues, and it's a really good squeeze from Blaze. So the last 10 overs have only gone for 35, 3.5 and over. The run rate has actually slowed in that time. We are getting towards a phrase I occasionally use on commentary for such situations, which is something has to give. Either we're going to get a little flurry of boundaries in a big over very shortly, or a wicket or 2. Because this game can't keep going along at 3.5 and over for much longer. You know, we're into effectively a T20 situation, a deep batting lineup. People like Francesca Sweet, Amanda Jade Wellington in the dugout, and Naomi Ditani before.
Naomi Ditani, she's got blankets over her at the moment. She showed her sitting, waiting, padded up. Deceptively chilly when the wind blows. It might look sunny, but a lot of those Blaze fielders in long sleeves.
And that's 4. Well, McCacken might be struggling a little bit, but Adams is looking strong and confident, as she so often does. Finds that short side and finds the shortest part of this ground today.
Yeah, this has been a really mature knock from Adams. She looks like she's just starting to accelerate again. Hit her 50 and now trying to take on a bit of Georgia Elwes.
Well, my suspicion would be is that Adams has used the excellent game awareness that she's got. She'll be all too aware of the kind of dynamics we were describing up here, and actually has realised I've got to be the one to push this along a bit. It's primarily on me. And Adams again, just showing those signs of aggression we alluded to, and nice hard running. Even if it was a direct hit, she was past the stumps, so no problem there.
Yeah, set off fast, didn't she? Hit it hard. Just beats the outstretched finger of Georgia Elwes in her follow-through. It brings McCacken back on strike. She's 48 from 93 now, eyeing up that half-century. That run rate's still just below the 4 mark.
Can McCacken finally get there? She's been not quite frozen in the 40s, but has been there a good old while.
That fielder again comes up inside the ring at third.
I've got it as 10 runs scored off her last 25 balls faced. Can McCacken finally get there? Back to that 50s. Maybe not. Definitely not. She's gone for 48. Well, it's been a tough 20 minutes or so for Ella McCacken. Struggling through the 40s and doesn't make it to the chance to raise her bat. Georgia Elwes, with her pressure and her nibbly mediums, gets the breakthrough. 118 for 3. McCacken gone for 48.
Yeah, you could sort of feel it coming, couldn't you? McCacken just struggling. It was Adams at the other end looking more free-flowing. And she started quickly, slowed down, and then the squeeze put on. And Georgia Elwes, well, she's a seasoned campaigner and eventually gets her breakthrough, sends McCacken on her way. But a fantastic knock and part of a really important rebuild for this Hampshire side after they found themselves 2 for 2.
And looking at that, particularly with the outswing from Elwes, without the movement, it might have just have been going down leg, but that shape means that, for my money, that is literally hitting the top of middle. That's about as out as they come.
So finally something for the Blaze to celebrate. I hadn't seen a wicket since just the 2 runs on the board. So 116 partnership between McCacken and captain Georgia Adams. And it brings Naomi Ditani out to the middle. She finally gets to take the blankets off, take the coat off. She's been padded up for a while. Just sat there getting pad rash. Now comes to join her captain out in the middle.
Yeah, she loves a kip on the bus, Naomi Ditani. They've been on this road trip through the north because of playing Yorkshire on Wednesday and then this game on Friday. They went straight from York to Nottingham on almost a mini club cricket tour, except as a professional team. And Ditani brought a couple of pillows with her to get her rest and recuperation. And look, love that for you. She's an all-rounder, puts in all the hard yards, needs to recover. And if you're on the coach, why not turn it into having a kit?
I'm here for it. I'm a terrible sleeper, but put me on a train and I'm out like a light. You know how babies get taken driving?
Elwes to Ditani, who can't quite get off the mark first ball.
Yeah, you know when parents, their baby won't sleep, so they put it in the car and they drive it around. Honestly, that's me. Put me in the car and I'm gone.
You and Naomi Ditani.
Yeah, luckily not when I'm driving, just to clarify.
Ditani with another dot, sees out a successful over. 118 for 3 then, off 31. Yeah, just on the note of Ditani, she's having a very solid season with the bat. 25 not out against Essex, 0 not out against Durham, 15 against Surrey, 29 against Lancs, 22 not out against Somerset, and 5 against Yorkshire a couple of days ago. So she's making a habit of valuable contributions in that middle order, and then chuck in her impressive left-arm bowling as well, and all her experience, and she's a real asset to any team. From Ealing, of course, she had a stress fracture last season, so we saw very little of her, but she had a few games back in Tier 2 with her old team Middlesex as part of her rehab. More from Higham to the 7th over of her spell. She's bowled a nice, quiet, containing spell here, Lucy Higham. If you're a spinner in the middle overs and going for under 5s in the modern era of high-scoring women's cricket, you're pretty happy with that.
See, this is when they need to go with the old adage, one brings two, the Blaze. I know we don't like to stick with cliches, but they broke that partnership. If they can get rid of Adams, they've got 2 fresh batters out in the middle.
Now watch out for the sweep here with Datani. She sweeps 1 in every 7 balls she faces from spin. It's one of her go-to weapons, and the boundary for that sweep shot is the shortest part of the entire ground. Slip and play as well. And Beaumont just brought in. Straight at cover. Fielding done by Prendergast. Oh, it's full toss. Help yourself for Datani. Just the kind of ball you want to get off the mark. She's kind of clothed it. She hasn't quite got all of that, Naomi Datani, but still more than enough to muscle it over the ropes for 4.
Yeah, almost surprised her, didn't it? Just slipped out of the hand a little bit, perhaps, from Lucy Higham. Kirsty Gordon earlier was bowling the full tosses. It seems to be contagious. This one just surprised her slightly, but easily rolling away. The shorter boundary out on that side for the left-hander.
Does Datani go again? Oh, what a response from Higham. One of the worst balls that we've seen all day, followed by one of the best.
Yeah, beating that edge.
That is quite something. Tani rocks back, just calmly guides that into the offside. Tani, who we talked about a bit about the shirt collection earlier on for her, it is pretty ridiculous that time she's been around. Surrey Stars in the KSL in 2016, Western Storm a couple of years later. Tani will get at least one. It will be just one out to deep cover here. 3 seasons with Sunrisers from 2020 to 2022. A couple of seasons after that at Thunder, now Lancashire effectively, and then joined Hampshire last season. And actually, we were talking earlier on about how a spell as an overseas can make or break your career. She cites a winter in 2015 at Prahran CC in Melbourne as being a career-defining few months for her. 124 for 3 off 32.
Yeah, she's got an opportunity here to try and just keep this momentum going. She's got that ability to just keep that strike rate up. She's got Adams well set at the other end, 63 from 87. And if you can just keep ticking along, go about their business. Yes, you might lose wickets, but they've got plenty of batting in the hutch.
That was continuing what's been a lovely spell. And these are 2 of the most impressive veterans on the women's cricket circuit, always to Datani. Got 2 very handy, I mean they're better than finishers, they're quality players. They're not just people that will get you a cameo, but Francesca Sweet and Amanda Jade Wellington away to her right doing their best to keep warm. Datani drives, just lent on this classy cricket shot. And they will take 2 in the end, just a slight fumble out there by Jones. She did cover a lot of ground just to get there. Couple more.
It's tricky to know what they'll be looking to target here now. This Hampshire side. Wickets in hand, a set batter out in the middle, power to come.
Tani goes to swing, going miles down leg. Funny you say that. I was just about to say 7 and over gets them 250. I think
Yeah.
that's broadly where they might be operating. They might think that if the Wizard of Wellow produces some more magic, or Francesca Sweet gets going with her ball striking, they could dream of even more. Or if Adams goes through the gears. Don't forget Datani either, who's on strike. They might want to here. It is a long boundary, but they're being very sensible Blaze. They know their home ground. They've always got that fielder on the rope actually about 5, maybe even 7 yards in, so there's rarely going to be 2. Now, Adams had started to show more aggression before McCacken got out. So the question is, does Adams keep going with that, having just lost a partner? And the answer is, for now, she's tend to look for 1. You're never going to get 2 to that shorter boundary, no chance.
No, definitely not. No matter how quickly you can scamper between. And also there's no need for that unnecessary pressure.
Blaze a very good chasing team. 5 chases this season. They've won 4 of them. Datani gets her hands through what wasn't a good delivery, and fortunately for Elwes, it's almost perfectly picked out Lucy Heim out there, so single to finish the over. 129 for 3 off 33. They've chased successfully Blaze twice in a row recently. They beat Somerset by 6 wickets with 65 balls remaining, and as if that wasn't emphatic enough, 9 days before they beat Surrey by 5 wickets with 93 balls spare. They've had some nervy chases earlier on in the campaign. Winners by 3 wickets with 4 balls left against Warwickshire, and winners by 3 wickets, albeit with more than 10 overs to spare, against Essex. Their first chase of the season, the rare blip, something of a disaster. They lost by 70 runs to Yorkshire at Headingley. Heim starts a new over, finding a leading edge. Quietly, a very good spell here from Lucy Heim. Tiny comfortable again, but can't score.
You also wonder how long this partnership holds out, and then whether Hampshire have a look perhaps at their batting lineup and move it around. You talk about Wellow and her ability down the back end of the order to just swing for the hills and just accelerate that strike rate.
And again, Datani finds the only fielder in the ring that's in front of square on the offside in Prendergast. Just a little bit of pressure building with these 3 dots. Datani will use all their maturity just to get off strike and say over to you, Adams. I guess that you're right, there is a possibility, if this partnership goes quite deep, that they send Wellington in next. The luxury they've got now, Hampshire, is actually their 2 match winners against Yorkshire a couple of days ago are still in the hutch. Been a good rebuild from 2 for 2 in the second over. Sweet made 50 off 57, and she can really get going. She is a naturally aggressive player, and Amanda Jade Wellington needs little introduction. She made 41 not out of 27 against Yorkshire, which was probably the innings that won the game. Solid looking straight drive, but so not able to beat the marauding Gordon. 34 gone. Nice tight over, just 2 off it. 1-3, 1 for 3.
The marauding Gordon. That's easy enough for you to say.
Is that a word, or have I just...
I don't know. I'm a fan of it. I like it.
I think it's marauding, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm all for inventing words, so that's fine.
I think that's sometimes the joy of cricket commentary. Reminds me of the fact that I often use scamperage as a way to describe running between the wickets, and even though it's definitely not a word, I think when I use it most people understand what you mean. Marauding, going about in search of things. There we go, knew there was something to it somewhere. 1 for 14 off 4 for Elwes, trying to keep a lid on things. Adams just content to take one for now. The plan here is clear from Elwes. She's got deep set leg side field. It certainly did for Adams. It changes now for Ditani. And he's going to bowl stump to stump. Although, albeit it's a similar plan mapped to the left-hander for Ditani. Coming right arm around. Ditani can't beat cover. Now, in theory, this is a very good matchup for Blaze because Naomi Ditani, in the last 3 years of women's domestic cricket, gets out 6 balls per dismissal with right arm away swing. It's a little bit of an Achilles heel sometimes for her. Ditani finds the cover sweeper for one. But still that run rate hovering comfortably below 4s. It isn't a perfect batting track by any means, but there is a short boundary on one side. Will come a point where Georgia Adams will start to lift the tempo. We've seen signs of it in the last 10-15 minutes. Oh, full toss, awful delivery, and Adams was kind of shocked by it. She's so used to facing Georgia Elwes and seeing so much better than that. She didn't really know what to do with it. Just lollops it out to square leg for one.
Lollops, another one. Big fan.
It's a sport that lends itself to all sorts of language quirks. Oh, Ditani has chopped that, and it's missed leg stump by just a few whiskers, and it goes away for 4. It's the first boundary in quite a little while. It was Ditani on to 15.
Yeah, looking to go straight and just manages to find that sort of toe corner of the bat almost on the inside, and no chance Sarah Bryce had of stopping that up to the stumps. Unless it maybe rollicked into her ankle.
It's the first boundary in 18 balls as Ditani turns it away. Just went and had a look back at that period, you may remember, where Blaze were putting the squeeze on McCacken and Adams before McCacken got out. So that's the end of the 35th, 139 for 3. They didn't actually hit a boundary, Hampshire, between the 23rd over, the start of it, and the end of the 30th, so they went more than 7 overs without finding the fence. Very good disciplined work from Blaze. You'd expect nothing less of a team that are consistently in and around challenging for honours. Went out in the semi-finals of both the T20 last and the Metrobank One Day Cup last season, and you wouldn't be surprised if they're up and around it this season again.
Well, Lucy Hyam is going to continue. She's into her 9th over, not picked up a wicket, but has looked threatening at times. And Ditani plays it very late, and it's a good rolling stop. So 16 from 22 is Naomi Ditani. Again, rocks off the back foot and just punches this out to deep point. Adds one more to the tally to bring Adams back on strike. 67 from 91 for the captain.
Yeah, I think we're at go time now for Georgia Adams.
For sure. Just uses the feet. Comes down to the pitch of the ball. Beautifully played all along the carpet. Out to Marie Kelly, who seems to be okay after getting struck on the finger earlier.
Yeah, nice to see someone who's a bit of a trailblazer on and off the field with a hat brand, versatile. Makes her always quite easy to pick out in the field, of course, because of the way the ponytail comes through the cap.
And again, just turned away for a single by Ditani. little bit of extra flight this time from Hyam, and a great bit of work in her follow through just to get that left hand through, and could be the run out. And the finger goes up. Ditani sprinting through. Great bit of work in the field. And that's just what they needed. They didn't want this partnership to continue to build. And as we say, one of those sides that are renowned for their fielding work and quick effort. Third wicket. Fourth wicket now goes down.
It's a little bit of magic, and it's the end of Ditani for 18 off 24. Just helps continue a trend that Blaze will be all too happy with, of pegging back Hampshire, not letting them get away. And Ditani will, to her frustration, continue her run this season of getting in, getting starts, and often not quite going beyond that. Adams have come a long, long way down. They ran off the misfield, and unfortunately for them, the misfield went straight to another figure in orange.
The next batter is number 13, Francesca Sweet.
Yeah, Georgia Adams is almost 3/4 of the way down the pitch before Naomi Ditani looked up. She was actually holding up her hand to tell Adams not to run, and suddenly she's almost on top of her, so she had no opportunity, no chance really, no choice to do anything but set off.
Hampshire are 142 for 4.
Now this is someone who, for me, is one of the most exciting prospects bursting through into Tier 1 cricket this season. Francesca Sweet, 50 off 57, her first Tier 1 half century in her first Tier 1 innings of the season against Yorkshire a couple of days ago. And it came at quite a good clip as well. It was her and Amanda J. Wellington that lifted Hampshire to ultimately a winning score in a tight game.
This one just squirts away into the leg side, and she's off the mark. So 36 overs gone, a successful one. The wicket coming in at 143 for 4.
She has been absolutely battering the door down to get into this Hampshire team, Francesca Sweet. She was signed by them after a successful trial in January. This was a bit of an unusual story. She signed with Glamorgan for 2026, but Hampshire actually had already basically said, well, we'd kind of like to take you on trial. So she signed with Glamorgan. She then went on trial with Hampshire in January. Hampshire offered her a 2-year deal, and she said, oh, I'll actually join Hampshire instead. Went to Hampshire, was announced to sign back on loan with Glamorgan. Then that got cancelled because Glamorgan preferred a player who might end up joining them fully in the future when they come into Tier 1, and of course now she was with Hampshire. So then she went back to Leicestershire on loan, where she smashed a ton in a game, and now here she is facing Phillips, who's changed ends.
Yeah, so Phillips back into the attack, picked up those 2 wickets early on, 2 in the same over, 4 overs for her, 2 for 13, so really tidy stuff from the young pacer. And I don't mind this. Bringing the pace bowler back on after a wicket. So the fresh new batter who shows no sign of nerves, just pushes this one away backward of point and adds 1 more to her tally.
You're going to see a lot of shots like that from Sweet. She plays rackets and is actually one of the best amateur women in the UK at rackets. So she's someone that has great control and use of her wrists and her bottom hand to manipulate the ball into gaps square of the wicket on both sides. Isn't traditionally a hitter in more of a straight V. It's kind of the reverse of what that takes away from your game, but she hits the ball often in quite awkward areas. As I mentioned, she's been battering that door down, walked into Leicestershire, scored a ton, said thank you very much on that 1-game loan spell. Again, knocking on that door to play for Hampshire, which she did so well a couple of days ago. She's a handy bowler as well.
Long discussion going on here between Phillips and her captain. Again, just pushed away, and Beaumont does the fielding. Adams can't get it through.
Yeah, forgive us, our score graphic is still catching up because Can doubly confirm for you that it is definitely not Naomi Datani that is still out there.
That is definitely Georgia Adams.
Yep. I think we're hallucinating at the point where we think otherwise.
Fuller this time from Phillips, and Adams looks to guide this away. The rolling stop from Grace Ballinger gets her a high five from Tammy Beaumont.
Hopefully relatively soon the scorers will pick that up and sort of untie the knots. Just to reconfirm for you, Datani run out by a combination of Elwys and Sarah Bryce for 18 of 25.
Just turns her wrists over, rehearsing that shot. Is sweet.
She once scored 293 not out in a club game. It was a bad day to be
The other
a
team.
player for Railway Triangle. On a triangle-shaped ground, I'm reliably told, which triangle-shaped cricket grounds don't tend to be the biggest.
It also sounds like one end of it, the boundary ropes are very narrow.
Yep.
She gets down low and guides this one away. Really nicely played. And again, will just be one more to the tally. So 3 coming from the over, 37 gone, 146 for 4.
You can imagine playing in the Hampshire Women's Cricket League and not even in Division 1, in Division 2, and Francesca Sweet of Leicestershire rocks up and you think, what are you doing here? But played for Eversley. It's been a club for a while. That was knocking summer of 2025, and she's risen rapidly ever since. Came through in the Sussex pathway actually as an under-12, and you get a lot of this because of the way women's county cricket has restructured. You end up with quite a few players that came through at what is now a Tier 2 county but end up representing a different one, but not too far away ultimately, ending up with Hampshire via Leicestershire. Gordon's brought herself back.
Just gives herself room nicely to Sweet. Punches this one away. On the offside. Down to Jones. Great pair of sunnies she's rocking as well there, Kirsty Gordon.
Need them in 12 degrees and cloud.
Bit of extra flight, just slowing things down. Can't get it through the ring.
You're quite cool.
I'm quite cool, as in temperature-wise, I am, yes.
Is that sort of what the young'uns call aura farming? Bowling in the sun?
Aura farming, oof. Don't know if I'm quite that cool.
I know Chloe Kelly sort of almost permanently being in the sunnies. The Lionesses celebrations was seen as that kind of aura.
Oh, those were basically ski goggles though,
Yes.
weren't they?
Yeah.
Gordon again around the wicket to Adams, who just clubs this away leg side. And got enough on it. Beats the diving effort of Phillips, and there'll be 4 more to Georgia Adams.
Adams is so good at this shot. It's one of her favourite shots against spin. She picks up deliveries that don't really look that short at all, but she commits to going really deep and early in her crease. And she pulls you away, and you're left as a spinner thinking, I didn't even realise I dropped short. 150 comes up in style.
This time gives herself a bit of room and punches this into the offside. And again, Jones is out there to do the cleaning up. 1 more to Adams, 1 more to the total. 152 for 4.
And you might be thinking Adams scoring runs, Cal Surprise, but the context, just come back from a month out. Made 1 in her first knock a couple of days ago, so even by her standards, this is very impressive.
Sweet gets very low in that ready position, doesn't she? Yeah, didn't score a truckload of runs either while over in Australia this summer, did Adams. That's 38 overs comes to a close, 152 for 4.
Yeah, this innings still just stagnating somewhat. 4-8 off that over gives it a bit of a boost. 12 overs to go from here. Runner ball gets you 224, but Hampshire should be dreaming much, much bigger than that. If they can get 8 and over, that would be another 96. That would be 248. If I ring you up in a game show involving red and blue boxes, are you saying
Ooh.
deal or no deal at 248 as Hampshire?
Yeah, I'd take deal. Especially if I'd look back on my 2 for 2, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't have that hindsight, I guess.
Yep.
As Phillips is in. Just It's full and straight, and Adams can't get this past Beaumont.
I mean, the other, of course, big piece of context that Hampshire have got available to them is they've got the draw card of Lindsay Smith when it comes to bowling. So that's 10 extremely bankable overs.
Extremely quick overs.
Yep. No problems with the over 8.
Just looks to launch this, does Adams, and can only play it onto her own pads, but perhaps a sign of a little bit of intent there from the Hampshire captain. Now, talking of over it, I see New Zealand were done for slow over rate in that first ODI. A couple of seasons ago, summers ago, whenever it was, worked on something called the 60, which was this new tournament introduced over in the West Indies. 60 balls aside, as Phillips is in. The full toss, clubbed away, pulled away by Adams, falls short of Bryce out in the deep. And no ball signalled.
It's the second time that's happened in Adams' innings. She's got a real lollipop full toss and she's got herself in a bit of a tangle. You can see it sometimes. You're almost in danger of hitting it down the fielder's throat. As it was, of course, umpire Hollingshead signals that even if she had done so, she'd have been reprieved.
So, free hit. That's well bowled. Just dug out by Sweet as they'll scamper through for a single. Yeah, and so in the 60, instead of a player having to come up in the ring when you went over your time, they got sent off.
Love it.
So you
absolutely love it.
And actually, I'm so here. I love it. I love that as an idea. So you go over your time, your fielder goes off. You've only got 10.
Get on with
yeah.
it. Get on with the game.
It's when it's just a bowler and a keeper by the end. Straying down leg side there. Adams keen to get through. Sent back by Sweet, and wisely so.
I mean, generally, on the whole, women's cricket tends to be
Yeah.
better for over 8s than the men, but still, absolutely, you know, timings are there to be respected. You know, not delays can happen, but there's
farting around is unnecessary.
Yes,
let's
exactly,
be honest.
Yes.
Follows her, gives itself a bit of room on the leg side as Adams, and it's good bowling, smart bowling this by Phillips. We just one more to the tally, 156 for 4 now, one still to come in this 6th over from Phillips.
It's interesting you say that, because one thing I know that happened in the team's umpire briefing that they got at the start of this season.
Oh, you're full of all the gossip, aren't you? Oh.
All the tea over here, all the dicey tea. We'll come back to it.
Oh, suspense. And almost plays this one on to her own stumps to Sweet, just squirts away as Marie Kelly gives chase. Can't stop it. 4 off the final ball of the over. So bonus boundary for Sweet, 39 gone, 160 for 4.
Well, you have to feel for Phillips there. What was a pretty decent over to bowl a horrid no ball full toss and actually get to the 5th ball of the over, having gone for just 4, and then she's luckless right at the end of it. Just here. That camera angle doesn't fully show you because it's obscured by Sweet, but that was not very far away from chopping on at all. So there has been times where essentially the 12th will try and get on as much as possible for both teams, either to get the bowler a drink, the batter and they will come on without the umpire's permission, shall we say.
Right.
Using a thing of sort of ask permission, ask
forgiveness rather than permission. My favourite.
This apparently was going on a fair bit last season, and all the teams were told in no uncertain terms that it would not be tolerated this season.
Well, here comes Gordon round the wicket. Adams gives herself a bit of room and again pushes this down to deep point for a single. She moves on to 77 from 105.
Basically, it's sort of being made clear that trying to be like, oh, if I just run on in between and over, and oh, I'm here now, so might as well just give them, you know, this kind of thing.
Finds the outside edge of Sweet. Again, they'll just scamper through for a single. Good running from Adams. She's got that intent today, hasn't she? She keeps setting off for those quick singles. Keen to keep pushing that score along, ticking along.
Well, she's now level with the score that she managed in the final last season in defeat against Lancashire. I know she was gutted to lose that because she wanted to win it for her great mate Freya Davies, who retired after that game.
This time pulled away and bisects the two fielders. 4 more to Adams. She moves into the 80s. 81 from 107.
Has led this rebuild, and in the last 25 minutes or so has just shown signs of aggression, and I think shots like this are where we're going to see Adams decide, right, I'm pressing the accelerator pedal now. We're well beyond gear 4 now.
This time Fuller from Gordon just targeting at those feet of Adams, who can't give herself enough room to get it across. Catherine Bryce. 1 more to come in the Gordon over her 8th. She's got 2 up her sleeve after this. Slightly shorter. Adams punches this away into the offside. That's 1 more to her tally. She moves on to 82. 40 overs gone, 167 for 4.
So 15 coming off the last 2, looking a little bit further back. 23 off the last 3. It might not be dramatic acceleration, but it's just giving that Manhattan a little bit more of a skyscraper look. Well, not quite skyscraper, but we're moving on to some high-end flats as you look along that graphic. Earlier on, it was some very conservative building management with lots of people around the corner saying they wouldn't like their view and their sunlight to be blocked. Catherine Bryce back on from the Stuart Broad end. 5 overs, 1 made in 19 for none from her first typically tidy spell. She is someone who's one of my favourite statistics, actually. And I only found it out the other day. There can't be many people who've done this across a good sample size. Her batting average is more than double her bowling average in both T20s and one-day internationals. When you think that for most players, just to have your batting average above your bowling average is seen as a mark of all-round excellence, she is more than doubling it.
Yeah, big fan of that.
Just turns it round the corner, Adams, for 1. Last season was Blazes' top run scorer in this competition and 2nd overall behind Emma Lamb, and was Blazes' joint top wicket taker alongside Ballinger.
Not a bad season, that, is it?
Well, it's just kind of another season if you're Catherine Bryce, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's almost one of those where you'd be surprised if it didn't, but she has worked on little parts of her game and improved. The big thing last few seasons has been her ability to accelerate with the bat. So that's well driven by Sweet, but well fielded by Bryce in her follow-through.
Yeah, Adam backing up a long way down the pitch as well. Has to be careful to scamper back and get her bat back behind the line.
Oh, Sweet didn't know a lot about that. Straight to Ballinger. Could have been a lot worse. Francesca Sweet. In for it West Chilts and Fakenham, Sussex once upon a time. Beautiful looking on drive. It's always a sign of a player that's starting to find their rhythm when you can play a balanced on drive like that. 1 for the purists to almost finish the over. 169 for 4. Have at least got that run rate above 4, but would want well in excess of 220 here. Adams wanted 1 and then sends Sweet back, but Sweet got just about enough time to scamper back, and Hampshire avoid a 2nd run out. 41 gone, 169 for 4, just 2 off it.
Yeah, that's exactly what Blaze need to do. They need to try and slow this momentum in the back end of this Hampshire innings, because otherwise they've got the opportunity to really just push on. Adams so well set, 83 from 111. Sweet, we know what she can do with the bat. She's been in good form as well, and then they've got batting still to come. So just try and push some tidy overs, cause a little bit of pressure in this back end of this innings for Hampshire. Try and slow things down, keep them to that 220 and below if they possibly can. It's going to be difficult, especially as we know the firepower potentially to come. But Grace Ballinger, she started well today, back into the attack. 5 overs, gone for just 10 runs. This is exactly what Kirsty Gordon will be looking for her, just economical, tidy bowling.
Change of ends. She bowled those 5 at the top from the Stuart Broad end, now from our end, the Radcliffe Road end. This time with Sarah Bryce up to the stumps. That takes some skill against Ballinger's pace, but that's partially because Ballinger will aim to pretty consistently do what she did there. This is the Grace Ballinger Death edition. Generally is looking to pretty much hit those Yorkers, mostly in the wide channel, with the odd one at the stumps.
Well, now, if you can lip read, I'm pretty sure she just said her captain, that was full and wide. And I don't think we needed her to tell us that, actually.
Which suggests that her and Gordon are having some kind of discussion about plans. Maybe it's Ballinger demanding what she wants, and maybe it's now getting what she wants. She's got a deep third, which she's just put back, and she's brought fine leg up. Again, she's in that kind of area. It's only half stopped in the covers. That means they'll get 1. I think the other thing that Hampshire have got to remember here, and I'm sure Sweet and Adams are conscious of this, is you have Amanda Jade Wellington in the hutch. There's never a good time to lose a wicket, but this wouldn't be a terrible time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a licence to be aggressive here. Struck powerfully by Adams, but straight to Kelly at mid-on, who shies magnificently, throws the stumps down. Sweet had always made her ground.
Sweet did well to get out of the way of that. That was going to hurt. Straight into the ankles.
Last season, Wellington had the 2nd highest strike rate in this entire competition for Somerset. Came before her move to Hampshire. And she's again been doing very similar stuff this season, including 41 off just 27. That was probably the match-winning knock on either team. Just took the game away from Yorkshire a couple of days ago. Oh, that's a clever slower ball from Ballinger. And Adams was through the shot about 2 business days early.
Yeah, could have done a pirouette, come back and hit it again, I think.
She's able to have a little chuckle about it, but she'll know the pressure's building. 1 off 4 from Ballinger. The previous over's gone for just 2, and this is the time when Hampshire have got to get their skates on. Lovely from Ballinger again, and you see with deliveries like that the difference that Sarah Bryce being up to the stumps makes.
Yeah, and just the 1 run from the over so far. That's exactly what we were saying they needed from these Blaze bowlers. Start to just slow that scoring down, force them to have to try and take it on and accelerate into the back end of this innings.
Ballinger exits the over well too. They might in fact come back for 2. This time they won't, because Hyam, as we've seen all day, is just cleverly 7 yards or so in and off the boundary on that longer side. That means that she can sprint in and get there. So the last 4 runs have come in 12 balls from the last couple of overs. Hampshire are slowing down at the point where they've really got to speed up. 8 overs left. 8 and over here would get them another 64. That would lift them up to 235 on a pitch that is offering a little bit. Catherine Bryce to continue. First over her second spell went for just 2. Adams will collect a single here. They thought of running on the misfield of Kelly, but it wasn't a misfield that realistically would have offered them the chance to get back anyway. You sense something has to happen here. We've been in binary for quite a while. Sweet will get 1 out to deep cover. Meanwhile, Amanda Jade, oh, they're going to come back for 2. Well, that is good running, and they have managed to get home. At the very least, if they can't find the boundaries, they've got to try and push 2s like that.
Yeah, and this is really good work. This is Georgia Adams as well. She's been pushing this for a while now, running that first one really hard, backing up well down the pitch, scampering through and just adds that second.
Sweet this time can only pick out a short mid-wicket fielder.
So that run rate for a while was sitting around the 3.7 mark. We're finally up over 4 with 7.5 overs still to play.
Stopped off her own bowling, but it's still very, to use your sort of Italian musical terms, and Catherine Bryce is of course a grade 8 violinist, it's still very poco a poco, very little by little. It needs some accelerando, some molto fortissimo. Well, that's a bit more of the long handle from Sweet, but we'll stop just in front of long on for 1. If you're Amanda Jade Wellington, I would imagine you're not quite shaking with pad rash, but your knees are trembling a bit, A, to keep warm, and B, with a bit of frustration of wanting to get out there. That's turned away by Adams for 1. 176 for 4, so it's a slightly better over. 5 comes off it, and I don't mean that as any disrespect to Sweet or Adams. They're both fantastic players in their own right who can go through the gears. But right now they're not quite managing it. You have one heck of an asset sat in the hutch.
I'm just impressed by your Italian music terms. I was thinking more andante at a walking pace.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, at some point, Catherine Bryce and I have talked about this at the qualifiers 3 years ago. Commentated on when Scotland were making their way through to one of their many World Cup appearances, about the fact two of us could get together and do a violin duet. I think she would firmly be first violin and I'd be desperately trying to not ruin it on second violin.
I could bring the saxophone.
There you go. Now that's a party instrument.
Oh, I don't know. Not with me playing it anymore.
And just to continue, her first over of her new spell was fantastic. We went for just 2 with this wide Yorker plan. You need one of these two to kind of do the sort of thing you might see Wellington do. Move around in their crease, go for a reverse, go for a lap, change the plan. They know what they're going to get here from Ballinger for the most part, but it's one thing knowing what you're going to get, it's another thing finding a good response. That's powerfully hit. And that wasn't easy for Gordon because that was smoked hard, and it was kind of one of those you see it with goalkeepers in football. It bounces just in front of you. It's not a catching chance though.
It's so tricky, isn't it? Because then you can almost half volley yourself and end up with a very expensive trip to the orthodontist.
Yeah, as it was, I think she sort of shinned it. It's all's well that ends well. She's brought up short. She's brought deep third into short third for Sweet. And that's a great change up. Slower ball. Sweet didn't pick it. Was through it early. We saw Adams do that in the previous over. This is top class death bowling.
Yeah, completely bamboozled by the slower delivery.
It's another pace off. It's a bit of a game of chess at this point of the innings. That'll be 1. So again, it's almost entirely in binary here. From the last 3.4 overs, we have seen just 10 runs from 22 balls. Adams flicking away. Catherine Bryce in on the chase, and it means there's no real hope of a second there. These are the moments where you'd say players are using their home ground to their advantage. They know the lines and lengths to bowl. They know how, particularly with big boundary on one side, where they should be targeting and how. Another pace off, and it's hit powerfully, not with a lot of timing. It was very much muscled down the ground by Sweet. She'll get 1, so 4 off that over, but Hampshire's frustration continues. Just 13 runs have come off the last 4 overs for Hampshire. who are in danger of stalling. Having worked so hard to rebuild from 2 for 2, they have just 6 overs left. We were talking about them potentially getting past 250 at one point. Well, we're going to see one heck of a firework display if they're going to get past 250 now. I think more realistically, well, you were absolutely right to take my deal or no deal at 250, because now 230 needs more than 8 and over. Catherine Bryce trying to keep the lid on. Sweet has almost taken out batting partner Adams, but it's only 1 down to Kelly at long on.
Yeah, it's been a game that's really ebbed and flowed, hasn't it, this innings? Obviously, we had the excitement up the top with the 2 early wickets, and then the rebuild, and then started to accelerate, and then slowed down again. Wicket fell, run out.
Straight back to Catherine Bryce, who drops Georgia Adams on 88. Adams gets a life. They're thinking of running a second, but the backing up is good, so it will be 1 and a life for Georgia Adams.
Yeah, it would have been tricky in the follow-through for Catherine Bryce. Always tricky to try and get your head up and get balanced, get positioned in that follow-through, but she did get a hand to it. Whether that's going to smart a little, she's just having a look at that left hand.
That's hit hard. It has gone between the 2 sweepers, but lovely athleticism out there from Jones. Mentioned earlier on, she's one of the best outfielders in the country, and moments like that show you why, defending the short boundary. There's that catch. Not an easy one. It's the tennis ball drill. We see quite a few of them doing the nets. And gone. Well, it had to happen. There had to be an acceleration from Sweet and Adams having been dropped on 88 by Catherine Bryce off her own bowling. Now a charmed life in this over comes to an end, and Catherine Bryce can be all smiles. Adams out for 89, 183 for 5.
Yeah, it's a great knock that though from the captain, back in form. 89 from 121, striking at just over 73.5, and done by the slower ball in the end. Catherine Bryce having the last laugh, so the captain will trudge off. And just a little bit in movement from Bryce, takes out the middle stump. Adams down on 1-8. Can't believe it. 11 runs short of the 3 figures, so she walks off, all smiles for the Blaze, as the 5th wicket goes down, and it does bring Amanda Jade Wellington out to the middle.
Well, it's an honourable way to go, and it's the kind of shot that demonstrates that she gets a very strong ovation from a predominantly home crowd here at Trent Bridge, in appreciation. What a good innings that was from Georgia Adams. That she's very much got no thoughts of her own 3 figures milestone. She knew that it's about the team. The team needed her to kick on and accelerate, and that is a very honourable way to depart. Under Jade Wellington and Sweet will now look to do what they did against Yorkshire. They put on 72 off 48. They were going at exactly 9 and over. They played havoc with Yorkshire at the death at York on Wednesday. They're going to try and repeat that. They are a pair of batters that complement each other really well, because Sweet's very powerful and wristy, tends to be square of the wicket and sort of out through covers in mid-wicket. Wellington looks to go behind square very often with all sorts of paddles. Starts with conventional forward defensive. She's got one of the highest strike rates against seam of anyone in women's domestic cricket across the last 3 seasons, Amanda Jade Wellington. And with almost a quarter of the deliveries that she faces from seam, she moves around in her crease. So keep an eye on Wellington as Catherine Bryce comes in. For now, she stays static, and she will get off the mark with a little jab into the offside. Another excellent over from Catherine Bryce. Gets the big wicket of Adams for 89. Goes for just 4. 184 for 5 off 45. And when you remember that we're in the period of the innings that is meant to be building towards fortissimo, to come back to our musical metaphors, the last 6 overs have gone for 4 and over, and conceded just 24 and picked up the wicket of Adams.
Yeah, but still 5 overs to play with here. And Amanda Jade Wellington is the kind of batter that you want to bring out in this situation. We said earlier, you know, it's never nice, never a good time to lose a wicket, really, but if there's a chance and a time, this is the kind of time you want to bring out someone like Wello. and see what she can do with the last 5 overs of this game. But 184 for 5 on the board. After the rebuild that we saw earlier between McGacken and Adams, they then looked like they could be on for that 220, 230, but even that could prove difficult at this point. The 220. There's Grace Ballinger. She's been really economical today, just the 16 from her 7 overs. She starts her 8th. There's that skip, the gallop. And as is her way, Amanda Jade Wellington looks to give herself room, followed nicely by Ballinger, just finds the bottom edge, squirts away for a single.
And it was great bowling in reaction by Ballinger, just thinking, well, there you go, I'm going to spear that in on your leg stump, because Wellington wants to open that blade, even with seeing that field prepared for her with 2 behind square in the ring on the offside. Thinks, just got to get it past both of you and run it down for 4.
This time punched out to Jones at deep cover. 1 more to the tally. And you wonder how they'll go about this as a partnership as well, because they both have the ability to attack and take on the bowlers. But now 5 down, yes, still some batting to come, but not the kind of firepower that you would want as you're closing out an innings firepower. And that's really well bowled. So it's whether one of them goes about being the attacking aggressor and the other pays sort of second fiddle to keep them company, get them back on strike, or whether both say, right, now's the chance, let's go.
Well, so at York a couple of days ago, it was Sweet that took the kind of second violin role and Wellington that was the chief destroyer. Of course, Sweet has been out there for longer today.
Slow ball from Ballinger, pushed away backward a point, and again by Wellington, and they'll scamper through for a single.
Great change-up. Fantastic change-up. A lovely battle to watch between those two. Ballinger, a really talented death bowler, and Wellington, someone who loves to cause havoc to a team.
Again, pace off. Swings this away out on the leg side. It will just be a single.
They found that long boundary tough today, Hampshire, in terms of either are they going to try and nudge any 2s in front of the fielders, or can they actually find it very often? And Blaze have got their angles right in terms of patrolling it.
Again, takes the pace off from Ballinger. Smart bowling from the seamer. Just the 4 runs coming from the over. 46 gone, 188 for 5.
Well, it's particularly clever because of Wellington. She'll be all too aware of the analysis and the matchup and the fact that Wellington loves pace on the ball to manipulate behind square in either direction or indeed over the keeper's head. So I'd expect to see a lot of pace off to Wellington in particular.
So 4 overs still to come. Phillips picked up those 2 early wickets. She's back into the attack now. And this really is go time for Sweet and Wellington at the back end of this innings if they want to look past that 200 mark.
The entire innings, we have still had just 1 over, the 20th over, that went for double digits, that went for 10.
Full clipped away again, just down to Jones on the boundary at deep square. 1 more to the tally, 189 for 5.
Now, does Phillips follow the lead of Ballinger and also go pace off against Wellington? For my money, it's what I'd be looking to do.
Goes aerial. Has she got a hold of it? No, she hasn't. Fielder sets herself. And Marie Kelly makes no mistake. Amanda Jade Wellington looking to try and take it on and accelerate into the back end of this innings, but there'll be no fireworks from her today. She goes for 3, and Phillips has her 3rd of the day.
Well, that is an enormous relief for Blaze, because one of the very best finishers in the English women's domestic game can't quite make the match-winning impact that she did at York a couple of days ago. 41 off 27 unbeaten then, but just 3 off 7 here, trying to go towards that longer boundary out long on, and kind of chipped it really, got underneath it, and it seemed like she was maybe caught in 2 minds, maybe a touch early on it.
Well, regardless, she's got to go. She walks across that rope. Marie Kelly, safe pair of hands there. Looked like she put one down earlier. Really tough chance. Thought maybe her hand was a little bit sore, but no troubles there.
Lindsay Smith, in her 4th appearance in this competition this season, comes out to bat for the first time in it.
Has her bat measured, fits through the gauge. Happy to go. Release from England duty to play today.
A few at Hampshire that were very happy to get that phone call late yesterday.
The next batter is number 50,
They were, as far as I understood, they'd been planning to not have any of that form. They'd not been expecting to get any of them. So that really is, to use an old English game show reference, a Brucey bonus. There you go, there's Lindsay Smith for the day. Thank you very much.
Left-handed Smith faces up to Phillips and gets off the mark straight away, looking for the straight drive, can only squirt it away backward of square.
Well, for all Smith is a very talented and capable batter, the onus is massively on Sweet now. This is someone who has the capability to accelerate. Someone that with her rackets, when she gets that bottom hand through the ball, can be very powerful. She's going to target this short boundary, and Phillips knows it. That's why she's got sweepers all over it.
Punches this away on the offside, and really well stopped by Catherine Bryce, diving to her right.
Yeah, very good cricket all round, in the right areas from Phillips. Sweet looking cut shot, pardon the accidental pun, and a good tumbling stop from Bryce.
No, targeting at those stumps, you miss, I hit. This from Phillips, and the diving stop from Gordon to keep it to just a single. Really tidy stuff in the back end of this innings from the Blaze. It's been a great fight back. They started the innings so well, picking up early wickets, keeping the batters quiet, not leaking runs, and now doing the same at the back end of the innings too. One still to come in the 47th over. Looks to try and help it on the way, and there's the late signal from the umpire wide down the leg side. So I have to go back and do that one again, or Phillips.
And that's been quite a rare thing for them as well today. That's their 5th wide, and just 10 extras in total, which on the whole, you take that. I know most teams aim to be below 20 each innings. That's a bit of a marker that's often used.
Nice noise off the bat, but nothing comes from it, from the extra delivery. 47 gone, 191 for 6.
And I know it's a point that we've made before, so apologies if we sound like we're broken records, but it is because what we're watching isn't really changing, in the sense that Blaze are just holding this right down. 160 for 4 in the 30. In fact, go to the last 10. 167 for 4. In the last 7 overs, and we're in the last 10 overs of the innings, this is where you should be almost betting the house, right? They've scored 24 runs in 7 overs. They've gone at just over 3.5 an over at the death, which, you know, I'm sure Hampshire will feel like there's things they could be doing better, but you also have to massively credit Blaze's bowling and fielding.
Yeah, Ballinger, she's been fantastic. 8 overs for just 20 runs. She's in again now. And there's that pace off. Sweet doesn't read it, rehearses the shot. And there's A wry smirk from Ballinger. She knows she's got one up on the batter there.
Well, this is on track to be one of the best wicketless spells of the season from any bowler in any game.
Again, crunched away on the offside for just a single.
I think only the most die-hard of Rose and Crown fans would not deny that were she to get a wicket, Grace Ballinger, she'd thoroughly deserve it. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 for none. She went at 2 and over, holding down the power play from the Stuart Broad end, and now from the Radcliffe Road end, coming on at the death, she's gone for just 11 from 20 balls bowled.
Again, helped onto the leg side. Great partnership fielding. Does the diving stop, Tammy Beaumont, and then Jones sends the throw in. Gets the appreciation from everyone in orange. And she's gone. And with that, the run out, it was very muted. There was just sort of a muted celebration around. And with that, Lindsay Smith has to walk off.
Well, Smith decided that time had come to somewhat sacrifice herself in pursuit. It means that Hampshire lose another one, 194 for 7 then. Just cannot find the acceleration required here. It's all credit to Blaze. We talked earlier on about the ground fielding to be a top team. And this is another example. Beaumont for Jones. Smith a good 2.5 yards short. We did say earlier on that with that short boundary it is pretty much 1 or 4 out there. And that was the perfect demonstration. Even with the diving stop there wasn't time for Smith to come back, but there was a bit of a hesitation before she turned for the second. I think she might have been guilty of thinking either we're just taking one here or it's going for 4. Sweet wanted 2, and that's where you get what we got. Poppy Tulloch comes out to join Francesca Sweet.
That's well bowled from Ballinger, full right on the toes.
It's a moment to remember for the young 20-year-old from Swindon, better known for her seamers. Started at Hungerford, Lauren Bell's club. Poppy Tulloch gets her first run for the Rose and Crown in Tier 1. In her third appearance, she got naught not out off North at York 2 days ago.
Full toss slashed away, will still be cut off. Emma Jones crabbing around on that boundary rope.
Crabbing around.
Yeah, she's going sideways.
She's moving. She's moving. Yeah, that's fair. Actually, I was thinking, yeah, crabs do. Yeah, they're pretty rapid.
They're pretty
aren't
well known for going sideways too.
Well, I didn't instinctively think of a crab as a quick animal, but actually, when I think about it now, you see some of those nature documentaries. They absolutely fly. They skate across the ground. Yeah,
scuttle.
That's the word. That's the word. And Jones has been scuttling. If you wanted someone to protect a short boundary for your life, it'd be her.
It's also a great word, scuttle. Final ball of the over is from Ballinger. Slower ball again pushed out to Jones on that boundary. One more to the total, so 48 gone. Hampshire 198 for 7.
Just haven't been able to go through the gears. Plays a strong record, chasing well consistently this season. Even with the strong attack that Hampshire have, I worry that they haven't quite got enough here. They've got 2 overs to try and do something, and you are looking at Sweet here. I'm sure there would have been a little bit of a conversation there where Sweet might have been saying in some uncertain terms, look, if you get on strike, for the most part, get it back to me.
So 2 overs to come, 198 on the board. What can they get themselves to in these final 2 overs here, Hampshire? Something to bowl at. Get past that 200 mark. Just punched up to extra cover for 1, so 199. extra clouds rolling in as well, but bright enough still out there. Not warm, 12 degrees, but bright, and that's what's important. Oh, she's gone. Phillips has her fourth. What a day she is having with the ball. The inside edge from Tulloch plays on, and things are looking all rosy for the Blaze here at Trent Bridge. 8 down now.
Well, you can understand why she went for it at this stage of the innings, Poppy Tulloch. Deciding to give it the long handle. You miss, I hit, slingy action, low, skiddy Yorker. That is perfect from Charlie Phillips, who is racing away at the top of the wicket takers charts for the Metrobank One Day Cup. And it's deliveries like this that are why.
4 wickets for her today now, 2 in and over to start things off for the day. Then had to wait for her opportunity to come back. And here she goes, 4 for 29 from 7.2 overs.
She's already got a Michelle Pfeiffer this season. She's still got a chance of getting one here. She started today with 14 wickets behind Alex Griffiths of Somerset and Jess Jonathan of Yorkshire, who both had 15. She's now on to 18 and counting.
Eyeing up 5 here. There's 2 wickets out there to be had as Daisy Gibb comes out to the middle. Sweet still at the other end, 28 from 36.
Daisy Gibb has faced just 2 balls this season. Single and dismissed.
Well, she now gets to face Phillips, who's on 1 today. And looks to hit the cover off it, but can't get it anywhere.
I think what you're frustrated about if you're Hampshire is you've done all the hard work with a lot of the building blocks of the rebuild, but then just never gone on.
That's kept very low going through to Sarah Bryce behind the stumps. Good work with the gloves. Again, just wider delivery, forcing her to reach for it.
Phillips can get a wicket, and this might be career best figures.
Slashed away. There is some open real estate out there, and it's a good chase by Hyam. It's that long boundary, cuts it off, and the throw comes in. So 2 more to the total, and finally the 200 is up for Hampshire. 201 for 8, with another 7 deliveries still to go.
It's a belated 200 from 150 to this mark. It's taken them more than 12 overs.
Final ball from Phillips, can't get it through, so she'll finish with just the 4 wickets to her name today. 4 for 31 from her 8. 1 over still to come. Hampshire 201 for 8.
Yeah, fantastic from Phillips. 5 for 49 earlier on this season. And that's another day of exceptional work. Feels like a long time ago, but bowled south being Norgrove for Golden Ducks. And then later on has got Wellington caught at long on. And Tulloch clean bowled by the finest of Yorkers. She's got something a bit different with that action as well. You can't really prepare for facing that unless you're lucky enough to have someone in your team that does it.
Final over. Ballinger in. It's just driven straight past her. Kelly will come round, cut it off, and they're thinking about coming back for a second and wisely deciding against it. Never on for 2.
It's a team game, it always is, but you'd have to say the 2 chief architects for Blaze have been Ballinger and Phillips. They've locked down the first 10 and that last 10.
And Ballinger again. Sweet gives it the big ones, and Ballinger gets a finger to it in her follow through to slow things down. So again, it'll just be 1 more to the tally.
Well, obviously been plenty of impressive contributions elsewhere. Probably Catherine Bryce more than anyone else. 8 overs, 1 made and 30 for 1. But nobody's been expensive, that's been the key thing.
Beautifully played. Just leans into it, straight down the ground from Sweet. That's what she can do so well. She's got nice long levers, uses the pace of Ballinger, just pitched up on that half volley length, and she moves on to 33. It's exactly what they needed.
Well, it's shots like this that arrive Francesca Sweet is one of the most exciting prospects in the game. She's been watching wickets fall around her, but when she gets it right, give someone like Ballinger something to think about. Ballinger and Gordon, though, finding a way to have a chuckle. Something that sometimes that can be important when you're a bowler and you've just gone for 4. Just to mentally relax and reset.
So 3 to come from Ballinger. Just a little bit fuller. Sweet works this into the leg side. They're going to try and come back for a second, and it's good running. The throw comes in. If the throw had been better, it didn't matter anyway. She's gone. She's down on her stomach in the dust. And 9 down now.
Well, it goes from bad to worse for Hampshire, but it's more neat fielding from Blaze. They've been such an impressive unit in the field today, and it's no coincidence that that has led to run-outs becoming an unfortunate theme of the contest for Hampshire. Datani run-out, Smith run-out, and now Daisy Gibb bites the dust in the same fashion.
So Daisy Gibb goes for just 3. 3 from 5. 208 for 9 now, Hampshire.
The next batter is number 35, Bex Tyson.
So Bex Tyson, the last in the lineup, comes out to the middle. 2 deliveries still to come in this innings. She has a big swing to Sweet. Out to Bryce, who brought about that run out. Not going to take it on for a second. 1 more to the tally. 209 for 9. 1 delivery still to come.
And again, another example of those angles. Bryce is 10 off and just in the right pocket such that there's no possibility of 2. Hampshire will have to be very wary of how they set their fields to try and do the same and protect that long boundary as well as Blaze have.
Gone. Ballinger finally has a wicket today. She's bowled so well, economical. Tyson looked for the big swing off the last balls, the only option she really had, and Ballinger sends bails flying everywhere. So Hampshire all dismissed off the final ball of the innings.
Well, you would have to say it is an end to the innings that accurately reflects the story of it, and particularly at the back end, wickets have been going down in rapid fashion. They've actually lost their last 6 wickets there for the addition of just 26 runs in 5.5 overs. Hampshire completely unable to get the acceleration they would desire in this clash of first versus second. Hampshire knowing a bonus point win, which feels quite a way away at the moment, would take them joint top. Blaze, if they were to win this by a bonus point, would be 10 points clear at the top. And right now, it's Blaze will be fancying their chances, needing 210 to win.
welcome the players back to the field. Hampshire have set the Blaze 210 to win in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Opening the batting for the Blaze, number 12, Tammy Beaumont. And number 23, Marie Kelly.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge for the run chase in the clash of the table toppers. 210 to win. An excellent effort by Blaze, albeit on a bit of a used tacky pitch. This is the third game this pitch has been used for. It's been used for a couple of previous Blaze home games, so there's a thought that a used turning track could help this very varied Hampshire attack, but it is a total that the consensus is, from voices in both camps speaking to me on the quiet in the interval, is well below par. Probably looking more towards 250 is what Hampshire would have wanted. Daisy Gibbs set to open the bowling from the Stuart Broad end. I'm delighted to say once again alongside yours truly, Michael McCann. Here's Georgie Heath as Gibb comes in and starts with a decent delivery that's cut straight to point. Somebody who is always top of the table when it comes to my favourite people to commentate with.
Oh, stop. That's very nice introduction. Yeah, I mean, 210, it seems below par for sure. And as you say, spoken to a couple of people around the ground and they agree. They lost those 2 early wickets, but then there was a huge rebuild between McCacken and Adams. He thought maybe he'd be pushing on for the 240s.
Marie Kelly facing up. Gets the first run of the reply, brings on to strike Tammy Beaumont. Made 99 not out off 109 to see Blaze home to victory last time out against Somerset.
The Red Balloons, that's what that score is.
But, the big but, Amanda Jade Wellington and Lindsay Smith on a turning pitch.
Yeah, nice.
That is 20 absolute jet overs, to use an Aussie phrase.
And you know what? You can even get Georgia Adams. She doesn't necessarily get turn, but bring her in as the
of course
a bit of something as your golden arm as well. So it could be interesting.
Gibb is just turned away. I think this will be a leg by just from the way umpire Sam Hollingshead is moving. It shall be. So Beaumont is still yet to get off the mark. Daisy Gibb is probably the player in the Hampshire setup that benefits most from the retirement of Freya Davies. And Gibb has got a big responsibility on her shoulders to go from being someone who was kind of occasionally breaking into the team to consistently taking the new ball this season, and she's been doing it very well. Gorgeous looking extra cover drive. There was runs for aesthetic. She'd be getting plenty there, Kelly, but she will get none to the tally. Enthusiastically fielded. She, for me, is one of the breakthrough players to keep an eye out on this summer, the 20-year-old seamer. To give you an idea of the confidence Hampshire had in her, she came into the side as a teenager for the Metrobank One Day Cup final last season and bowled pretty well against Lancashire. She's got 4.5 to 6 miles an hour quicker over the winter in terms of the top speed that she can reach. So that's pulled out to long leg for one, which is a pretty ridiculous progression in 1 year in terms of growth, but that's also because they've slightly remodelled her action to make it a bit smoother, and it's absolutely paying dividends.
Yeah, it becomes more efficient then, doesn't it? And then you're generating your power in a better way. And especially at that age, you are more malleable. So adjusting, changing someone's action and at that age rather than 5 years down the line is a much easier task.
Oh, it's found the inside edge of Tammy Beaumont's bat there. And that is the end of the first over, 4 without loss.
Well, a much more successful start this than it was for Hampshire, who very quickly found themselves 2 for 2 in the second over. So 4 coming from the first over. Kelly and Beaumont just getting into their business. Tammy Beaumont obviously coming off the back of an unbeaten 99 in that last game. So another batter yet in form. She loves to bat here at Trent Bridge as well. And Marie Kelly, we also know what she can do with the bat in hand. So it's a very happy opening partnership, these two. Daisy Gibbs starting things off with the ball in hand. And you know what? It looks like we might actually straight away have Lindsay Smith into the attack. And I like this from Georgia Adams. This is smart thinking. We were just talking about how dangerous it could be, the likes of Smith and Wellington on this kind of pitch. Well, Adams has turned straight to Smith, released from England duty today to be in action for Hampshire. And she's straight away into the attack. So Lindsay Smith to bowl the second over.
She was basically a cheat code on a PlayStation game in this competition last season. It was almost a joke. By miles the best spinner in this comp. So that's a well taken, well backed up single. Marie Kelly is the person who's backing up, and good calling with Beaumont made that possible. And that's no disrespect to anyone else. She was just head and shoulders. She took 16 wickets at an average of 16. And if you're thinking, oh, that's pretty good, she went for 3.7 in the highest scoring summer in women's cricket history by a mile. Lindsay Smith went at 3.7 and over. She was the most economical bowler in the competition who bowled at least 25 overs. It's deliveries like that that are why. This is a real riddle for Kelly and Beaumont on a pitch that is used, is tacky, and it's taking turn. It's a nice strong shot down the ground for 1 from Kelly. Tumbling stop from Amanda Jade Wellington. We'll see her later on. Just to give you an idea, of course, Blaze know their home ground very well. Josie Groves, Blaze's talented young leg spinner, was going through her work on a practice pitch, and in as many words, she expressed to me that she was gutted to not be playing on this pitch. Goes on the paddle. I like that from Beaumont. It doesn't work, but that's good intent. Smith will take the dot, but Beaumont loves shots like this. This is going to be a really good battle between an England great who will fear that her time at international level is gone, and Smith, who has broken onto that stage in more recent years.
I think for someone like Tammy Beaumont as well, being that shorter in stature, she has that ability to get down and really get under the ball, whereas you've got a taller batter getting down for that paddle for someone like Lindsay Smith, who's not necessarily bringing it in from a great height.
Dot to finish the over. Great battle forming there. 2 overs gone, 6 without loss.
She's so quick through the over as well, Lindsay Smith. I think that's something that really sort of surprises batters at times. Suddenly you think, oh, we're to the 5th ball in the over already. Starts working through it. Just the 3 runs coming from it, I should say. So just a little discussion out in the middle between the 2 openers. I'm happy with how they've started things so far. 6 already on the board after the first 2 overs. Sharing things around between them. Nothing to worry about yet. A little overcast. More and more clouds rolling in. The sort of Simpsons clouds are just multiplying overhead. But at the moment, no look of inclement weather that we've seen over the last couple of days around here. As that crunching noise, Michael McCann decides is going to prepare himself for later when he wants to tuck into a little packet of crisps, and I'll probably be reaching over to find one myself.
Gibb to continue. Good first over, and a brilliant start to the second. That is magnificent. Just one of Marie Kelly's stumps are left now. The furniture well and truly decimated. Marie Kelly has to go for just 3. A big early scout for Gibb, 6 for 1.
That's a hell of a delivery. You say the furniture has been rearranged. They've gone full feng shui here and everything is moved around. Marie Kelly has to move and just head off. But that is a wonderful start from Daisy Gibb. As you say, she'd found that extra bit of pace this season, and that has just done Marie Kelly, and off she has to go. Excellent work. Just a little bit of in movement. Stumps flying. just the one remaining. So she goes. Score now 6 for 1.
I tell you what, it would be great to see that replay again, because you say just a little bit of in movement. I think it was a bit of that song, Ooh Ah Just a Little Bit, and Ooh Ah Just a Little Bit More. That absolutely hooped. That was Lauren Bell-esque stuff from Lauren Bell's early days big in-swing era before remodelling her action a couple of years back. That absolutely went. That's the kind of delivery that if you're coming out to bat, it lives rent-free in the back of your mind as to what Daisy Gibb can do. And I'm really pleased for her, because anyone that kept an eye on the game a couple of years ago, and she's now got the formidable figure of Catherine Bryce to try and get out next, will possibly be aware Gibb bowled magnificently against Yorkshire 2 days ago without picking up a wicket. And ultimately, fast bowlers do like the sight of poles, and that was quite clearly carnage. Gibb looking for another. And that's a great start and a big shout. Umpire Hollingshead unmoved, I should say, not removed.
Yeah, off you go. Bye-bye.
He's giving himself out.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
No, great start. You've got the pace of Gibb at one end causing all sorts of problems, and then Lindsay Smith at the other, and we know exactly what she can do and how quick she is through the overs. So you then haven't recovered from the pace again, and it's back on again.
Sensible block from Catherine Bryce, who will be aware that there's no need to rush at all. Bryce this season, by her exceptionally high standards, not quite where she'd want to be. I think you'd have got long odds at the start of the campaign on Catherine Bryce having 134 runs at 22, with a strike rate of 77 and just 150. But also with a player of her class, what that often signposts to you is that the near inevitable return of that to the modus operandi is coming. Wouldn't be surprised at all if she produces a big score here. As Gibb again is in all the right places.
Yeah, causing all sorts of trouble, isn't she here, Gibb?
There's always something exciting with the sense that you are watching a young player grow in stature, and that is the case for Daisy Gibb almost on a game-by-game basis. 2 for 15 against Lancashire. Against Yorkshire, none for 30 off 7, including key overs up top and at the death. And now she's got the wicket of Kelly here. You just sense she's in rhythm. Straight drive, well, not quite straight, but well fielded by Datani, coming around at a kind of wide mid-off position, such as she's almost at a very straight extra cover. It's a dot, but it's actually quite a good confidence builder for Catherine Bryce, a shot like that, straight out the middle of the bat. This is nurdled away, spoils what could have been a wicket maiden. Wellington on the chase. That will be 2, so 8 for 1 of 3.
Yeah, good running there by these two in the middle to come back for the second. Regardless of having plenty of overs in hand, they're not shy to scamper back for 2 and put that pressure on the fielder, which I really like up the top. It's about showing your intent early on in an innings, even in a relatively low scoring chase. 202 more runs to win this game for the Blaze shows that they're coming about with that attacking intent early on as the sun suddenly beams down overhead, and Lindsay Smith has the ball back in hand to continue again. So it's Tammy Beaumont on strike to Lindsay Smith.
Does Beaumont go unconventional? She does, and she'll get 1. And it's tied, but Catherine Bryce not putting in the dive. A player of her experience, I think, tells you that she was always feeling relatively comfortable.
Yeah, it might be sunny. You can see Lindsay Smith there just blowing on her hands, so it's not warm out.
Although, do you know what that reminds me of? Do you remember the clip where Elise Perry got ran out by half a yard and nobody appealed? Because everyone just thought, well, Elise Perry isn't going to get run out without diving.
Oh.
Catherine Bryce has that sort of energy about her.
Does she? Oh, tell her that one.
But you know what I mean? She's that accomplished. People just think, well, she wouldn't get run out like that. And nobody appealed. I believe it was in a Big Bash game from memory. The commentary team was sat there in somewhat disbelief. Bryce will play Smith a little more conventionally than Beaumont. Will be less inclined, particularly with the loss of that early wicket, to go for the unconventional, funkier shots behind square on either side.
She might have seen a little less of her as well, obviously, around and about those England setups. Smith and Beaumont will have seen more of each other than perhaps Bryce has.
Bryce has worked hard in her game in recent years on coming down the track and dominating spin in that way. So I'm intrigued to see if she thinks to look to do that here, even just to mess with Smith's plan A. There we go. Does come down. Covers are well covered though. If you'll pardon the accidental poor piece of wordery from me. Little shorter, nice looking cut shot. Either side would have almost guaranteed been 4, but Bryce is left frustrated, and Lindsay Smith doing what we're so used to seeing from her, 9 for 1 off 4.
Yeah, quick through the overs and just the one run coming from it as well. So that's exactly what Lindsay Smith's there to do. Hold up the end, and if there's destruction at the other, well then great. Daisy Gibb already causing that first destructive bit of bowling to send Marie Kelly on her way. Stumps in all directions. I think as a fast bowler, the best thing you can possibly see is a cartwheeling stump, but second best is more than one flying out of the ground. And so unsurprisingly, Gibb is going to continue and start her third. So 4 overs gone, 9 for 1. A relatively regulation start this for the Blaze in their chase. Going at just 2.25, doesn't matter. They've got plenty of time in hand. 201 runs still needed to get themselves a victory and go 10 points clear at the top of the table. So just a little discussion as Gibb redoes her hair. I would recommend not tying it in a bun, actually, because wearing your hair in a bun, for anyone who cares, is really annoying for running. So I don't know how she does this. But each to their own, I guess. Wouldn't be my choice of hairstyle. It probably wouldn't be Michael's choice of hairstyle. So Gibb to the top of her mark. She turns now.
Flick straight at mid-wicket, and it has managed to burst through, and it will go for 4. So first boundary of the reply, and a grateful gift accepted by Blaze as Gibb strays onto the pads and Beaumont takes advantage.
That's a very Tammy Beaumont looking shot. She's got the wrist flourish, the nice little flick just burst through, and enough on it using the pace of Gibb to send it to that shorter boundary over on Beaumont's leg side.
Yes, you can tell that she might have once played a game of field hockey. That flick of the bottom hand. But there's also the straight blade initially. There's the Hovis Best of Both edition. Other bread manufacturers available as Beaumont is pushing this time more conventionally. It's one thing that really stands out for me with Beaumont. She's got all the unconventional, more modern stuff, but she's also got that traditional technical base. I've watched her play live 10 times and she warms up the same way every single time. It's just relentlessly driving balls in the V. And she's talked about this, these little underarm, often bobble feeds, often hitting them off the second bounce. Just feels like getting that conventional game going for her is the base from which everything else comes. Gibb has just lost her run there.
Well, she's one of those players who's been around a long enough time now. She sort of played through the various eras of women's cricket, so maybe the more traditional, that's how you kind of play into the development and the more incorporation of T20 and the different kind of shots that players play. So she's been there for both parts of it and now has integrated both parts of that into her game.
And there we go. There is the stoic, more old school stuff from Beaumont to respect what is a really good ball. And this is a perfect illustration of what I mentioned in the first innings about what players like Tammy Beaumont, Georgia Elwis, I've referenced Kate Cross and Lauren Winfield Hill earlier on today, add to the domestic game by well into their 30s, even with their England career potentially gone, add by staying and playing in county cricket on a regular basis. What an experience this is for Gibb. Beaumont is just turning away for one. And I don't mean that by in any way saying Daisy Gibb should be in awe of Tammy Beaumont, but it lifts the standard so much, the fact that you have these players who are, once upon a time seasoned internationals, staying in the game and regularly playing deep into their 30s. It's a bit of an in-joke for women's cricketers of a generation ago, even 10 years ago, that you were almost considered retired at 27. And now, actually, I'd happily bet that within maybe 2-3 years, we're going to have quite a few players playing on to 37, if not past it. Fantastic to see.
So there's still time for me, yeah?
Absolutely. Oh, that's a gorgeous looking shot, but it's great fielding by Smith. That is as nice a shot as you'll see all season for naught.
That's just what Lindsay Smith does, though, doesn't she? Makes it look easy. Coming off the bat, we thought, right, surely that's got to be 4, even on the long boundary side. But there she is, throwing herself around in the field. She is one of the best fielders in the game at the moment, and that just shows why.
Tell you what, in the warm-up, if we're having a penalty shootout, I'd take her over Hannah Hampton or Mary Earps any day of the week. Bryce a little more circumspect that time. Decent over from Gibb. It goes for 5, 14 for 1 or 5. It might not sound great, but at this point Hampshire were 9 for 2.
Yeah, well, they did have a bit of a horror start, didn't they? Hampshire winning the toss. Georgia Adams there on the right, winning the toss, deciding they were going to have a bat first. 2 wickets falling in 1 Phillips over, and they suddenly thought, right, we've got to put a rebuild on here. Found themselves 2 for 2, and then there was the rebuild between McCacken and Adams, that 100 partnership between the two to get themselves back in the game. It then undulated, it was slow, and at times they got bogged down again. They accelerated and then slowed down at the back end to get themselves to a sort of subpar total. But it was the pace up the top that did for them. But here we've got pace at one end and the spin of Lindsay Smith at the other. So just scampering through for 1 off the first ball. Something's funny for Lindsay Smith. Just having a little discussion with her captain there. Yeah, Catherine Bryce goes reverse. That's beautifully played. That's a really lovely touch. Smart cricket. Predetermined shot. Knows there's a gap there if she just gets it fine enough and bags herself 4. Yeah, Poppy Tulloch does her best to give chase, but in the end it's all in vain. So the first boundary off Smith today, and the first boundary for Catherine Bryce. Score moves on to 19 for 1. This time plays it respectfully, just back up towards Smith. Again, plays it late, waits on it. And a great bit of work in the field, but in the end, the ricochet, Daisy Gibb, she did all the hard work, and in the end, only pushes it over the boundary, even offers an apologetic wave to Smith, but the second boundary of the over.
Well, she shouldn't, because she couldn't do any more here. She was just unlucky that ultimately she's dived at the point in the boundary where it's curving round such that the ball doesn't stay in play. She's tipped it round the post for a corner. Again, played respectfully this time. A little straighter from Smith. Do you think I'm being too kind? I think she's pretty blameless. I think you're just playing a football match today. We've had Hannah Hampton, we've had tipping it round the corner. But you know what I mean. Last ball of the over, again played respectfully, so a dot to end the over, but relatively expensive in terms of how Lindsay Smith goes about her business. 9 from it, 6 overs gone. The Blaze 23 for 1. If you're at one of those sections of the boundary where that rope stays straight, that's a great save from Daisy Gibb. Long gone are the days where fast bowlers just graze at long leg for an over and have a banana and energy drink, or in a previous era, possibly something a little more, a little stronger in terms of the lemon sherbets. Daisy Gibb, part of a generation where fast bowlers feel just as energetically as anybody else.
Well, I've definitely played village cricket, and your fast bowler is having a cigarette in the outfield as the ball goes to them, and you think, you know what, you do you, hun. Beaumont with that early shuffle forward, but just pushed out wide by Gibb. Yeah, the kind of village cricket where there's still sheep in the outfield. And there's a little mown strip out to the middle with a keg. So when you're out, you walk across the mown strip and you just pour yourself a pint and you sit down and watch everyone else.
I can hear the voice of former Lancashire and Cheshire captain Alison Byrne, one of my favourite humans and people to commentate with, saying in reply to that, that was women's cricket 30 years ago as well.
Sounds good. Just keep it like that. More of that, please. A little bit of in movement again from Gibb as Beaumont plays this respectfully back towards the bowler. Again, there is no run.
I mean, it's interesting. We were talking about Tammy Beaumont sort of spanning eras. Tammy Beaumont was playing for Kent at senior level in 2007. I mean, people sometimes forget this whole era before even the KSL. And back then, Kent were the team.
They were.
They won the county champ in 2007. 2009, 2011, 2012, 2014, 2016 and 2019 as well. My goodness, good luck stopping them.
The appeal coming from behind the stumps, but muted really from the bowler. Well, Kent, they've had some of the big players come through. Obviously, Charlotte Edwards, now coaching England, but also today just been inducted into the Vitality T20 Blast Hall of Fame. The other female player, Danny Wyatt Hodge.
He's not good enough to get in Surrey's top 6 at the moment, which is, frankly, my goodness me, what a dilemma that is to have, eh?
Here comes Gibb. Back of the hand this time. Again, muted appeal.
And it touches on something that we talked about in the first innings. You know, the women's cricket structure has been so changeable across that, you know, Beaumont's career span of almost 20 years now. You know, in the same time period, if she was a men's player, there's every chance she might have been a Kent lifer. But women's cricket structure, very different. Has seen her end up in all sorts of configurations over the years.
Again, batting well out of her crease. Beaumont just takes a little shuffle down the pitch towards the pacey work of Daisy Gibb. Yet to concede a run in this over.
We talked about the Tarnies shirt collection. Beaumont's is pretty strong as well. Surrey Stars and Vipers in the KSL era, with Loughborough Lightning and the Blaze ever since domestically, but of course first woman to score a ton in the 100 as well, and overseas teams too.
Final ball of the over from Gibb. And just turned away. Really excellent stop. Sticks out a right hand as Poppy Tulloch. And that saved again what looked like could have been a surefire boundary. Just a single in the end. 7 gone, 24 for 1.
Well, it's something that they did superbly in the win against Yorkshire 2 days ago at York. And I'm distinctly unsurprised to see it from this Hampshire team again. We saw it from Blaze as well earlier. You would know that these are the top 2 teams in the division, if nothing else, from the standard of the ground fielding on both sides. It's been exceptional. And it's often said, or a variation of the phrase, that fielding is the soul of a team. It gives you an insight into where a team is in terms of the standards and how it carries itself. Hampshire winning that game by 16 runs on DLS, and again it comes a bit back to what I was saying earlier about ground fielding and running between the wickets. Vital.
Again, slightly fuller from Smith, just targeting at those feet and pads of Tammy Beaumont, who's looking to try and bat out of her crease and come down the pitch.
Well, they've brought point round to more of a backward point for the reverse paddle.
This time Beaumont's onto it quickly and into a bit of real estate, and she'll capitalise and pick up 4.
Well, this is clever because I think there was just a half shimmy from Beaumont of threatening to come down the pitch, and that makes Smith drop it just a tad short. The margins between these two top quality performers are so fine, and then Beaumont rocks back and swivel pulls.
So that's when it becomes such a game of cat and mouse, doesn't it? If Beaumont is continually coming down the pitch, which she has been quite a bit, and then this time she just waits on it, but then it starts to get into the head of the bowler, who does start to adjust their length.
You are watching two masters at work in their respective fields. Ooh.
That extra bit of flight there from Smith, just trying to tempt Beaumont into something.
And it wasn't far off, just slipping underneath the bat. Beaumont knew she just had to get something on it, otherwise she was stumped.
Again, just respectful in her defensive shot. They've had the boundary from the over, so they don't really need to stress. Required rate 4.3, going at 3.5 at the moment. This time the quick hands across the line. It will be cut off in the deep, and they'll come back for a second. That's good running, good intent. 6 runs coming from the over. 8 gone, 30 for 1.
Well, you think of that Hampshire innings, they never really got any acceleration going at any point. They were never consistently scoring it anything more than just above 4 and over. And so if you blaze, all you're thinking is we've got to build some partnerships and score it in and around 4s, and at some point someone will, without meaning to get all, if you love your puns, catch fire a bit, and we'll get even 2 or 3 big overs, and that will win us the game. And if we get a few more and we get a partnership, you could even be into bonus point territory, but I know that's very ambitious, but if you win the game in and around 40 overs, it gets you the BP. Because you think of Hampshire, they had 1 over which went for double digits in the entire innings.
Here comes Gibb for her 5th. Full, targeting at the pads of Bryce, who can only push this into the leg side for no run.
Been in the Vipers Academy for 5 years. Daisy Gibb came through the Sussex pathway initially. Made a T20 Cup debut for Sussex in 2021. Took 3 for 4 in a couple of overs against Essex to demolish them. It was a wildcard pick for the Oval Invincibles in the 100 last year.
Oh, she's bowling nicely here, picking up that early wicket as well of Marie Kelly, so sending one of the openers on her way, keeping up good pace even into her 5th over as well. You wonder whether she'll have another or whether they'll change, have a think about maybe Jade Wellington.
I think you give her one more. She looks in great rhythm.
And that's the thing, is she can just keep that pace up and not sort of lose her quality as you get tired. Again, can't get it past Tanya, extra cover.
From Pembury in Sussex, went to Hurstpierpoint College, which has always been seen as one of the best schools in the Sussex area to kind of come through when it comes to cricket stuff. They've got a bit of a postage stamp of a ground. And so it's actually...
good for your batting average.
Well, yes, and for Gibb, I know from a couple of people I spoke to a few weeks ago about her in relation to this, it's actually helped her bowling because it's so brutal, it forces you to be at your best.
I do sometimes watch white ball cricket, especially T20, and think, who would be a bowler? You know, you're watching IPL yesterday and you think, oh, just, you know, you need 52 or 4 overs or something, and you're like, they could do this because they're just going to take on this bowler, easy peasy, as you like.
Well, I know the way a lot of bowlers are trying to think about it now to psychologically reassure themselves is, well, everyone's going to get hit, so it's going to happen to me, and to hell with it. But yeah, not an easy gig.
There was the Canada 60 or whatever was happening back in October. It was so short straight that bowlers were having to do their run up in a J. Again, finding that good length. Here is Gibb, just building the dots, building a little bit of pressure. So it meant that the run-up was so short, but it also meant that the boundary straight was so short that as a bowler you just think, well, if I don't get hit for a boundary, that's a win.
Yeah, I think when you're shorter than bowlers' run-ups, unless someone's kind of doing an imitation of maybe one of the West Indian fast bowlers from the 1980s, that's the point where you go, should we put the rope out a little bit? Should we give the bowlers just a...
Yeah, but the thing is, you ask the fans and the people who want something exciting, what do they want to see, beating the bat a couple of times, or do they want to see 3 sixes in a row? They want to see 3 sixes in a row. As Gibb is in for her final delivery. And that will be a dot. Plays out a maiden over, so 9 overs gone, 30 for 1.
Yeah, it's an excellent spell from Gibb. The only difference between this and what she did 2 days ago against Georgie Boyce and Lauren Winfield Hill of Yorkshire, she's got the wicket that she deserved. In the power play against Yorkshire, with rain-reduced game, Yorkshire needed to go in and around 5 and over. Power play time, in theory, where Yorkshire would be looking to go quite hard in that power play, they just couldn't get Daisy Gibb away. She went for 20 off her 4 overs. And here she's gone for, albeit on a pitch that's better suited for bowlers, that was a decent batting track at York. She's gone for just 11. I'm just jumping back to Hurstpierpoint College, where played coming through as a nipper, as they say. On one side, the main pitch, the boundary obviously slightly depends on which square you use, but you're looking at in and around just over 30 metres, which even for schools cricket, that's tiny. So I know that the couple there were saying that in some ways it's school of hard knock stuff, right? It's like if you can learn to be disciplined with your line and length defending a boundary like that, you can pretty much do it anywhere.
Teach them it's hard from the outset, and then it only gets easier. It's like giving your kid a really weird name. Teach them that life is hard from the outset, and then it only gets easier.
Bex Tyson from the Radcliffe Road end. She's had a very good season so far.
And played respectfully off the back foot by Beaumont with that flourish of the wrists.
And you know what the biggest mark of respect is for what a good season Bex Tyson has had? Lindsay Smith comes back available. Normally you'd think left armour for left armour, they were like, we can't leave her out. And that's why Megan Sturge was the one to make way.
Well, she started tidily here. Couple of dots.
2 for 41 off 8 against Yorkshire a couple of days ago.
Well, that one's just sat up there for someone like Tammy Beaumont, is just too good. Works it round the corner, gets the middle of it, and picks up a boundary, finally breaking the shackles. The previous over a maiden, couple of dots to start this one, and then just sat up in there to be hit.
Well, picks up the length very quickly, but you can't get away with bowling a ball like this to a player of Beaumont's class. Much like what happened with Heim much earlier in the day, I'll take the responsibility for that 4 on Tyson's figures. Was just talking about how tight and economical she's been all season.
Yeah, and it's about the comeback though, to show the mark of a bowler. And this time just beats a diving Smith inside the ring, so it'll be 1 more to the tally, but not her best delivery to respond with either. Beaumont just rehearsing the shot, perhaps feeling like she missed out slightly.
Yeah, it was the turn that actually slightly saved the delivery, and it kept low off this pitch, which is something to keep an eye on. It's going to happen more and more as this game goes on.
No one had any idea where that had gone. Neither Catherine Bryce nor Rihanna Southey behind the stumps, and everyone was just sort of wondering, where's the ball?
Stick the Benny Hill music on.
Yeah, everyone's spinning in circles, just thinking,
Tyson's got to recompose herself. That's 3 short balls in a row.
All right, last ball of the over here from Tyson. Much better. Just punch back up towards Adams at mid-off. It'll be a dot to end the over. 5 coming from it. 10 gone, 35 for 1.
That's much better to finish off from Bex Tyson. That's where she lives. That's her postcode. Pretty even Stevens here, as reflected by the fact that Blaze are almost bang on DLS. Bex Tyson with I think I would say nerves settled after that first over. In terms of the balls that she bowled, she'll bowl many better overs than that this season, but she's managed to get out without it being too expensive, and she's into her spell.
Now, are we going to see another from Daisy Gibb?
Give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want. I wasn't even trying that, but
oh dear,
you picked up on it. You're a poet and you don't know it.
Scary thought.
So Gibb will get a sixth. She's in rhythm. She's ticking. And the sun is just bursting through a little more. And as you see often with a bowler at this stage, keeper Southby decides to come up to the stumps. One of the best keepers in the women's domestic game. That gives a different dilemma for this pair. I watched her at close quarters warm up, something that I often do sort of in the interval, go and have a nose at the pitch, chat to the ground staff, and she looked in really fine fettle, and it was just a moment, you know, sort of 10 yards or so away from her, and she exchanged a chuckle with the coaches and ended up having a brief chat with Daisy Gibb where pretty much all I said was, I'm just checking you deserve 3 or 4 wickets against Yorkshire on Wednesday. He bowled blooming well. And she turned to me with a twinkle in her eye and said, I'm going to go get them here. So that's a square drive. It's managed to get through the gap between cover and point and even out to that long boundary. It won't quite get there. Lindsay Smith putting on her Superwoman cape to flick it back in. And then the work completed with the tag team fielding by Abby Norgrove.
Yeah, really good bit of work this from Smith. You were sort of wondering whether it was going to be one of those, the ball just accelerating enough that as a fielder you have to keep running anyway, even though you know you're not going to get there. But she's done really well to just flick it back and a bit of relay effort to get the ball back in. Yes, it only saves 1 run, but every run is crucial in a low run chase.
Nice looking shot for none by Beaumont. Yeah, quite a nice story coming through at Sandwich Town Cricket Club. I think there's every chance there's a few of that persuasion watching on our live stream. Her brother Michael, a regular in the twos, often caught or stumped Beaumont, bowled Beaumont was on the scorecards. Her brother Michael and dad Kevin, both pretty handy. But Tammy more than going past them, of course. Oh, that's a great change up from Gibb. I think it's flicked off the outside edge of Beaumont's bat. Ground fielding standards high yet again. It's been exceptional from both teams. It was Bex Tyson there flicking in and Ella McCacken doing the rest. Yeah,
great bit of work. It's all about hunting in packs. This is something you see a lot with the Australians. They sort of started it. They're never going to be one of you on your own out in the field. There'll be 2, 3 of them chasing it.
Nice to have a bit of company. Lovely change up from Gibb that. Had Beaumont in all sorts of a pickle. I think that might have been another change up there from Gibb. I'm not too sure. That's out to point. Georgie's nodding alongside me.
Yeah, I think so.
Forgive us if it's not always easy to pick. We are in the 3rd floor of the Radcliffe Road end, and she's bowling from the Stuart Broad end, so she's a
and
long way.
We're also down down at 3rd.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think this might be the last ball of Gibbs' spell.
Yeah, you would think so. 6 on the bounce.
It's a good effort. Oh, and it's another change-up. It's very, very good. And it has Beaumont kind of groping forward, almost risking being stumped there. She kept that back foot grounded, though. 41 for 1 off 11. 1 for 17 off 6 for Gibb. And that might be it from a magnificent opening spell by her.
Yeah, you would think it should be. You just don't. You want to be able to keep her down the back end if you can. If you can keep her economical. We saw how effective the opening bowlers Phillips and Balager were for the Blaze in that first innings, and then when they came in down the back end as well. Again, so they bowled their opening overs exactly how you'd want them to, and the back end exactly how you'd want them to. So keep her up your sleeve. You've got plenty of attack in there, and you've got the spinners in your armoury. You've got the likes of Lindsay Smith, obviously Tyson going along nicely here as well. Georgia Adams can bring herself on. You've got Naomi Datani who can bowl in those middle overs too. So they've got plenty to call upon here, Georgia Adams.
Yeah, one thing teams and analysts think a lot about is trying to have at least 6 bowling options in every different type of bowler. And it's one thing that, particularly now Adams is back as well, Hampshire have pretty much every base covered in that regard. In terms of variations of spin and seam. They love a left arm quick, like Ballinger. Tyson starts a new over nicely. She's gone for just over 5 and over this season, Bex Tyson, which you're pretty happy with in terms of offering you control as a spinner. And it's deliveries like that that are why this is a better start to the over. Her first over only went for 5, but she bowled 3 really short deliveries and in truth was a bit lucky to get out the over having gone for just that 5. That wasn't that short, but Rice picked up the length quickly, smartly fielded by Smith.
Yeah, she'll be a bit frustrated there, Bryce. It was kind of there to be hit, and all she could do is pick out the one fielder.
Bit more flight, and this is sliced, and it does get over the head of Adams. It wasn't entirely convincing from Catherine Bryce, and the lack of timing is reflected by the fact that it plugs in the outfield. Speedy running does mean they come through for 3.
Yeah, it would have been heart in mouth stuff for a moment as it soared in the air. It appeared to just hang above Georgia Adams, who's not short either in the field. So if anyone on this Hampshire side was going to be able to get there, but maybe a couple of feet over her head in the end. Difficult to try and judge that one, whether you're going to come in, try and take the catch or just drop back for Adams. But 3 more to the tally.
And finds the outside edge of Beaumont's bat this time. It's not too often you say it in mid-May, but this is a good track for the spinners. Used pitch, the 3rd game on it. It's already offering opportunity and purchase, and ones that keep low too. Bit more flight. One of the shots of the day, if not the shot of the day. I'll stop it, Tammy Beaumont. That is exceptional. Down the pitch, meets it on the half volley and just guides it, leans on it down to the cover boundary. 48 for 1 off 12.
I think if you covered the face and name on her shirt, we would know exactly who had played that shot, and it was just vintage Tammy Beaumont. The little flick of the wrists, great bit of footwork, and it's not about power, it's about timing, precision and placement. And they move now on to 48 for 1, the Blaze, in this chase.
Change the bowling. Naomi Datani on from the Stuart Broad end. It's not quite a mirror image, but there's a similarity to the boundary we saw from Beaumont a few overs ago through mid-wicket. It's the traditional meeting with the hockey. Meeting the ball with a straight bat and then the wrist manipulating the ball into the gap. You could do a lot worse if you're a young batter watching from anywhere across the world and paying close attention to what you're seeing from these two on a difficult pitch against one of the very best attacks in the country. Daisy Gibbs' spell is indeed done. 6 overs, 1 made and 17 for 1. And on comes Naomi Datani, who's having an excellent season with the ball. That's not a bad start at all. One of those that sort of maybe not quite an outside edge, not quite a guide, a little bit of either. It's away for 2 of something. 2 runs, of course.
That brings up the 50 for the Blaze in just the 13th over and the 1 wicket down.
They are around 10 overs or 10 runs or so ahead of where Hampshire were at this point. Hampshire were 39 for 2 at the end of this over. There's going to be more runs here. And it will be 4. That's got past Wellington, who had no chance really. So 6 off the first 2 of this over, and in a low-scoring game, an over like this can become pivotal.
Yep, for the first time today, they're finally ahead of the required run rate. Going at 4.38 now, just requiring 4.14. That target 210 is 156 runs away still, but a very comfortable, well-set-looking partnership out in the middle.
Tatani bending her back, some very hopeful LBW appeals from Southby. When a wicketkeeper started getting the feet tracking down leg, that's always a bit of a clue. I mentioned she's had a good season with the ball though, Tatani. 2 for 35 off 6, her best figures. That came in the win against Yorkshire a couple of days ago. She's picked up 9 wickets already, Hampshire's joint highest wicket taker. Joint second highest wicket taker, I should say. Turned away by Bryce for a strolled single. And in an over, in a game that has been so low scoring, this is the kind of over that if Beaumont gets a ball or 2 that she fancies attacking, could become a match-changing one. Beaumont just drops her bat on it almost effortlessly, knowing that deep covers out. And that is the 50 partnership. Tammy Beaumont doing the slightly heavier of the lifting with 27 off 30, a tad quicker than Catherine Bryce with her 23 off 34. And in the context of this game, 50 off 64 is a very decent rate. Once again into that gap, so 9 off the over. It is the joint second highest scoring over of the entire match so far across 63 overs. 57 for 1 off 30.
Well, it's been a very strange match, really, hasn't it? We were talking about that Hampshire innings. There was never really a time when it got going. There were 2 early wickets and then there was the rebuild. And yes, they built that 100 partnership, but there was never really an explosive acceleration. If you'd looked at the Wiggly Worms, it really gone up at a high trajectory, or the skyscrapers, but managed to get themselves to that 209 in the end, Hampshire. But this is a different looking innings because these 2 are really going about their business at quite some lick now, ahead of that required run rate, going at 4.38, and a partnership that's built really nicely.
Tyson to continue. It's just worked around the corner. They want to, they'll get to. This is really clever batting. Manipulation of the field from Catherine Bryce. Beaumont is onto it. Those are the mini moments that I was referring to in the first innings, with running hard, knowing the ground dimensions, a little bit of that home knowledge. Maybe that sweeper for Hampshire's a bit too deep there. That swept around the corner, but there's lots of space out there. It's a relatively risk-free shot for Catherine Bryce. She hasn't got all of it, but she'll still get 4. So the Blaze on a little bit of a roll here. The last 8 balls have gone for 15 runs.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need. The partnership built gets to 50 and then just keep pushing on from here. And they want to think about perhaps that bonus point later on down the line as well. So if they go about and break the back of this chase early on, then it makes it much easier pickings down the line. And that fielder now has been pushed behind square, where that previous delivery had just gone over the rope.
Yeah, Georgia Adams is looking a bit like a police officer directing traffic in a very busy part of town, rearranging that leg side field. Better from Tyson, quicker and flatter. Wellington's gone in at a sort of short, straightish mid-wicket, and then they've got a deep kind of squarer mid-wicket. It's almost halfway between mid-wicket and square leg. Oh, paddled. Very, very clever. Lots and lots of room here, right behind the keeper. McCacken is going to get plenty of metres to add to her running tracking stats. And that will be 2 more. So pressure really building now on Hampshire. They might be bowling on a track that offers obvious turn. They might have this gun spin attack, but they haven't got tons of runs to play with, and they'll be all too aware that realistically they've probably got to bowl the Blaze out here. If Blaze bat the 50 overs, it's very unlikely they're not going to get there. Oh, what's that? It's given. Gone. Well, there we go. Just as Blaze was starting to accelerate, and just as Catherine Bryce was beginning to go through the gears, it is Bex Tyson, who's having a great season with the ball, who gets a massive breakthrough. This second wicket partnership is split just as it was really starting to tick along. Bryce LBW for 32, 65 for 2.
Well, it was exactly the same shot she'd gone for the previous delivery. She hadn't quite timed the previous one either, but got away with it. And then this time, Tyson coming left arm round the wicket. She gets down to it and just misses it, and it just tickles that pad in front of the stumps. It was a fairly muted appeal, really. Just the bowler and the keeper going up for it, but Catherine Bryce has to put her bat under her arm and head off as the second wicket goes down for the home side. 65 for 2 now as Georgia Elwys strolls out to the middle to join Tammy Beaumont.
Well, you're never happy to get out, but I think a campaigner of Catherine Bryce's immense talent will be particularly frustrated because she'll be aware this is a tough pitch to come in and start on. She'd done the hard work of getting started. She was just starting to manipulate the field and put a lot of pressure on Hampshire captain Georgia Adams and her bowlers in terms of how to stop that leaking of runs. You can understand why she's gone for the same shot again, though, because the space remained. But out comes Georgia Elwys. She's a pretty handy replacement. 72 off 76 in the successful run chase against Somerset at Exmouth in the West Country in a big partnership with Beaumont. So these two are reunited. They put on 131 off 141 for the third wicket. And that was what really decided the game after Somerset posted 2-2-2 for 9. And Elwys starts by trying a not entirely dissimilar paddle, for which she'll get off the mark. So have lost the wicket in the over, which of course is a great disappointment for Blaze, but they have also picked up 9 off it. So the last 2 overs have brought 18 runs and a wicket. 62, 66, 4-2 off 14.
Yeah, you do wonder whether this will cause them to adjust how they're going about this chase. Tammy Beaumont going along nicely, 29 from 36. They were just starting to push up through the gears. Whether a wicket just slows that down slightly as they rebuild a new partnership, or whether Beaumont says, right, I'm in now, I can continue this way, and Elwys starts to bat around her.
If I had to bet, I think a player of Beaumont's experience will just hold back a little more than she might have done.
Yeah.
Because she'll know that if she goes now, it's double trouble, and you expose what is a very long batting lineup, but you expose that middle order to then having to have 2 batters come out at the same time on a tough pitch against a good attack, and both start fresh. Tatani back for her second. First went for 9. Just guided away by Elwys towards the shorter boundary. Having a chat with Andrew on the ground staff mid-innings. It is 60 metres out square towards that leg side boundary that Beaumont was hitting towards there. Out towards deep cover on the other side of things, the longest it gets is 69 or even 70, they think. And then that pocket around Cow Corner is more down at about 54, 55. Beaumont just ends up jabbing that off the inside edge. So those boundary dimensions definitely a factor into what we're seeing here, and it's just the nature of the ground. They work it out by aiming with all 4 corners straight and square for 60, but then you've obviously got parts of the ground like it wide long on where you physically can't make it much longer. Oh, lovely from Datani. Beats Beaumont. That's a Jaffa.
Yeah, absolute seed of a delivery, this one from Ditani, beating that outside edge of a well-set batter as well. Just that probing corridor of uncertainty, and gets Beaumont just tempted. And it's good signs, this, for Hampshire still. Beaumont's not quite seeing it beautifully just yet, so they'll be eyeing up, trying to back up that wicket with another.
Tani again asking all the right questions of Beaumont. He's had quite a few injury troubles in recent seasons, Naomi Datani, so fantastic to see her very much back to her best, back out there and back bowling with real intent. She's been having a good season with the ball, consistently offering something different to this attack. Oh, that's into the pads. You'd think going down, left arm around. Beaumont had not really shuffled across a lot.
Well, Datani asking the questions here, isn't she? Just the one run from the over so far, especially with the likes of Tammy Beaumont on strike, just struggling to get her away. She's already faced 40 deliveries, but not reading this from Datani. And this is what you want when you sort of... You've seen out your opening bowlers, you're not quite into your spinners yet, but someone like Datani is gold dust at this point in an innings.
Datani finishes the over nicely with a dot, just one off it, 67 for 2 off 15. And I owe her an apology as well, because in an absolute brain fade a few overs back when talking about the variety of this Hampshire attack, I mentioned that they didn't have a left armer. For some reason had temporarily forgotten her presence. They really do have pretty much everything covered, particularly now Georgia Adams is back fit and Lindsay Smith is back from England duty. And they managed to persuade a certain Amanda Jade Wellington to leave Somerset and head a little further along the coast to come to Hampshire.
I didn't realise until this year how early those kind of things get locked in. So when I was over in Australia, did I mention that's where I was? It was the Spring Challenge, is before the Women's Big Bash. And I was talking to Amanda Jade Wellington at that, and I was saying, oh, you're coming back over the summer? And it was obviously very hush-hush at the time, but it was already decided. And that's September, October.
You've got to move fast for your overseas, particularly for someone of her quality. She's probably the first, if not one of the very first examples of a true franchise cricketer.
As Smith continues, and there's a little misfield and a good bit of running. Although she still can't get a gig in the WPL.
Yeah, I know. Curious that, isn't it? But what I mean by that is you know, she hasn't played for Australia since 2022. Yeah. She's one of your first players that is fully on that, as much of that global circuit as she gets the opportunity to be on. Kind of a bit of a trailblazer in that sense, and a great character on social media as well.
Beaumont again rocks forward and then plays this one off the back foot, straight back up to Lindsay Smith. Just trying to slow that run rate scoring. We had a couple of big overs, 2 overs of 9 in a row, a wicket as well. That run rate nearly at 4.5. This one just darted in shorter by Smith.
Well, I think that little burst of scoring is part of the reason why Smith has come back here when she has. Tyson did pick up the wicket, but 1 for 21 off 3.
Vitani comes in shorter at mid-wicket. And these two happy to just push it around, keep rotating the strike. Fuller this time punched out towards deep cover. Again, just one more to the tally. Lindsay Smith just directing her field, 2 out in the deep on the leg side. Extra bit of flight this time, just dropping at the toes of Georgia Elwes. There's a misfield, it's gone through and it's going to go for 4. So what had been a pretty tidy over from Lindsay Smith turns a bit more expensive.
Well, by Lindsay Smith's extremely high standards, it's an incredibly expensive over. Gibb can't get there. It does run away a little faster down that hill. It's something we mentioned briefly at the start of our coverage, but I think it's worth re-emphasising that it's by no means Lords, but there is a bit of a slope on this track today. If you're facing up as Beaumont is now facing Detani, your head is just being dragged outside off stump. You're at risk of falling over, and at the other end, you're at risk of almost sort of falling backwards if you're a right-hander when facing from the Radcliffe Road end.
Round the wicket to the right-hander again. Detani bends her back, a little bit of extra pace this time.
Reminder, of course, these two, the table toppers, Blaze with 6 wins from 7, Hampshire with 5 wins, a washout and a loss.
Soft hands from Beaumont to just keep this down, but again, there's no run. Detani is looking really nice form today.
And something that many people seem totally unaware of, but great credit to Catherine Bryce chatting to her today. She's the first player or coach I've seen all season that seemed to know this. The change of format from the top 4 to the top 3. If I had £1 for every time I've heard someone mention the top 4, I'd be doing quite well.
Slower this time from Detani. Beaumont onto it, just pushes this backward of point, adds 1 more to her tally. Moves on to 32, score moves to 76 for 2.
A couple of years back in the final year of the regional era, Sunrisers finished 4th. They went to Diamonds, beat them at Headingley. They won the final against Stars. They took the trophy. Now, no one will be able to do that this season if you finish 4th.
No.
Because it's changed. It's 3rd versus 2nd in an eliminator. And if you win the league across the 16 games, you go straight to the Metrobank One Day Cup final.
It's turned away into the leg side. Well, Sunrisers winning that was one of my favourite weird full circle moments. They couldn't buy a win when that tournament, when it all first started. Could not buy a win, and then in the end won the last one.
And they had to come through quite hard just to finish in 4th. They finished quite strong, and for Blaze it was of great frustration because they lost against Sparks in the final round of fixtures, and had they won they would have actually finished 3rd, not even 4th.
Yeah. Again, just not times. Plays this into the ground, does Beaumont. So slowing things down. Detani just the 2 runs from the over so far. Looking for a tidy out here.
And with all the talent they've got at their disposal, had then, much of which is still there now, it was seen as a bit of a shock for Blaze to end up missing out on qualifying. But yeah, for those still unfamiliar, you need to finish in the top 3 now.
Final ball of the 17th from Detani. Looks to pull this away. Not time. Detani sets off like a sprinter. Can't collect. So 1 off the last ball of the over, the leg bye. 17 gone, 78 for 2.
What was almost one of those where the cricketers get their chance to show their football skills, their best impression of a centre forward by kicking it onto the stumps.
My favourite is when they kick it really far, because so many cricketers think they're footballers and it just completely misses.
Yes, it's when the fantasy meets reality quite quickly.
There's the reason I'm playing this sport instead of that one. Yeah,
exactly. Here is Detani trying her best impression of Russo or Morgan.
I think she was going for the pick up and
well,
chuck.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can see why, because it was a bit too close to justify the kick. I think was getting in anyway, so would have been okay regardless. It was a well judged single.
Well, Lindsay Smith is going to continue with her. Starts her 6th over. Remember that target, 210 for victory here, the Blaze, to try and put themselves 10 points clear at the top of the table. Still the 2 out in the deep on the leg side. And a bit of extra flight to start things off. Elwes thinking about coming through for the single sent back. Ariel this time releases the pressure. Tammy Beaumont, couple of bounces, up and over for 4.
Well, this has been a fine battle to watch today, and the latest chapter in it goes to Beaumont. She's so good against spin. She's got the ability with that low centre of gravity to confidently dance down the track, or paddle or guide into the gaps behind square. Gives Smith a real dilemma. She's stuck long on back now, so pretty much any shot on the onside is at least one.
This time just pushes it into the offside, sets off quickly. Good between the wickets, these two. Great communication. They're always happy to scamper through for a single.
Well, remember that last time out they had this huge partnership that won a relatively low-scoring game on a tricky wicket against Somerset at Exmouth. They'll fancy their chances of repeating it here, Elwes and Beaumont. Long on and mid-wicket come in for Elwes.
She just gets a good stride out to this and pushes it to point, and there's no run. Sun coming out again. It's been a strange old day with weather. Big old clouds, but it's also really sunny. It's like when it rains, but you can't see the cloud. I can never understand.
But the forecast has always said no rain. And
The
luckily
forecast,
it's held.
honestly, I have absolutely no idea. Prepare for every eventuality.
It's England.
Again, Beaumont keen to try and get back on strike.
We got 2 minutes of hail at York on Wednesday, and there was a moment where I saw Amanda Jade Wellington wrapped up in a jacket, just hiding underneath the dugout. So you could see her thinking, what on earth am I doing here?
Yeah.
How have I ended up here? What is going on?
But honestly, the weather just has no idea what it's doing. For that, I was at that England game the other day, and just biblical at times. When we tried to leave, when they abandoned the match, we couldn't even leave because it was raining so much. As the over comes to a close, 18 gone, 83 for 2.
So 5 off it, including that lovely 4 from Beaumont off Smith. Fascinating to see how Hampshire use their chips. Smith coming on for a second spell, not very long after her first. We still haven't seen the Wizard of Wellow, Amanda Jade Wellington, who was arguably with both bat and ball the match winner a couple of days ago.
Well, well, well. And with that,
Ask and you shall receive.
ask and thou shalt receive, Michael McGann.
I always believe as a commentator you should never have favourite teams, but it's more than acceptable to have favourite players to watch in action. She, you know, bias in terms of teams is generally a good thing, but in terms of cricketers that I would pay all of my non-existent savings to watch, Amanda J. Wellington would.
I would contribute to, but I haven't got any either.
Right up there. She got Lauren Winfield Hill out a couple of days ago at York with.
That was a smart build-up, wasn't it?
It was a leg spinner that was a toppy as well. Stumping from Southby after setting her up.
Well, she's now got a chance at Tammy Beaumont and Georgia Elwes here. And finds a bit of turn, a bit of bounce straight away. Beaumont 37. Been out there since the beginning.
I remember the slope here is taking it away from Beaumont too, so there's a lot for her to contend with, and there's a few little cracks as well.
Extra bit of flight from Wellington, just finding it dropping at the feet of Beaumont. Georgia Adams likes it at first slip.
I think Georgia Adams is probably mightily relieved to be at first slip and not facing it against Wellington on this pitch.
Again, just that full length right at the toes.
And it's nice to see as well, in terms of preparing a used pitch today at Trent Bridge. It's been used a couple of times. It tests the players in a different way.
As Lindsay Smith is just brought in off the boundary at cover. Finds the edge. And the first run off Wellington today.
But Beaumont was smart, at least in realising that she needed to play that with the softest hands possible. And I'm sure Beaumont is just passing on what she's learnt from those first few balls on to Elwes. To use a phrase that head coach I know uses at certain moments, this is the game right here.
Really full this time from Wellington. She's giving it that extra bit of flight, isn't she? Just letting it drop. Quicker. And Elwes goes for the reverse, doesn't read it. So very tidy first over from Amanda Jade Wellington. Just the one run coming from it. 19 gone, 84 for 2.
You wouldn't have expected much less from a bowler who before that over has 10 wickets in this competition this season at an average of 26 and an economy rate of 4.1. She was the second highest wicket taker for Hampshire, highest wicket taker I should say for Hampshire, and her economy rate for Hampshire this season only beaten by a certain Lauren Bell. She's pretty handy, isn't she? A bit a different type of challenge. Change of ends for Datani. 0 for 12 off free from the Stuart Broad end and quickly swapping to the Redcliffe Road end. Poppy Tulloch is still available and so far unused, as is Georgia Adams. 7 genuine frontline bowling options for Hampshire, same of which can be said for Blaze, and it's probably no coincidence with stacked all-round teams like that, that's why they're doing so well. Bit of advice being passed on to Georgia Elwes. I don't believe it's any kind of injury, unless I've missed something, in which case apologies.
So Datani to start her 4th after that slight delay. Good pace again from Datani and good running, scampering through for that single. He had a very quiet previous over, just the one run coming from the Amanda Jade Wellington over. Georgia Adams looks on in despair. They know these two are really going to push hard for those quick singles.
Well, it's something we've spoken about earlier today, but you've got to squeeze the running as best you can in a tight game like this where boundaries are really hard to come by.
There's Datani again round the wicket. And again that fuller length just gets a hand to it at extra cover.
Slightly hedging your bet sort of field, a 5-4, mostly protection on the boundaries behind square either side.
Again, just pushed a point. Field set well by Adams and Datani. Just trying to slow that run rate down. Previous over from Wellington, just the one run from it. Just the one from this so far from Naomi Datani.
Well, Elwes early would be an enormous scalp. Since the start of last season, she has 763 runs in this competition at an average of in excess of 50.
Walks down the pitch this time and again can't get it past that infield.
Both these teams so close to getting their hand on the trophy last season. Blaze loses in the semi-finals. And a tight one against Lancashire. Hampshire, meanwhile, runners-up, losing to Lancashire in the final.
Again, that full length from Datani, but just strained down the leg side. So wide signalled by the umpire. Go back and do that one again. One added to the total, one more ticked off. Still need 124 from 182.
First wide of the innings in the 20th over to go with just 2 leg byes, which again, it's those little things like the ground fielding, like the running between the wickets, that you'd expect the top 2 to be doing well, and they generally have been.
Again, that good pace from Ditani. Beaumont flings herself back behind that white line. So coming towards the end of the 20th over here. Just one more to come. 86 on the board. This partnership starting to build. 21 from 36, these two. Final ball of the over, played out. There's a dot, tidy over again from Naomi Tatani. 20 overs gone, the Blaze 86 for 2.
And at this stage, after their one and only over in the innings, which they got more than 9 from, Hampshire was 78 for 2. So that gives you an idea of how nip and tuck it is. Plays 8 runs ahead, but remember that you would conventionally anticipate that from this point a team would accelerate, and actually Hampshire didn't really manage any significant acceleration at all at any point. They completely plateaued and then lost a lot of wickets late in getting bowled out for 209. Lost the last 6 wickets for just 26 in the last 5.5 overs. As Ballinger and Phillips got their deserved rewards. So, Wellington spinning her web, just 1 from her first over. Beaumont's so good at manipulating the ball off spinners, but this is quite a challenge even for her excellence. Used pitch and an in-form Amanda Jade Wellington. Oh, and that has Beaumont uncertain, propping forward.
I think that shows a sign of an informed bowler as well. She's not afraid to really give it that extra bit of flight here, Wellington.
Goes quicker and flatter, and it keeps low, and it almost scoots through everything.
And then she has the ability to turn it and do that instead.
Well, spinners talking about making this ball talk. This ball is not just talking, but this ball is doing more talking than us in the commentary box. Sweeps this time, and Southby got a little hand on it. Adams in pursuit. It will be 2. It will be runs off the bat.
Yeah, just managed to get a little something on that as Beaumont moves into the 40s. 41 from 60 now. She's batted smartly to get herself to this point. She'll be frustrated should it come to an end any time soon, but it is proving difficult to play Amanda Jade Wellington on this pitch.
Yeah, Beaumont having to call on all of her extensive experience, the 35-year-old from Dover. Just whipping that in front of mid-on. Nice quick running. These two so experienced out there in the middle with each other. They've got that almost telepathic running relationship. Gets them 1. And if they can get out of this Wellington over with 3, or maybe even a bonus here, they'd be pretty content with that as one of Hampshire's biggest threats. Low full toss. Turned away for 1. And Blaze will bite your arm off for that. 4 off Wellington's second over, 90 for 2 off 21.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with that. It wasn't easy. It isn't proving easy at any time playing out Amanda Jade Wellington on this pitch in the form that she is in with the ball in hand. And then actually at the other end, Naomi Ditani is proving tricky enough too. She's got extra bit of pace, it feels, today.
It's interesting chatting to a couple of members of the Hampshire hierarchy at Yorkshire a couple of days ago, saying that an Australian turning the ball big for Hampshire and playing with a smile on their face reminds you of a certain SK Warne once upon a time. Amanda Jade Wellington somewhat inspired by him, and my goodness me, just like him, an absolute treat to watch bowl. He's got that real sense of theatre. Doesn't quite have the sledging of Vaughan. She's a bit of a baby-faced assassin. She's one of those that just lets her confidence and her aura and the web that she traps you in do the rest of it. Not quite her personality to go for the more psychological disintegration sort of stuff. Anyone who's met Amanda J. Wellington will know that's not quite her style. Beaumont resolute. Keep an eye on Beaumont's footwork here. She's batting out of her crease, and a few times she's itched to get down the pitch at Datani and try and hit her off that length. Lots of open space in the onside. Field set for Datani to bowl relatively straight here. Datani gets it all wrong. Her non-bowling arm slightly collapsed. It goes down leg. It won't go for a really dreaded 5 wides. It will be a couple of extras to the total though.
Well, you can see she hasn't really got that protection. Yes, she's got one out on the rope at cover, but that's the really short boundary out there. Other than that, once it's through the ring, it's going, and to that short boundary, more protection out in the deep and behind square on the leg side. So she's trying to push it straight and on that direction.
Datani refinding her line. Plenty more Metrobank One Day Cup action to come for you tomorrow after this duel of the top 2, which takes us to the halfway stage of this competition. We'll be at by tomorrow night. Feels weird to say in mid-May, but do you get these...
Especially it's my first game of the season.
Well, exactly. Do you get these early season fixtures in at a pretty rapid rate before the T20 blast gets going? A small matter of a home World Cup, of course. I say that very sarcastically. Oh, this is another one of Beaumont's vintage cover drives. There we go. That might be even better than the one we saw earlier on in the piece. That has whistled away for 4.
Yeah, it's exactly what they needed. Break the shackles. They've been kept very quiet, these two. But Beaumont now moving on to 46. As Datani sets herself back up at the top of her mark again.
Beaumont wants a quick single, but very quickly realises no chance of it. Coming up tomorrow, Surrey against Lancashire at the Oval. Surrey with 4 wins and 3 losses currently sat in 3rd. Lancashire, the defending champions, but second bottom with 2 wins and 5 defeats so far. It's Durham against Somerset at Chester Street. Durham bottom with 2 wins, 4 losses and a tie against Yorkshire. Travelling Somerset 5th. This will be a quick single that, had it been picked up cleanly, there might have been a sliver of a chance of a run out, but as it is, it will be 1, and it will be quite an expensive over by this game's relatively tight standards. 9 off it, 99 for 2 off 22, and to complete the set, it's Yorkshire against Warwickshire at Scarbados. Yorkshire going pretty well, having come up into Tier 1. They've already picked up a couple of wins and a tie. And Warwickshire sat in 4th. But what's interesting about the table is there's a real bunch from 4th down to 9th. You have 6 teams split by just 4 points. And for those who are unfamiliar, you get 4 points for a win, and then there's a possible bonus point in this competition. So you can pretty much chuck a blanket over Warwickshire, Somerset, Essex, Yorkshire, Lancashire and Durham, with almost half the competition gone.
Not geographically, though.
Yes.
If I could speak.
Wellington's new over starts her right on the point again. Yeah, of course, Hampshire have been getting their miles in. Had Nottinghamshire away, and then they quite sensibly, Yorkshire away, I should say, on Wednesday, then quite sensibly headed straight here. Swept hard, swept well, and that will go away a little faster down the hill, and it brings up 50 for Tammy Beaumont. 51 off 68 balls on a tricky used pitch in a run chase against one of the top attacks in the country. This has been an innings of real high class. She goes to the milestone with her 7th 4, and having made 99 not out in the successful run chase against Somerset last time out, she'll be eyeing doing something similar again. And she's wanting more runs the very next ball, but Elwes doesn't set off, and Elwes has to dive frantically, but actually she didn't need the dive in the end.
Well, that was Beaumont's call. It's gone straight to mid-off, and Elwes was sort of hanging around a bit, and in the end had to get her skates on. There's a laugh out in the middle between them because all's okay. I'm not sure there would have been too many laughs. Could it have been otherwise?
Oh, Wellington goes quicker and flatter, and umpire Hollingshead unmoved as Elwes was trying to just paddle, and little was Elwes to know that Georgia Adams had swiftly run around from slip to turn into an auxiliary leg slip. That could have been interesting. That's out towards the short boundary at mid-wicket, which has been accessed for a rare time today. We haven't seen it too often. Just a gorgeous flick from Elwes. She doesn't try and hit this too hard. And it's an uncharacteristically expensive over here. The pressure is back on the Australian Wellington.
Yeah, beautifully nonchalant looking shot, wasn't it, from Elwes? Didn't have to put anything extra on it, just nice timing. Clipped aerially, but always going to land safe. That field is slightly squarer.
Some very faint appeals there. Elwes comfortably hit outside the line of the off stump, and that's what she's betting on in playing a shot like that. 108 for 2 off 23. So, the last 3 overs have brought 22 runs to the score, which by the standards of this low-scoring game is quite a significant shift. And suddenly, you can see there, that run rate has ticked up to 4.7, the required run rate down to 3.78. So, Hampshire will be all too aware that if they don't find something quickly, they could suffer the same fate as Somerset in terms of being dealt with by a big stand from Elwes and Beaumont. And in the end of trying to stop that, they've gone back to Bex Tyson. 1 for 21 off her 3 from the Radcliffe Road end, and she's back on from it in place of Datani. Nice flight first up, but sensibly just guided in the gap by Beaumont. These two all too aware that don't need to do too much more than that now, particularly after 3 good overs in a row. Good change up from Tyson. Forces a defensive prod from Elwes. All-rounder from Wolverhampton, who, having made that move to Blaze from Vipers at the start of last season, is a little closer to home. Goes on the reverse, gets it away. Big chase for Point Abby Norgrove down towards that shorter boundary, and she won't get anywhere near it, so it's 4 more. And the Elwes and Beaumont charge continues. Yeah,
now into double figures. 97 required from 159, so finally drops below 100 with just the 2 wickets down for the home side.
These two, of course, have seen it all before so many times in an England shirt, both regular all-free format internationals for England once upon a time. And they're making a very tricky run chase against a good attack on a tough pitch. I wouldn't quite say look simple, but they are chipping away at it at a concerning rate if you're a Hampshire fan. Brought in a backward point for that shot from Elwes, who then, great manipulation of the field, says thank you very much. I'll take a single from where you've taken that fielder, and I'll have one.
Yeah, it's really good game awareness from Georgia Elwes. She was aware of the field change and then just makes it look so easy to just adjust. Moves across nice and early. It's now 6 already from the over with 2 balls still to come.
Rocks back. Nice looking cut shot from Beaumont. Deep cover in the form of Gibb is good, and that's the 50 partnership. And it's sped up as it's gone on. 21 off 25 from Elwes, 25 off 35 from Beaumont. Really good stuff from this pair.
It's been sort of risk-free, hasn't it? Yes, at times they've been bamboozled by some of the bowling, but there hasn't really been any opportunities, any chances offered either, as the 24th over comes to a close, 115 for 2.
And they've made it 4 good overs in a row. 29 have come off the last 4. So this is starting to become a real head of steam. Georgia Adams will know that, and that's why she and Amanda Jade Wellington are having a detailed conversation about what they're going to do here. It's getting towards that kind of containment isn't enough, we need a wicket sort of place for Hampshire. And they'll know that. Blaze knowing that a bonus point win would take them level on 28 points with Hampshire at the top. It would be down to net run rate to decide them. Hampshire with the chance in this seesaw game at the top to extend their advantage further clear. First ball of the over straight at cover from Beaumont. It may yet be the game, or one of the games we look back on as deciding who gets that first spot on the passport straight to the final. As Beaumont this time gets it in the gap, she wanted to get it in the previous ball. We have mentioned that change to a top 3, but it's also worth saying the T20s have gone in the other direction. So the T20 has gone to your traditional T20 finals day. So it's no longer, as we saw last season, with Surrey first gets you a passport to finals day and to the final directly. It's first v fourth, second v third, and a final on top. So finishing 4th in the T20s gets you into the knockouts, but it won't in this competition. Nice from Wellington once more.
Well, it's back-to-back finals day, isn't it? Women's one day, men's the next.
Yeah.
Mid-July.
It's going to be a dizzying time for T20 cricket, trying to keep up with who's playing at what time and what format. Well, we'll know the format. Oh, what a catch! What a catch from Georgia Adams! Running around from slip to leg slip. This is magnificent anticipation. No wonder Amanda Jade Wellington has got a beaming smile. Georgia Elwes gone for 21. This is so clever from Georgia Adams. The presence of mind and then the athleticism to take it, having got there 116 for 3. One of the finest pieces of fielding you'll see all season, and it was what Hampshire desperately needed to break this looming, worrying partnership for them.
Yeah, that's what it means to have a really good cricketing brain. She spends a lot of time fielding at slip, Georgia Adams. She plays a lot of cricket all over the world, can anticipate this so nicely. Amanda Jade Wellington again in the wickets. Her previous over had been quite expensive. This one just causing the strangle, and then it just chipped up in the air, and Georgia Adams crabbing across to her left to take the catch.
That is a bit of magic. It feels almost appropriate that Adams, and I know she wasn't doing it as a keeper, but has done that in the week where Sarah Taylor has become the first woman to be on the staff at a major men's test playing side, because you think of that catch Sarah Taylor took for England once upon a time against Australia, in terms of someone in a position behind the stump showing great anticipation to get across. Obviously Taylor was going in the other direction. That's Adams going from slip to leg slip. And that is a fine grab, and no wonder she started a little victory lap to celebrate. And drinks is going to be taken early in an outbreak of common sense. 116 for 3.
So with that wicket of Georgia Elwes caught magnificently by her great friend Georgia Adams, that brings the Ireland international Orla Prendergast out to the middle to join Tammy Beaumont, who's 55 from 73. That 50 partnership had just come up and then broken as Elwes sent on her way for 21. Wellington in again. And Prendergast just cuts this away to get off the mark straight away. One more to the tally, 93 needed for victory here for the Blaze. And Wellington, again, just making things happen. Gives it that extra bit of flight again to close out the over. It'll be a successful over this from Anna Jade Wellington. 2 runs and the wicket coming from it. 25 gone, 117 for 3.
Halfway stage of the innings, the Blaze are 117 for 3.
So Beaumont and Prendergast just come together to have a little chat in the middle. Remember that target, 210. So Hampshire are going to continue with Bex Tyson. But the Blaze well ahead at the moment. But wickets can very, very easily change that. It's not an easy track to bat on, as we've seen throughout the day. Georgia Adams earlier with the half-century. Tammy Beaumont with a half-century already. She's still out there in the middle, but fresh new batter, Orla Prendergast, with her. And Bex Tyson having a great season. Amanda Jade Wellington at the other end also doing exactly what she does so well. As Prendergast just surveys the field. 2 out in the deep on the leg side. And just rocks off the back foot and cuts this out to deep point and adds 1 more to the total.
Well, it's not the easiest situation to walk into, but at least Orla Prendergast has the confidence of runs behind her. 191 in this competition this season, at an average of 38 and a strike rate of above a run a ball. That's excellent going.
So Beaumont now surveying the field. 55 from 74. She's the key to holding down this innings. She can just carry on about her business in the same way and allow others to just bat around her. They should be relatively easy to get themselves home here, the Blaze.
Yep, hard agree with that.
But at the same time, still proving difficult at times. Mistimes this one, finds the bottom edge.
The counterpoint, of course, being used tricky pitch. 6 overs of Amanda Jade Wellington left, 4 overs of Lindsay Smith left as well.
This time just punched up towards Ditani, who comes flying in from long on.
And in terms of how she's playing her cards, really noticeable that Georgia Adams hasn't had those 2 on at the same time at any point.
Just rocks off the back foot and punches it into the offside, does Prendergast. Tidy over this from Tyson, just the 2 runs from it. Lindsay Smith looks a little bit chilly out there, hands in pockets. You wonder if there's hand warmers in there. And it'll be a dot to close out the over. Just the 2 runs coming from it. 26 gone, 119 for 3.
Yep, and on such little magic moments like that bit of fielding from Adams, the game can change just as Elwes and Beaumont look like they might, with another half an hour of them at the crease. Take it away from Hampshire quickly. It all can suddenly look so different. 1 for 16 or 4 for Wellington. Might this be the last of this spell for her? We shall see.
Yeah, she starts her 5th. Adams still in at slip after that sensational catch. This one shorter and darted in from Wellington, who's been really teasing batters with those higher loopy deliveries. Just beating that edge. And Southby is so quick behind the stumps. You've got to keep that foot behind the line.
She's fantastic. might well be the best keeper on the domestic scene. If not, she really is right up there.
Again, just pushed away by Beaumont. Can't get it through.
I know that Catchy Whitney from Wisden, he's always a voice well worth listening to, was waxing lyrical about Southby's keeping and saying that if she can keep her batting on an upward trajectory, she could be a future keeping option for England.
Again, that flighted delivery, great bit of work inside the ring. Looked like surefire runs there for Beaumont, who was halfway down the pitch, has to get back. So Wellington again, building pressure, building dots. Trying to slow that run rate. Looks to sweep this one away. Big appeal. This is one they're desperate for. Umpire remains unmoved.
Yeah, Hollingshead not interested. I just wonder whether that slope is working slightly in the favour of Beaumont in a decision like that. Sloping down leg.
This time cut away. So it'll just be a single. She'll keep strike for the beginning of the next over. 27 gone, 119 for 3. 120 for 3, I should say.
The last 3 overs have gone for just 5. And that is the difference that a wicket in a moment like Adams getting Elwes makes to things. Beaumont has to rein herself back in. Prendergast has to come in and get started. Albeit these two players both with in excess of 100 appearances across all formats for their respective countries, won't fear a situation like this. Quite the opposite, will relish it.
Tyson continues again round the wicket, looks for the sweep as Beaumont doesn't time it and almost hits it up into her own face. Has a bit of a giggle.
But one thing you notice again with Beaumont against the left arm is she's so good at trying to get herself outside the line of off stump. Use that pad as a second line of defence, because she shouldn't really be given out there as long as she's managed to get across the line. I think we're going to have a little concussion check here because of being caught on the helmet, I believe. Maybe we can catch another replay of that one. Do forgive us, particularly when the bowling's from that Radcliffe Road end. Tammy Beaumont is a long, long way away from us. It feels like at times, particularly those fielders out towards the other side of the ground, are sort of in a different galaxy. There it is again. Yep, it's caught right on the bottom of the lid, but the necessary checks have been complete.
And she surveys the field again, and Tyson in again to Beaumont. This time can't get it past point up inside the ring. Full toss, clubbed straight down the throat of Georgia Adams. Well, 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 a beautiful innings. She played so well, seen out the really good deliveries, and then possibly one of the worst deliveries she's been sent all day, just chips it up in the air, and Adams doesn't have to move a muscle.
Well, Tammy Beaumont will be absolutely filthy with herself here. It is the worst ball she's got of the 86 she has faced. And she's clothed it straight to mid-off. Bex Tyson cannot believe her luck, and all of a sudden, in the space of just 4 runs, that dangerous duo of Elwes and Beaumont are both out. And here's the second of the two. We can see the shrug and the wry smile from Adams. Hampshire won't care, they'll take it however it comes.
Yeah, smiles all around. They can't really believe it. Out of absolutely nowhere. It was Amanda Jade Wellington causing all the problems at the other end, everything she was doing, and then Bex Tyson says all you have to do is make it not hit the pitch.
But again, within that, there's probably a little bit of that sense of
Try and take on
Wellington's
Tyson.
bowling that well. You've got to get your runs from somewhere. You've got to keep the game moving on. And so it just leads you to be maybe a bit too aggressive. I mean, that being said, it's a full toss. You're going to instinctively be aggressive against it. But just a tiny lapse in concentration brings Sarah Bryce to the crease.
So now two pretty fresh batters out there in the middle. All Prendergast, the Irish international at one end, she's 2 from 4, and Sarah Bryce, the Scottish international, at the other.
And Sarah Bryce hasn't quite been at her brilliant best with the bat this season.
She's got an opportunity now. As she gets off the mark straight away, punching this out to cover.
No, I wouldn't be at all surprised with a player of her class coming back to form here, but she has 55 runs at an average of 13 so far this season, which is low by her very high standards.
Extra bit of flight this time from Tyson. Prendergast just gets a long stride out to it and pushes it back towards the bowler. And the final ball, successful over, just cut away for one by Prendergast. So just the 2 runs and the wicket coming from it. 28 gone, 122 for 4.
So in the last 4 overs, 7 runs and those crucial 2 wickets at Exmouth. Somerset were beaten by Beaumont and Elwes, but Hampshire are through both of them. So this long Blaze batting lineup is going to be severely tested. It's come through for them quite a few times before. Maybe Essex by 3 wickets, Warwickshire by 3 wickets, Surrey by 5 wickets, Somerset by 6, of course, when Elwes and Beaumont did their thing. It did collapse early doors back in mid-April to lose by 70 runs at Yorkshire, so they haven't always chased successfully this season.
Just pushed away, outside edge. Soft hands by Prendergast adds 1 more to the tally. So 87 needed from 131. Sounds relatively straightforward, but nothing has proved straightforward on this pitch yet today. Again, that extra bit of flight and just has a waft at one outside the off stump to Sarah Bryce.
Turn and bounce. That's the kind of ball that has rent-free accommodation in your mind as a batter when it's the second one you faced all day.
Straying down that leg side. Be a bonus run. They'll take that.
That's a rare mistake from Wellington.
This time beats everyone. Beats Southby, beats Adams. And the clean-up is on by Poppy Tulloch as they come back for a second. Good running.
Yeah, these are the kind of moments that Wellington creates, particularly on a pitch like this. It's about as good a pitch as you could want for a leg spinner in England in mid-May. Albeit it is cold, you can see her repeatedly having to blow on her hands to try and get them warm. Oh, I think that's the googly.
Yeah, there's a signal from Bryce as well. The hand signal keeping low this time.
It's tough to pick from the commentary box. I can't even think what it's like to try and pick facing her.
Full toss. Looks to sweep it away. Won't get it fine enough to beat the fielder. An excellent bit of work. Two more. So 1 to come in this Wellington over. She's still got another 4 after this. You've still got Lindsay Smith in there. Georgia Adams hasn't even had to have a go yet. And it'll be a dot to end a mixed bag of an over from Amanda Jade Wellington. 29 gone, 128 for 4.
And I really like how Georgia Adams has rotated her bowls and used the resources she's got, because by opening with 4 overs of Lindsay Smith, and keeping her and Wellington apart, it means that almost constantly one of your two biggest wicket-taking threats is on at one end. And so what that psychologically means as a batter is that a bit of you is thinking that you've got to be slightly more aggressive to the bowler at the other end, because otherwise you're going to get stuck. And that, I mean, it's not a gamble because she's so dependable, but that move of using Smith with the new ball, it just opens up your bowling combinations in such a different way.
Beautiful, soft hands, nice touch. Bex Tyson into her 7th over. Picking up the big wicket with possibly her worst delivery of the day.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, actually, there's been a no ball on height, so it's not the worst ball of the day, but you could say the worst legitimate ball of the day.
This time straight down the leg side. Aerial for a moment, heart in mouth, but lands safe just wide of the left hand of Amanda Jade Wellington. Come back for a couple.
Just got a feeling this is going to go right to the wire.
Again, full right on the pads. Prendergast can't get it through the inner ring.
We know that Blaze bat deep. We know that Kirsty Gordon's having a best era with the bat ever.
This one, bit of a drag down, gets away with it.
But by contrast, we know that Hampshire have got a heck of a lot of bowling depth. We shall see. Beauty of live sport, hey?
One to come from Tyson. Yeah, frees her upper arm, gives herself a bit of room, but can only pick out Lindsay Smith out on the rope. So one more to the total. She'll keep strike. 30 overs gone, 133 for 4.
Well, it's 2 much better overs for Hampshire. The last 2 have brought 11, which you might think is quite unremarkable, but in this game, even that is some kind of mini momentum swing in their favour. And I think it's quite refreshing in some ways to see a pitch like this. We've seen a lot of fresh pitches, big high scores, lots of records getting rewritten, but across a 16-game competition with a double round robin, you want to see players and teams tested in a variety of different conditions as to how they can adapt to them. And today, with those varying boundary sizes on either side of the ground, with a used pitch that's had a couple of games on it, brings out different skills in these players. The batters have to be a little bit more patient, the bowlers have got a bit more to work with. Going to get a change of ball here from umpire Hollingshead. It looks like he agrees with Wellington's assessment that there's something wrong with it, or might be, so he's going to go and have a chat with his fellow umpire Mohammed Wasim, and we might be into a box of balls scenario.
Just gives everyone an opportunity to just settle the two batters. Hearing some words coming on.
Yeah, and the 12th doing their job that, in fairness, is exactly what they should do at this point, which is charge on to try and offer the batters assistance. But it's not actually a drink or a change of gloves. It looks to be just a little adjustment to the helmet of
I thought it might be an adjustment of the tracker. The
in
the back.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. I wondered, yeah, that would make more sense, I guess, because she'd be able to tighten that up herself. Glad I've got Georgie Heath alongside me to keep me sane. 12th earning their keep. I guess if you're a 12th on a day like this, you want any chance to run on. You'll take the
I'll be running
sprinting.
laps.
Exactly, yeah. Just to try and keep warm.
Right.
Now Wellington can start her 7th. Starts it with another typically excellent delivery. She is box office. Nice looking cut shot, but it's straight at backward point. More flight on it. And it's smashed over mid-on. Confident shot from Prendergast. Wellington offers the bait. And the Irish international all too happy to take it. Great positive batting. 4 good runs.
Yeah, much needed boundary as well. Things are really slowed down after those wickets falling, and then there'd just been a little pause. You can always lose concentration, the ball being changed and that sort of thing.
Guided into the gap at cover, and they will scamper through for 1. It's the first boundary since the 3rd ball of the 23rd over, so it's the first boundary in 42 deliveries. Even for a low-scoring game, that's quite a long time. 7 completed overs worth. That's lovely from Wellington, beating the bat.
Yeah, it really did find some turn there.
Absolute joy to watch. Weaving her web, the Wizard of Wellow again. And that has got Bryce in all sorts of a pickle. Comes off the inside edge, but ultimately, Blaze will be delighted. They've seen off another over of Wellington. They've taken 5 from it as well with Prendergast. Great shot down the ground. 138 for 4 off 31.
See, that's the thing. 1 boundary in the over and you're set at this point, the Blaze. So you can sort of take the pressure off and then you can see out the rest of the over.
Yeah, that required run rate has just been hovering around 3.8 for a long while. It's not particularly a problem. Now, Lindsay Smith is coming on. If I had to bet my Monopoly money, Amanda J. Wellington will come off at the Stuart Broad end and will keep the trend going where they've not been on at the same time. Smith back for her 3rd spell, none for 18 for 4 from her first, 1 for 13 off 2, getting important wicket in her 2nd. In fact, I beg your pardon, she didn't pick up a wicket. None for 31 off her 6. So far, and Adams has said, right, we've had 7 overs of Wellington. I'd like to get my England trump card back on.
England bowler, Scottish batter, Irish batter.
Starts with a teaser. Yeah, when you say that, it's got me thinking of should get it together and get some kind of a European tournament. It's almost like there's something going there that someone could make happen, hey? I'm sure no one suggested that ever before. Out to deep cover for 1 by Prendergast. England, of course, toured Ireland in September 2024. They didn't necessarily send their absolute strongest team because they had a World Cup looming on the horizon.
They did. I did the commentary. It was absolutely Baltic.
Are you suggesting that Ireland in September might not be
no,
cricket weather?
But one of the
was
days...
it worse than Jersey? Because for
one
those
of the days
unfamiliar,
it was so hot no one knew what to do with themselves, and then the next day it was hot water bottle, bobble hat, heater under the table situation.
Yeah, I remember we once commentated on an ICC tournament in Jersey where you didn't quite get the first of those 2 things, you just got the second. So that's swept round the corner by Prendergast for 1.
It was just cold and windy, wasn't it?
It was blankets weather. Not quite that cold today. I think for England in May you take this. 13, 14 degrees, albeit it has got a bit chillier with the sun popping down. Another tempter from Smith. It's urging Bryce to come and have a go. And that's just worked out to deep cover. So that's another mini win for Blaze as they try and build themselves towards victory. They've seen off an over of Smith and it's gone for just 4. So Smith has only got 3 overs left. And they've played her very well overall, Blaze. She's not been expensive, but she hasn't been tight either. She's actually gone for pretty much bang on 5s.
Yeah, they played her respectfully and actually quite cleverly, because still getting 4 from the over at the moment, that's enough. That'll just keep them ticking along nicely. The required rate is 3.78 and they're going at almost 4.5.
Wellington is staying on, so Hampshire pressing the gamble button. And it wasn't too far away, Bryce, from maybe chipping a catch up there. She was slightly early on it. She got to the ball slightly early and she just pulled out of the shot, which made sure there wasn't to be a catching chance. Better shot from Sarah Bryce. Inside out for 1.
This is that point. It doesn't have to be pretty. You just got to get it done, you know. Yes, it'd be nice to get the bonus point, get it done quickly, but the most important thing is to just bag the win and bag the points. And if that means they have to push it around for singles, then they've got to push it around for singles.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, that 1.25 times run rate to get your bonus point means you're looking at trying to complete it inside 40 overs. That was always going to be an extremely stiff test, and it's definitely not happening now. That being said, that might be the first 6 of the match. It is the first 6 of the match. All the Prendergast says, take that, and absolutely launches Amanda Jade Wellington into the stands at deep mid-wicket. It is the short boundary, but she's cleared it by a long, long way. Shot of the day.
That was just a shut up, Michael.
That was all the Prendergast saying, nope, the bonus point's very much on. I still stand by what I said. They've got to go at sevens to get it, but the timing of that was quite perfect. It was as if she's got an earpiece in while she's out there. Quicker and flatter from Smith. That's a way for what will be a dot to finish the over. So again, they're making a happy knack of finding a boundary. And they found the first 6 of the match there in that over, Blaze. 149 for 4. This partnership's growing in confidence. They've managed to add 29 now in 5.5 overs, which is pretty solid going. Prendergast doing most of the heavy lifting. Not that it matters who does it for Blaze. When you look at the table with this rearranged 3 go through to the knockouts format, you probably need 10 wins from 16 to basically guarantee a spot in that top 3. Smith is back for her 8th. And Smith has got her. Lindsay Smith finally strikes. Sarah Bryce out for 7. 149 for 5. Back from England duty. And finally, at the start of her 8th over, Lindsay Smith makes the impact with a classic Lindsay Smith delivery, just sliding on with the arm. And it was too good for the Scot. 149 for 5.
Again, the tables turn back in the opposite direction. These two looking like they were just steadying the ship again and guiding their team nicely, but Sarah Bryce is going to have to go. She's been done by Lindsay Smith, who hadn't picked up a wicket yet today, and finally just gets this one to straighten just that outside portion of off stump. Sarah Bryce, frustrated, punches her bat and off she goes, and it brings Emma Jones out to the middle.
Well, we talked about all the Prendergast saying take that. It was almost like Lindsay Smith heard us say at the end of her previous over that she'd gone wicketless in her 7 overs and had gone at 5s, because it's pretty rare she goes through a 10 over spell without taking a wicket at some point. And she's done so there. Now, this is going to be intriguing because Emma Jones is someone who is really predispositioned towards counter-attacking and being aggressive. But this is a very tricky pitch to do that on, and she's facing a top-class bowler in someone like Lindsay Smith. So does Jones rein back her attacking instincts? You can see that record. It's a very solid one. Blaze were absolutely delighted to pick her up from Surrey last summer. Wasn't much movement in the transfer window, but she was one of the big signings. First ball is straight at mid-off. Pretty much everyone, when the move from regional to county setups happened, signed at least a 2-year contract with their county. Jones chose not to do that. She signed a 1-year contract with Surrey. As Jones, as promised, is aggressive, and Datani is fielding nicely on the half volley. It wasn't quite a catching chance, that one.
No, it would have been heart in mouth moment. And that brings up the 150 for the home side. So still 60 needed to win.
Gained plenty of flight. It's a decent shot on the half volley from Prendergast, but couldn't have picked out extra cover any better had she tried, unfortunately for her. This time manages to work it squarer for a single. Just wonder, now Smith has got that wicket, is there any temptation from Adams to bring her off and keep her last 2 in store for right at the death? That's a shot with a bit more aggression than there necessarily was timing for Jones. Thumps into the ground. End of a successful over for Lindsay Smith. 151 for 5 off 34. And at what point might Adams be tempted to turn back to any seam in the form of Gibb or Datani? It does look like this pitch, which is on its 3rd game, it's a used surface, takes spin better. Or does Georgia Adams at some point say, I'll stay on? For now, she's persisting with Wellington, who will bowl her penultimate over here. Is she going to just fully gamble Adams and bowl Wellington and Smith out and go right for the jugular? Wellington's first ball of her new over is just a tickle too short. Prendergast can comfortably find the sweeper.
I reckon you definitely bowl Wellington out, surely. She's only got 1 more over after this one. You don't just leave one up your sleeve and then bring her back on later on. Have to re-warm up again, get back into rhythm. So she'll bowl out. And Smith has got
2 left.
2
I think I'm
left.
taking Smith off. Keeping that as a joker up my sleeve. Swept away. Swept not entirely dissimilarly to the 6 in the previous over, albeit that time going along the ground rather than hard into the stands. And I'm sure as well, in terms of game management, Prendergast and Jones will be all too aware of the game within a game of Wellington and Smith's allocations. Well fielded by Wellington off her own bowling. It's not quite at the point, but it's not far off from the situation where you're not quite saying block them out, keep trying to score, but probably losing this run chase most likely if you get bowled out as Blaze. So shots like that from Prendergast in this context, at this moment, are perfectly fine. There's no rush at all for the home side.
Yeah, once you resign to the fact that you're not thinking about that bonus point, which they won't be, they want to just get the win here now.
Flicked away for 1. I was waiting for all the Prendergast to put another one in the stands there, just as you said that. To mirror what happened when yours truly mentioned it not too long ago. It's another over seen out of this almost demonically good spin duo, and great credit to Blaze, who for the most part have negotiated them on a very tough pitch very well. That is 1 left for Wellington now, 154 for 5 off 35.
Well, it looks like Smith is going to continue here, Michael.
Georgia Adams is getting all of her chips and she's shoving them right into the middle of the poker table. And that's not to say that, of course, they've got plenty of other options in their attack, but particularly on a pitch like this, these are their 2 best cards. They're going all in.
Pulled away this time. There is protection out in the deep on the rope, so it will just be a single. Sat up and was there to be hit. But the 2 fielders on the rope on the leg side mean that it's just 1. 55 needed to win. Again, this time slightly straighter, just punched back towards Smith.
High risk bowling strategy this is from Hampshire.
Aerial, this time Datani watches the ball just soar over her head. It's going to plug and be cut off, but there's that sign of aggression.
Yeah, that's what you'll get from Emma Jones. That's her instinct. If you get the ball up above the eye line, she will go after it, often very successfully, of course.
Darted in this time by Smith, who holds her hands over her head thinking she's messed up there, but again just out to the fielder at deep square. 1 more to the tally, but now 4 from the over, with 2 still to come from Smith, and then she's got 1 more over up her sleeve.
Mentioned previously Jones signing that 1-year contract. Almost half of the Tier 1 counties put in an offer for her last summer, as far as I understand. That's a lovely bit of bowling from Smith. Because there wasn't much transfer activity in the market, there was plenty of people interested in signing Emma Jones as a free agent, but she came to Blaze in the end.
Looks to cut this away, mistimed. So we dot to end the over. 4 runs coming from it, 36 gone. Blaze 158 for 5.
So another over ticks by. Wellington and Smith both with just the 1 left. So there is a dilemma looming for Captain Adams. And that required run rate is perfectly manageable at just under 4s. As a member of the Blaze coaching staff comes on to speak to umpire Mohammed Wazeem about something. Wellington and Smith both with 1 left. Tyson's got 3 left. Tatani's only bowled 5. Daisy Gibby bowled that great first spell, has 4 left. And we haven't seen anything of Georgia Adams yet. Or Poppy Tulloch as well, who picked up the big wicket of Jess Jonathan against Yorkshire 2 days ago.
Just wondering what the discussion is here.
Yes, this is one of cricket's moments where
no one has a clue what anyone is talking about.
you took the words right out of my mouth, as Meatloaf once said.
And then there's a thumbs up about something. Oh no, now chat with Georgia Adams. And I'm afraid to say that I have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. But
Yep, I wish I could say something more illuminative. But it looks like we can get on with the game now.
right, good. We've all looked at the ground a bit. Everyone's had a chat.
Brianna Southby's whipping everybody up, trying to get some energy going.
Beats the edge. Quicker again from Wellington into her final over.
That's one of those moments that when someone comes to the cricket and you're trying to teach them about the sport and they say, what's going on here? And they're like, how do you not know? You've followed this sport for years. And it's like, well,
that person's running on the field. That's all I can tell you. Struck nicely all along the carpet. It'll be kept to a single. The throw comes in well past the stumps. Even if it had been a direct hit, would have been well and truly safe and home. Full again, targeting right at the pads of Orla Prendergast.
just 3 balls left. The Wizard of Wellow to find something. She's bowled magnificently. But Blaze have played her well.
This time, cut away. Could well be 2 here. Yep, going to take on the arm of Lindsay Smith. Good work. Easily back for a second in the end, and now less than 50 needed to win.
Confidence building moments for Blaze.
Just finding that outside edge. Squirts away. Good running. And a wayward throw. Both batters well beyond the stumps by the time the throw had gone in, or could have easily come back for a second, despite the old adage, don't run on a misfield.
Inching their way towards a 6th win in a row across the last 3 weeks or so.
So, final ball from Amanda Jade Wellington today. This time shorter. And just pushed away for no run into the leg side. She finishes her 10. That's 37 overs gone, 162 for 5.
Yeah, 1 for 40 off 10 for Wellington, bowled straight through. Smith will bowl out, and if they can get through this over, even if it's a maiden really for Blaze, they will really be starting to dream that this game belongs to them. But these are 2 top teams, and I just get the sense that there's at least another twist or 2 left yet. 48 on this pitch against this attack is not simple whatsoever.
So Smith 1 for 41 from her 9. Starts her final over. Aerial, gone. Second wicket for Lindsay Smith. There's a reason Georgia Adams kept her on, because she can do things like this. All Prendergast just chips it up in the air. And easy as you like, straight down the throat of the fielder. And it's not over yet. And just as you were saying, there could be another twist, Michael. There it is.
Well, we promised twists, we promised turns. A game of second versus first. And Hampshire all too happy to oblige. Second wicket for Smith, who it's taken a little while to come to the party, but that's 2 wickets in her last 7 balls. 28 off 36 with 1 4 and 1 6 from Prendergast. It's a really neat contribution, scored at a quick rate on a tough pitch, but she just got caught in 2 minds there, and it's an easy catch for Norgrove. Now out comes Kirsty Gordon, who this season has scored 138 runs at an average of 138.
Oh, so that's not bad, that.
She's very much been working hard on her batting, and it's paid dividends. She's come out in a lot of situations like this, awkward run chases, and she's making a very happy habit of being the person that says, the buck stops with me and I'm going to see it home. And as you can probably tell from that career average of 16.3 across 113 games, it's very much the purplest of purple patches, because she's averaged 138 this season, and that career average is an 1/8 as much.
Here comes Smith. Chipped uppishly as Gordon gets straight off the mark.
He's developing a reputation as a very handy lower order batter compared to someone that once upon a time only ever batted 10 or jack.
Aerial this time, going to go up and over Georgia Adams, mid-off, and a much-needed boundary. Emma Jones showing that aggressive nature to her batting.
Yeah, Jones will always instinctively look to counter-punch, particularly when you get spin up above the eye line. It's the first way she'll go. Wasn't actually really too flighted by Smith, it was actually over-pitched. Jones takes advantage and the field changes as a result. 3 balls left for Lindsay Smith.
This one just pushed into the onside again for no run.
At this stage, Hampshire 152 for 4. So Blaze are 15 ahead of their opponents.
Aerial on the leg side, on the sweep. And it's a race between fielder and ball, and the ball is going to win, so the second boundary of the over.
Well, even after the wicket, Jones shifting the momentum back. It's not the required run rate that's the problem, but it hasn't been the required run rate that's been the problem for a long while for Blaze.
Finds the bottom edge this time, so it'll close out Lindsay Smith's 10 overs with a dot. She finishes 2 for 50 from her 10. 38 gone, 171 for 6.
Yep, very handy to have her back from England duty by her ridiculously high standards. Quite expensive there, but still a more than helpful contribution for Hampshire. Getting Sarah Bryson or the Prendergast out. There's got to be a change now. And Daisy Gibb will come back on in a very different scenario to when she bowled her first spell from the Stuart Broad end. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 17 for 1. She got Marie Kelly bowled what feels like an age ago now. The game has moved on so much. But if Gibb can find even half the rhythm she had then, Hampshire will feel like they're in business.
Yeah, 39 now needed by the Blaze. They got 72 balls in hand. But Daisy Gibb did prove a difficult customer early on. Peach of a delivery to see the back of Marie Kelly. Stumps flying everywhere. Everything you love to see as a fast bowler. As the sun comes out again here at Trent Bridge, in comes Gibb for her 7th over of the day. It's a beautiful start. Asking questions straight away.
Just trying to work out her plan here from this field. It's a bit of a hedging your bets sort of field.
Yeah, stacked up inside the ring on the offside.
I think they want her to bowl straight. They don't want her to offer much width to Gordon.
Beats the bat. Great bit of work again from Gibb. She's come back in straight away with that firepower and that pace she had early on. You talked about she's picked up miles an hour over the winter, and she's utilising those here. Fresh legs starting her second spell.
I'm not some kind of big city trader, but if cricketers were stocks, I'd be buying plenty of Daisy Gibbs shares, because you're going to be hearing this name a lot over the next few years.
Back of the hand this time, just misses it. And the full toss doesn't get the treatment, just punched up to extra cover.
I tell you what, it feels like barely a full toss has got the treatment today.
One of them got a wicket.
Well, exactly, yeah. But you think of all the others that have been clothed for singles. I know there's professional analysts on both teams that code these sort of things. I know the Hampshire analyst, Tom Merrill, quite well. I might ask him after this one, have you got track of what happened of all the full tosses in this game? 'Cause I think it was quite a good ball.
Here comes Gibb again. Looks to just turn this leg side, does Kirsty Gordon, and can't get it through. Great start for her second spell, Gibb. Yet to concede a run.
And you know, you hear that one of, full toss, a low full toss can be quite hard to hit. Well, most of the full tosses in this game have been waist high.
Yeah.
And yet still, absolutely nothing has been disappearing. Maybe Daisy Gibbs should try one. Being sarcastic, of course. Gibbs bowling beautifully here. She's settled right back into that groove that we saw against Yorkshire as well 2 days ago, and in her first spell.
Slower ball pushed into the offside again, can't get it through. A huge difference in pace. That was almost chugging down to Gordon, who had to really wait.
So many raw skills she's got, and of course when your top speed gets quicker, without even really changing it, your slower balls become even more effective.
Final ball of the over. And right on the pads, big appeal. Umpire unmoved. So it's a maiden over from Daisy Gibb back into the attack. 39 gone, 171 for 6.
Second maiden over of the innings. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 17 for 1. I absolutely stick with my sneaking suspicion. I think this is another nail biter for Blaze. They've had a couple of these kind of chases this season. They won by 3 wickets with 4 balls left against Warwickshire, with Gordon key. And they've had another win by 3 wickets, albeit with plenty more balls to spare, against Essex, where Gordon made 47 not out. She got 60 not out in the game against Durham as well. She's having a real coming of age season with the bat. Back comes Bex Tyson for her third spell. 2 for 37 off 7 so far.
Yeah, full just punched off the back foot by Jones. Can't get it through the ring. She's 14 from 15. Tyson just goes back, false start, starts again.
We had a bit of this a couple of days ago against Yorkshire. Often when a batter moves around in her crease, she'll pull out Bex Tyson.
Top edge, coming in, can't get there. Little bit of confusion. Wellington running in, Southby considering running back, and in the end they scamper back for a second, but heart in mouth time. That for Emma Jones. No idea where she'd sent that.
Yep, Emma Jones playing as you might expect her to do for her run of ball 16, but she is a player that will often give you a chance, and this was almost it.
A little discussion between the two batters out in the middle, Jones and her captain Gordon. 37 needed. Again, just punched down the ground for a single.
I mean, it's really easy to say from the comfort of the commentary box, but there is so many ones out there, and that is actually all that Blaze need.
Batting for singles.
You know, and if they can just keep doing that, this pair, they will eventually force Hampshire's hand. But often the modern way isn't to think like that; it's to try and be aggressive and finish it in a blaze of glory.
Gives herself room and tries to slash this through the covers. Does captain Kirsty Gordon, who's struggling so far. She's now 1 from 8. That's really well bowled. Full flighted delivery, just right at the toes of Gordon. Perhaps to a higher order batter, they might have capitalised and charged and taken it on.
Can't blame her for being a little circumspect, though, having just got out there. Oh dear.
It's unconventional. Dead ball slips out of the hand.
And before a law change not too long ago,
And Emma Jones has now dropped her bat as well.
Gordon might have had the chance to run after that and smack it to the boundary, but not available anymore.
Gone. Kirsty Gordon looking to cut it away, gives herself room, top of off, and Bex Tyson picks up another. Well, 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 it's not over yet.
It's absolutely not over. This is a thriller. Every time this game just slightly pivots in one direction, it moves in the other. And Hampshire just keep chipping away like all the great teams do in terms of making run chases difficult. There's a reason why they topped the table in this competition last season. There's a reason why they're so consistently up there. Gordon, who's been in incredible form with the bat, has to go for just one. She's often been the rescuer of Blaze when they've had collapses this season, particularly against Essex and Durham. But that's top of off. That is perfect.
So 7 down now. Lucy Hyam comes out to the middle to join Emma Jones.
Hyam so far this season with 39 runs and out once across 3 innings and a couple of not outs. So she has made some handy contributions, but this is quite the pressure cooker to walk into.
36 needed from 60. That's not the problem. It's the wickets tumbling that is causing trouble for the home side here, who looked like they were going to do it at a canter at one point.
Yeah, when they were 116 for 2, in particular, that Beaumont and Elwes time, and then that wicket before drinks that brought the early drinks break. Absolutely vital. I'm averaging just a tickle under 15 in her List A career with the bat. That's been a steadily upward trajectory across the regional and now county cricket era. Now I wonder, Jones is naturally inclined to be aggressive anyway. Does she see partners falling at the other end and that makes someone like her think to go even harder because of running out of other options? Or
Tricky, isn't it?
Does she start to look towards your more strike manipulation sort of things?
I think she needs to just be on strike as much as she possibly can. It'll be Daisy Gibb to start her 8th over of the day.
She bowled a few great overs to close out victory for Hampshire against Yorkshire a couple of days ago that she'd have taken great confidence from into scenarios like this. And that's a perfect start to her 8th over, and it's good quick running to get through for a single.
Yeah, that's putting pressure on the fielder, isn't it? She knew that they were going to try and scamper through, so came through, tried to go for the one-handed pickup. It just wasn't there in the end, so single to start the over, but it does bring Hyam on strike instead of Emma Jones. 35 needed now from 59.
It's also a bit of an old school runs versus wickets game, really. If Blaze bat the overs, you'd be surprised if they didn't get there. Slower ball. Cleverly guided by Hyam down to deep third. Good cricket all round. One to the total.
That's all she needs to do, really. Adds 1 to the total and gets Jones back on strike. 34 now needed from 58.
And we're seeing in chases like this, and it's been a real theme of women's cricket year on year, the difference that professionalism at a domestic level is making teams bat much deeper than they ever did. You look at the improvements in sides' depth when we get to parts of run chases like this. Long gone are the days of having a side 5 down and feeling like you've got the game. Oh, goes on the reverse and it almost gets straight to Wellington. Well, it was a few yards away from her, but it was in the air for a little while.
Well, I think the fact that she's mishit it has actually helped her out there, because it didn't go exactly where she was intending, or it would have been snaffled by Amanda Jade Wellington.
Well, I think Gibb sees her go early because she's trying to go over short third, and Gibb chucks in a slower ball, which is great adjustment from the 20-year-old. And again, Gibb in all the right places. I know that Freya Davies was a bit of a bowling mentor to her until Davies retired at the back end of last season, and she's definitely passed on some of that stardust. Daisy Gibb showing her class and her steadily improving ability. She hasn't actually taken that many wickets this season. Her bowling average is in the 60s, but she's gone at just 4.7 and over. It's rare you get a young seamer that keeps it so tight in the power play and at the death. Oh, and this time just trying to ramp it Hyam over the keeper's head. It will be 2 wides. Haven't been many of them today. It takes extras into double figures, 6 wides, 2 byes and 2 leg byes. Makes sense we've got a thrilling finish on our hands here. I've got no idea who I'd rather be right now. Oh, it's a slower ball, and it really sits up to be hit. Jones gave it a good bash, but straight at deep mid-wicket. DLS, of course, isn't really in play because the weather's fine, but it's always an interesting guide, and Blaze are 5 runs ahead on DLS. It's that tight, folks. And to give you a sense, if they lost 1 wicket, they'd be comfortably behind on that metric. Sensibly played by Hyam. What an over again from Gibb. This is sort of coming of age stuff for the young seamer. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 23 for 1. The over goes for 6. She's again showing her captain Georgia Adams what she can offer. We've got 9 overs left, and it is all in the balance. Grace Ballinger and Charlie Phillips to come. Of course, they were Blaze's key assets with the ball. And such is the quirks of a game of cricket that maybe them with the bat who could decide it.
Well, 30 runs now needed from 54. So it's not done and dusted for anyone. 3 wickets, 30 runs. Pitch doing a bit. Tyson got another 2 up her sleeve. Already got 3 wickets to her name.
Oh, this is not quite time, but Datani's out in the deep. It'll be 1. Yeah, it's not done and dusted at all. It's a very, very, very dusty room. We're still trying to figure out what's going on.
I'm just trying to figure out how to warm the room up.
Yeah, we've been trying the AC in here, which is supposedly a heater, but I think has actually made it colder. Tyson just pushes that across Hyam. I think that might have been the arm ball. It's just helped around the corner for one more safe, risk-free shot. Tyson's only got one more left after this, so Captain Adams is, I think, might be saving herself for the clutch overs. She often does this. It's a bit of a party trick up her sleeve. She uses her bowling combinations as she wants, and then she knows, you know what, if one end needs plugging at the end of the innings, I'll come on and do it myself. And mere mortals would think, I can do that, and she so often does it very effectively with her wicket-to-wicket offies.
She's got such a round arm, sort of slingy action. Gets lower every season, I feel.
Gives that a bit of flight. Hyam's not interested in taking the bait. Yeah, we need to get that measured with the degrees of the...
Yeah.
I do know what you mean.
Goes down like a clock each season. I'm like, was it always
Just
that low?
Ticks another,
Yeah.
ticks another hand round.
Yeah, till she's bowling underarm in a couple seasons' time.
Yeah, you get her, Grace Hall, Charlie Phillips, and see if you measure who's quite the furthest round. I definitely think Adams or Hall are the furthest round. I'm trying to think who else bowls pretty round arm. Those three are the immediate ones that come to mind. It's difficult to face because it's not something you often get practice against.
Oh, Jones is stepping away, coming back again.
Really gives that one some air, but it was slightly in the slot of Jones, who puts that perfectly between the two sweepers out to the long boundary, crunches it for 4. Emphatic way to end the over for Blaze, who take 8 off it in total, and that marches them tentatively a little closer to the line.
Yeah, 22 now needed from 48, with 188 on the board. Still can't decide which camp will be happier at the moment. If Emma Jones is there, you feel like perhaps Blaze could believe. But
Well, Jones. If Jones is there at the end, they win the game. She's that positive and aggressive. She won't even let it get close because of the way that she plays. But of course,
she can't bat at both ends.
Exactly. It's not last man stands cricket. Now, this was a change that had to happen at some point. And Naomi Datani is coming back on. None for 23 off her 5 so far across 2 spells. Datani back from the Stuart Broad end with a ringed offside field and a deep third. And then a square leg and a deep fine leg. I'm just looking for the one. There's no need for her to do anything else particularly spectacular. The required run rate has dropped under 3. And Jones, for all she has had a little bit of luck with a couple of errant shots going in gaps, is motoring pretty well on 26 off 23. She's scoring faster than anyone else in the match. So that will be 1 for Hyam, just using the pace sensibly.
Yeah, that's okay. Ticks one off and also brings Jones back on strike.
So Tyson, you'd think, will bowl out from the next over. That then leaves Tyson, Smith and Wellington done. Gibbs still got 2 left, and then Adams has the card of using herself.
Yeah, this is only Datani's 6 as well.
He's bowled out her 2 big draw card spinners of Smith and Wellington. So it's mostly going to be a diet of seam here, unless Adams herself bowls. Decent contact on it, but straight at cover. That offside ring well patrolled. Reminder of what's at stake here. It's first versus second. Blaze want a 6th win in a row to make it 7 wins from 8. Realistically, 10 wins from your 16 gets you in the top 3, so they'd be most of the way there by half way in the season. Hampshire, meanwhile, know that victory here they won't get the bonus point, but victory would take them just 1 point behind Blaze in the table. They'd have 6 wins, a loss, and a very fortunate washout against Warwickshire, where Warwickshire piled up just the 354 batting first, with all of the top 5 getting 50 plus. 3, 5, 4 for 7, and then the rain came down. And I'm not sure Hampshire minded too much.
No.
That's away, through point, stood tall on the bounce and hit it hard into the ground. It runs away to that long boundary for 4. So Emma Jones is playing a blinder of an innings in this tight run chase for Blaze. And again, she finds the boundary just as any sense of pressure was building.
Yeah, 17 now needed. Emma Jones, she moves to 30 from 26.
Well, it's moments like this why they signed her, why they were so happy to get her, and why so many Tier 1 sides were out of contract at Surrey last summer, wanted her. She left Surrey to come here. Well, surely going down leg from that left arm around angle. Jones hadn't really walked across either. End of the 43rd, 193 for 7.
So 17 needed from 42. That's not really the problem. The 42 balls, if they're still there for 42 balls, they're going to score 17 runs. Hampshire somehow got to take these 3 wickets. Emma Jones, if they can get rid of Emma Jones, well.
And again, what you're seeing here is Hampshire's total lack of acceleration at the back of the end of their innings is costing them. They only scored 42 runs for the loss of 6 wickets from the final 10 overs of their innings. There was no acceleration to speak of whatsoever.
But you can also see from that wiggly worm there, the whole trajectory is just one. It's almost, you could almost put a straight line through it. Not really the wiggly worm, just a worm.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyson on for her last. 3 for 48 from 3. And reflecting the game scenario, has gone for a ring of 4 on the offside. It's a 5-4 leg side field. So Hyam might be tempted to step away to leg and try and manipulate this through the offside, but she doesn't need to do anything fancy. Hyam, you can see again, just thinking about it with this field. Well bowled, well played. Remember that a maiden at this stage is absolutely fine for Blaze. It's the wickets that are the biggest concern for the home team. You can feel the tension here. Hyam has managed to cut this away right between backward point and cover. It's another huge boundary, and Blaze are finding a happy knack of continuing to find these boundaries just when they need them. And suddenly the victory line is quickly coming into sight. 13 to win now.
Yeah, out of nowhere, really. We thought it was Jones who was doing the boundary striking, but Hyam just used the width beautifully.
And they thought of running there. There definitely wasn't a single there. That is straight at short fine leg. It's a good thing for Blaze they didn't. Just still sense we've got at least one twist left in this game. It's been such a thriller. Gives that some air, Tyson. It's a low full toss. Well, the full toss has already got her a wicket today, but doesn't get her one there. So Bex Tyson is bowled out. She's continued what's been an excellent season for her. She's on to 12 wickets for the campaign now, 3 for 52 off her 10. But Hampshire need a hero from somewhere else. Do they go back to Daisy Gibb? Do they keep going with Datani? Does Georgia Adams get the ball in her hand and say, this is my moment?
Yeah, it looks like Datani's taken her hat off again. She's redoing her hair, handed her hat to the umpire, having a chat with Georgia Adams, who looks a little bit nervous.
Well, even Georgia Adams, being the feisty competitor that she is, must be thinking that they need a bit of a rabbit out of a hat now.
Emma Jones, 30 from 27. Beautiful knock down the back end of this order. Exactly what she has been asked to do. And now she's just got to try and see it home. 13 needed from 36.
Jones, who played age group cricket for Essex and then came through the Surrey and South East Stars pathway for a good while. He's desperate to extend their lead at the top. Round the corner, that will be at least one, and one is all it will be. Hampshire have got to find something, they've got to find it quick, and you can tell from the body language of the fielders there's a lot of frantic energy out there.
Pushing an extra one out on the onside, on the deep fine leg, goes to the boundary, deep square, mid wicket up inside the ring.
Pulled straight to short mid wicket.
It's just been put there. You'd be really pleased. So satisfying as a captain. You just move your field or a bowler, ball goes straight to them.
I understand why Hampshire have turned to the experience of Datani, but I can't help but think with how fantastically Daisy Gibb has bowled today that this might have been her moment.
Yep, she's down at deep fine leg.
1 for 23 off her 8 today. Been comfortably Hampshire's most economical bowler, but Datani's putting together a good over here. That's a dot. Required run rate not really in play now. If they bat the overs, they'll definitely win. Bar something quite extraordinary. Gibb's got 2 left. Might we see a change of ends for Gibb coming from the Radcliffe Road end? Or is Georgia Adams going to bowl the next over if we get there? Hyam has pierced the covers with this one. It's the long boundary, so Adams gives chase, but it's Norgrove who in fact will get there. And they'll get a pretty easy 3 because it is a good 70 metres out there. So suddenly it's into single figures. It's 8 to win for Blaze.
And it's also Emma Jones on strike as the 200 comes up for the Blaze. It's almost the best thing that could have happened other than being 5 runs. Get 3, get Jones on strike.
She's played a magnificent knock here under immense pressure in first versus second. Can Jones add the final flourishes? Oh, that might be a way to do it. That is 4. Jones going for it in her typically aggressive style. There was deep square leg out, but she said thank you very much. It nearly went for 6 and 1 boundary, and Blaze have won it. And with 1 ball left in the over, you just wonder whether Jones is tempted here to finish it in style herself. .35 off 29, a clutch innings. Can she see it home for her team? Sign from Surrey in the summer for moments like these. Steps across again, paddles it down to fine leg. This could be the game. Oh, it's just about kept in play, but then is stood on the rope, and that will be it. That's gone for 4 for my 2 cents. Because, yep, that is the game. It is it. It's done. Superb from Emma Jones. An absolutely magnificent knock. She sees Blaze home. They've done it again. They're so good as a chasing team. Or what? Well, I must say, I thought I saw Daisy Gibb, as she's pulled that back, have her foot behind the rope.
Yes, but I also think the scoreboard was saying 5 to win before that. So even if it was 4, surely the scores would now be level.
You might be right. I beg your pardon. Confusion reigns.
So it is going to be Georgia Adams.
I thought I saw a couple of handshakes as well at one point. I think the umpires were also pretty confused.
But now it's 3 needed from 30. Or 2 needed.
Confusion reigns.
Confusion does reign. The umpires just coming together have a discussion because the scoreboard is telling us one thing. The screen is telling us something else. The internet is just catching up.
Well, we were reliably informed it was 4 to win and the ball went for 4. But
I
alas...
thought it was 5. I could have thought it was 5 to win and the ball went for 4. But that wouldn't add up on maths on anything. So the big screen in front of me was telling me 5 to win.
2 to win.
And it went for 4.
2 to win now, apparently. Georgia Adams on to bowl. Can Hyam finish it? Hyam can finish it through covers, and that will be the game. Blaze win it by 3 wickets. They make it 6 wins in a row. They extend their lead at the top of the table at the halfway stage of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. They've beaten their nearest challengers, Hampshire. They've seen it home thanks to a magnificent clutch partnership worth 37 in the tightest of circumstances from Lucy Hyam and Emma Jones. And it means that Blaze yet again are making quite a habit of successful run chases. 6 wins in a row for them. They are blazing their way right to the top of the table and accelerating their lead. And it is ultimately they that take the points. But what a game of cricket we've seen. A bit of a low-scoring thriller.
Yeah, really good game that in the end. Went right down to it. And Emma Jones just clutched. There's a reason they signed her this season, and she's done exactly what was asked of her. She finishes unbeaten, 37. Hampshire, their 209, never looked like it was quite going to be enough. And then at one point when wickets were tumbling, the Blaze were struggling. But now they win it by 3 wickets, and they sit very pretty at the top of the table in the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup Division 1.
Yep, they pull themselves to being 9 points clear of Hampshire. Thank you very much for your company wherever you've been across the world. Thanks to our hard-working production team behind the scenes. I've been Michael McCann, and it's been a great pleasure as always to have Georgie Heath alongside me for the duration of this one. Remember, there's 3 more games coming up in this competition tomorrow. But for now, from Trent Bridge, after a game that really lived up to its billing, it is a very warm farewell from us.
Yorkshire women at 2:30